Hey everyone, welcome to this UI UX design using Figma Full Course by Intellipaat. Let's begin with the fact that might shock you. According to Harvard Business School, nearly 30,000 products are launched every year, but 95% of them fail. Why? It's not always the idea, it's often bad design. Products that feel clunky, confusing, or just disconnected from real user never succeeds. That is the reason why UI UX design has become the deciding factor between success and obscurity. And when it comes to design tools, there was once a debate, Figma versus Adobe XD. But in recent years, that debate has gotten quieter because Figma is not just winning, but it has become a new normal or the only tool that every designer is using now. If you want to become an UI UX designer in 2025, you don't have an option of skipping Figma. And that's exactly why we build this complete UI UX design using Figma course to help you go from beginner to pro at Figma. Not only we will cover the features and prowess of Figma, but we will also explore how to use it to design complete interfaces end to end. We will study multiple case studies and design strategies that are used in the industry today so that in the end you are ready to ace UI UX designer jobs. So open your laptop, keep your notes handy. Let's start your learning journey for absolutely free on Intellipaat's YouTube channel.
See, as a UX designer, what is the final end objective of each one of you? It's like we will talk in the language of user experience design only, which is called JTPD. So I'm not sure if you guys were taught JTPD, but JTPD is the core of every single thing that we will do, or in our design also, and as our career also. So jobs to be done is something which says that what is the job, because the job doesn't change, many things changes around the way the job is done. So I will share more about this JTBD in course of sharing principles of case studies, how to build them and all. But I'll give you an example that if I say a hammer and a nail, right, versus a drill machine. So which one is better? Like, should we keep on inventing hammer and nail, or should we keep on inventing drill machines? Like, then you ask yourself a question that why do we need a hammer and a nail? So just ask yourself, and what do you think? Why do we need a hammer and a nail? Why do you think we need a hammer and nail? Like to put stuff in the wall, right? Let's say, take the context of wall. To hang something in the wall, we need hammer and nail, right? To do the same thing, we may need a drill machine. So the point is not hammer and nail. The point is not making the better drill machine. It can be something different also, which we haven't invented yet. But looking at from like people when used to stay in stone caves and all, they used to have paintings inside the caves, right? So the job was to put something on the wall so that it makes the space look better. That's it. Starting from cave age to 2024, the objective is same, but the way it is being done, the tools changed. Paintings came, and then when paintings came, people are like, you have to put it on the wall. How do we put it? So we need something from which it can hang. So hammer and nail was invented. And then when you're drilling, bits and pieces of the wall used to come up. So okay, drill machine can make it better. Now double-sided tapes have come up, double-sided hooks, which are really strong. So you don't have to even make a hole in the wall. But the jobs to be done here, the jobs to be done is to put something on the wall. So keep this thing in mind, that jobs to be done is something which will talk a lot while solving problems. And whenever you face any problem in your life, be it a really small problem, that let's take Spotify as an example. What is the jobs to be done of Spotify? Just with the analogy of hammer and nail, what is the jobs to be done of Spotify? Of a Spotify user, basically. Listen to song. Now, when I was a kid, I used to listen to song using audio cassette. I was from that generation. But look at the jobs to be done here. It's listening to music. Before, we used to go to audio cassette stores. So Spotify used to be in shelves. And there used to be posters. New music from A.R. Rahman, Lagan. And we are like, what is this thing? Sony BMG. I'm not sure if you are from that generation, and you will like, okay, how much is it? 60 rupees. Buy it, cover the song, and feel good, right? So when I listen to Roja in a 2-in-1 in 98 or 96, and when I'm listening to it in Spotify and I'm closing my eyes, does it matter if it is being played from a 2-in-1 or Spotify? No. The emotional hit is same, right? Tomorrow there might be no Spotify. Maybe the music is playing inside your brain through Elon Musk Neuralink, right? So this is where I'm trying to bring this notion of jobs to be done in all of your brain. Whenever you're doing something, ask this fundamental question that what is the jobs to be done of my end user? The jobs to be done is not to filter, done is to discover the thing which makes sense to me. For that, we are using filtering today. Maybe there is AI recommendation tomorrow. Makes sense? Like the way my job is done changes, but my job doesn't change. So the point that I was trying to make is that the jobs to be done doesn't change. What is the jobs to be done of Make My Trip? Only for the flight experience. What is the jobs? Yeah, let's talk about what is the jobs to be done of Make My Trip. Let's talk while we are looking at the product. Yes. So what do you think is the jobs to be done of Make My Trip? You want to go from point A to point B. Make My Trip helps you get the job done through flight, through train, through bus, through cab. This is the way you are getting the job done. If you are in a hurry, you'll take a flight. If you have time, you'll take a train. If you have places where train or flight doesn't go, you'll take cabs. But the job is same. I'm in Delhi, I'll go to Goa, point A, point B. Now the jobs can be may not be that simple also. The jobs can be going and coming back. Point A to B to A, right? So as you can see, this job is tackled by round trip. It can be point A to B to C to D to A, businessmen, right? So is it making sense, guys, what we are talking here? So whenever we are going to do a problem solution in a space, in a discipline, UX design, we are going to solve the jobs to be done of our end user. And this should be the primary heart and soul of your portfolio, of your interview, of your career. When you are presenting, because I was fortunate to be part of big tech companies, I am teaching you the language which is respected in those companies. Okay. So look at Make My Trip. It helps you go from A to B. Then look at Yatra. What thing Yatra does differently that Make My Trip doesn't do? Let Yatra come up. Let Clear Trip also come up. Right? So look at Yatra. What can you do in Yatra and you cannot do in Make My Trip? Do you think there is any special thing in Yatra? So these things which differentiates a product from one to the other, you may have. So this is where we are talking about value creation. Everyone is letting you go from A to B. But before I go to value creation, let me also open Exigo. See, I just didn't want to jump immediately to Figma. Let us understand our jobs to be done also, right? My jobs to be done, and you guys, what is the jobs to be done from? Let us have the same alignment and understanding. There was a certain trigger in all of your brain. That's why you had a job in your mind. Maybe the job was to get a job. That is a job, right? So if we look at Ixigo, if we look at Clear Trip, if we look at Make My Trip, now look at this thing. One way, this is a job, right? I can go from point A to point B, and this is called an experience. So when we say user experience, this is called experience. And the way this thing is constructed is different from the way this is constructed, right? I mean, the visual design, just look at the visual design. This looks a little different, right? But you can do the same thing. You can go from Delhi to Bangalore You can choose a date. You can choose some conditions and you can look for flights. You can do the exact same thing here, but it looks different, right? This is called UI. So this is the UX. The UX is to solve a jobs to be done. The jobs to be done is, as a user, I want to go from point A to B, and for that, I want to find flights matching my timing or availability on my calendar, whatever. Now, this same jobs to be done, every single person is following. Tomorrow, if teleportation comes, let's say we want to go from Earth to Mars, jobs to be done is same. From to, do you want to come back from Mars? Round trip. Same here, round trip, right? So, but then the question comes, which one is correct? Now, someone is using this kind of clickable pills, right? Which we will talk about the name in the industry, what these are called. Someone is using kind of one click, something opens, then you choose. Someone is doing through this kind of circles, right? So can I ask all of you which one is right and which one is wrong?
All of them are right. I mean,
That's true. Because when you go to point A to B, you're getting your job done, right?
right.
If anything, like I will still give good score to this experience than this experience. Do you know why? Can anyone tell me why? See, I'm doing one way round trip.
Yeah.
I am doing one way, I'm doing round trip. I am doing one way, I'm doing round trip. Now, which one do you think scores little less? Your eyesight is a cost. You want to not only get the job done, you want to get the job done easily. This is called usability, right? So when we look at it through similar product example, the things hit our brain, right? Because we may have booked so many flights from ClearTrip, so many flights from Make My Trip, but now we know that, oh, now this thing is a design decision taken by whom? By UX designer. Didn't he not have enough space here to add radio buttons? These are called radio buttons, by the way. They are not, I don't know why radio. They are radio buttons. These are called tabs. These are called drop downs, right? So why do you think the designer selected drop down? His decision. He got paid for it and he didn't do a good job. Maybe his management was like, do something different. Everyone is doing like this. Just for the sake of doing differently, don't compromise on the experience. So even if you had created an experience with a radio button, but with a different UI, fine. So what are we learning from here? That we can borrow patterns. These are called patterns, by the way, guys. Radio button is a pattern of navigation. This is a selection pattern, right? Only one thing I can select. So in Figma, we are going to learn how to build them. I mean, how to get the cement and sand and reinforcement and build them. But if you do not know the decision making thing and the importance of the decision making thing, you will build components like this and you will be not appreciated in your interviews. So it is equally important for us during this learning when we do this kind of design critics. So we will open up similar products or we'll open up anything that we know like Netflix, Hotstar, Z5, and we'll do critic. So when we learn about laws of UX, we will also talk about the application of the laws of UX across. Okay. So yeah. So coming back to these things, the visual design, if you see, the visual design is different for everything, right? So what do you see in the visual design? Just call out. What is visual design? Color, image,
Typography,
and the
widget,
layout, shadows, right? Hierarchy also. Yes. So the same thing we are seeing here, only the way it is done is different, right? Don't we see colors here? Don't we see icons here? But the composition is different, right? And for making this kind of compositions, especially for people who are transitioning from a non-design background, they are doing it for the first time. It can be overwhelming. it can look challenging. And that is where when we start creating our designs after we learn Figma, the designs don't show up in the way it should. I mean, because there are good designs, there can be bad designs in terms of UI, in terms of UX, both. A good UX with a bad UI, do you think will be a good UX? Let me show you this thing. Craigslist. This is the listed website for the poorest of user experience of all time, right? delhi.craigslist.org. So if you look at it, it just has text, it just has information. Do you see any hierarchy? Do you know where to look at? Right? And you also see the size of the texts are different. It's all here and there, and they have improved it in 20 years. They are proud to keep it ugly because people need some example, right, of bad UX. So so that's why they have a high visit ratio, because everyone in the world will open their example and say, this is what we should not do, right? So it is very important for us to understand, like I'll show you the application. Now we will come to our jobs to be done. So what do you think your jobs to be done is? Why are you in this course? Okay, maybe I'll put it as learn design, right? Learn design and learn different like ways designs are created. Minimalistic can be one of them. What other jobs to be? What is the jobs to be done? I mean, learn design and those things are a subset, I would say. But what is the highest jobs to be done for all of you? Yes, be bold to get a job in UX. What is the second jobs to be done? So that is a supporting job for the first job. Another thing, supporting job for the first job is to get that IIT certificate, right? So we have two tracks here. One is you will be getting a lot of assignments that you have to do. At the same time, there will be this whole drill that I am going through where there is no marks associated with things that you do. You do it for love. You do it for learning. We'll have a Figma file where you will come, you learn and all those stuff, right? So when the first jobs to be done needs to be addressed, the weapon with which you will apply for jobs is what? Yeah, not only Figma, it is portfolio. That is the one thing that will help you get a job. So we should have our focus and only focus in making a great portfolio, right? That is the most important supporting job to get the first or the highest job, which is get a job in UX industry, right? I'll be bluntly honest with all of you. Because of bootcamp courses and all, the entry to UX industry, not UX industry, UX education is not that competitive now. Who knows how many bootcamp is happening at the same time across India? So many, endless, so many YouTube channels distributing gyan for free, right? So your competition, like when we say that in India there are X amount of engineering colleges, Y amount of engineers are being produced every year, this is the job market, this is the gap. But for this particular domain, it is unorganized, right? You don't even know the count of UX designers produced every single day. So every day the competition is increasing. Everyone is coming to the market with case studies. So if your case study is not to that level, it's a really challenging thing. Supply demand, guys. I'm just talking about facts. There is not endless job, but there is endless supply of UX designers. So what happens is when you post a job in LinkedIn or something, for one junior position, thousands of applications come. Hiring manager is blasted. Hiring manager has to go through all of them. So this is an example case study of a fitness app. And if you look at this app, this is excellently done. This is one of those case studies which you can benchmark. And I'll share a lot of examples with all of you, all the case studies. Let this thing come out. And then I'll also have a not so good example of a case study. Maybe this one. Yes. Yes. So when you look at this case study, I'll not say anything, but you can share what do you feel about this entire thing when you start scrolling. See, for one job, 1,000 people are applying. Every person has 3 portfolio case studies. So 3,000 case studies a hiring manager has to go with. Is a hiring manager AI? or he's a human being? Not yet, right? A poor human being who went through 700 applications just to find 4 people for interview, and that I couldn't hire. They were also not good fit in Microsoft, right? So this growth thing, if you see, when you scroll right from the top to the bottom and you go all the way, a hiring manager has no option but to do it this quick, right? And to build a perception about this person, because I haven't met this person. Portfolio is the only way I'm talking to this person. And I'm like, okay, this seemed interesting. I can now understand the distribution of work, research, like low fidelity, high fidelity, design system, storytelling, everything. Now I will go deep dive into it. On the other hand, look at this thing, Doctor's app. And then when I scroll through it, I think, yeah, I will build a perception that there is not enough storytelling. There are just lots of screens here. Maybe this is not the exact right example that I was looking for. There are other poor examples which I will bring. Paytm UX case study, this one. Yeah. So when I look at this, look at both of them side by side. I'm not sure if you guys can see it side by side. It's letting me see a tab, Hannah. Okay, no problem. So if you see this one and if you see this one, do you feel the same amount of, are you ready to spend time in watching a bad movie in Netflix or a bad TV series in Netflix, 10 seasons, 10 episodes each? Do you have time? No one has. Who to blame? So when I look at this thing, I am like, I'll be wasting, because see, an interview happens, 5 rounds of interview, it's an investment of time and effort, and that is happening while we are having job. So it's lot of decision goes that, is it worth to talk to this guy? Does he have the maturity? And then you will see from here to here, it's just no content. It's just lot of what happens in a crime scene, in yellow, he has done in blue, right? And Paytm coming here and there, random shapes, random poor quality, low fidelity. And what do I get from this screen? Nothing. And I will immediately drop this guy forever from my list. So we will benchmark only good portfolios. We will learn how to create this kind of good portfolios. So when we learn Figma, we will not learn it as a tool, but we'll also learn it. How can we leverage on Figma to pixel perfect our designs? These designs that this person has created is almost 90% pixel perfect, good quality. And you can see it's not only the designs, but the entire storytelling, the visual design of the entire storytelling, the structured thinking, the effective communication, the way it kept me engaged. Because as soon as we started with some kind of a promise of the design. Then while I'm just scrolling, it showed me more of the design while I'm not yet done. So this is a inorganic story, like organic storytelling. A flat storytelling is, I have done design thinking. So whatever you have learned in this course, right? I have done design thinking. I have done primary research. I have done secondary research. This is my information architecture. This is my low fidelity, high fidelity, done. As if you're doing it as a obligation. Don't make your portfolio an obligation. There should be love coming out. This is where this person has brought a lot of love. Anything this person has done, whether it is CJM, and in between she's pushing the designs. She's just painting designs just like that. She's not a conjuice designer, getting it? I'm not sure whoever doesn't understand Hindi here. She is not someone who is taking designs to herself that I will only show when the end comes. She's building it, right? Again, she's building it. The information architecture, everything is streamlined. She is very neat and tidy, and it doesn't, although I don't know how much detail this person has worked, but at least the entry point is strong. Sometimes we see a good trailer and the movie is bad. This also happens, right? A lot of times. What I'm talking right now is the trailer. But if the trailer is bad, you're never going to watch the movie. That's for sure. So for your first jobs to be done to get a job, make good trailers first and think about a MVP scope. But without the content of the movie is not going to fly. So I'm not saying bluff with good trailers, because finally the movie will start, right? When someone will scroll. And when I'm content with this thing, with the trailer, then I will go inside. I'll try to understand, see a portfolio, random portfolio for a hiring manager. That person has to onboard to the problem, has to immediately think about the solutions proposed by that person and find areas of improvement. And that person is not an AI. That person has experience. So we will look at it and we will say that what if something happens here? How are you going to handle? So look at our make my trip example. And in the make my trip example, let's say multi-city is not here and I'm looking at clear trip, and I ask the make my trip designer, what if there is a multi-city trip? How do you solve this problem? So this is called a UX problem. And that person will be like, see, I have created a scalable component. I will add multi-city here. I'm like, okay. Then I will ask him that, okay, if I'm in one way, I'm not able to see how do I go to round trip? How do you make sure user discovers it properly? He's like, and that person is like, you have to do this drop down. But can that person defend it? Do you think that person can defend this 2 clicks? That person cannot defend this 2 clicks, right? So this is a negative Caesar happening during the interview, right? So all I wanted to share with all of you is that we will be absolutely clear with our jobs to be done. Our jobs to be done is to create killer portfolios which will help us get jobs, right? And everyone, there are 72 people here, maybe 70 students. So don't feel shy about asking any questions. We can repeat it. We'll take it slow, right? And in order to achieve to this level of portfolio, we need to be master of craft. Craft skills are basically, if we do not know how to play piano, how can we compose music in a piano, right? So Figma will be our piano. So that we will soon jump into. But this is how I wanted to onboard it, because today was our first day. I want to make sure all of you align with this vision together, that we have to set extremely high benchmark for this course. Make sense? Now that we are all ready to jump into it, to the main part of the course today. All right. So yes, how the non-designer can think is a question. So in a way, all of us are designers because we are thinking about a lot of stuff. The way we thought that our career can change if we join a course on UX design itself is a problem solving gesture, right, Shum? So the way a non-designer can think is by asking a lot of questions. Don't take things for granted. Always try to ask questions, even with the most obvious. Like in all of you use Instagram, right? Absurd to ask in these days. Okay, all of us use Instagram. When you save something and when you like something, you have saved and liked both. How do you discover where you have saved? You click on your image and there is a hamburger on the top and there is a saved section. Where is liked section? Under activity, question this. Why is not liked treated like saved? Is it less important? I mean, did you ever struggled when you were ramping up with Instagram to find where did I save my liked things? How many of you struggled? I am asking how many of you struggled to find it on your own while you were using it for the first time, maybe 4 years back? I'm not sure. Like, how many of you faced struggle, right? A lot of us, right? It's not intuitive. So and see, if it was a less important feature, why is it treated on the left of a post? That importantly, the first icon that you see on a post is to like, is not save. So ask these questions. And because when you ask these questions, then you can think about solutions also. That, okay, like and save can sit next to each other. Or like can also be surfaced, like how it is. Maybe I long press on like and it takes me to where my likes are saved, right? There are different ways you can think about the interaction, how you discover where you have liked. Because what happens is that we like so many stuff actually. It's very difficult to find them later on. So So this is where I'm coming. A non-designer can think by asking questions and thinking about solutions. Now to express the solutions, we need Figma like a tool. That's where we are coming to now. We are coming to the tool to express those ideas, right? But good that I took the other angle of it, which is also equally important. Good that we could talk about it. That asking these questions while we are facing problems. This is the problem aspect of it. Now you brought a fantastic angle of the visual aspect of it. That a non-designer who has never designed a single poster, and if you ask that person, I am a victim. I started in 2002 as an architecture student. There was a first year submission.
Yes.
Perfect. So, and now you can also see my Chrome. Whatever I want to show, you can see, right? So I can bring my Chrome. Now you can see my Chrome also, right? Anything that I want, you can see. Yeah, okay. There was a primary, secondary thing problem happening. Okay, so let us quickly touch base on the topic, that when we start, so creating a portfolio of this quality, of this visual design quality, it is close to a very difficult challenge for all of us, right? Creating compositions like this, creating this kind of stuff is very difficult. So when we start learning Figma, we will have this, one of the sources is Pinterest, and Pinterest, you have to build a good kind of a good mood board. When you select something good comes out. So for example, this poster, right? Whatever we will learn in Figma, we will try to recreate this stuff, but we'll try to play around with it. We'll try to break it and see how differently we can think about it, right? So I will show you some kind of a muscle exercise which all of you can practice, and that is going to increase your visual design sense. The second thing that you're going to do is we're going to go to daily UI challenge. Okay, so go to dailyui.co. I'll share the link. Okay. In daily UI, get started for free. Just add your email ID, and then every day it is going to share a UI challenge with all of you. The beginning you will struggle because you have not started learning Figma. You can start it after we are done with 4 classes. Then also you can try this thing. For now, you can start with the Pinterest exercises. Then we will start with this. So this second example that I'm showing, this is collect UI. All of these are UI challenge things. Daily UI is the place where you get the challenge. Collect UI is the page where people submit the challenge. But if you see all these challenges, they are UI specific, right? So you will learn to make good UI. But what about making good portfolios also, right? Our jobs to be done is not to make good UI, but a holistic portfolio, right? A holistic portfolio is this. So in order to make this thing, you have to see a lot of good stuff. Like you have to search UX case study, and Pinterest gets a lot of things. So when you look at this particular, the share things that are coming, you can click on one of these things which you like, and then you will see that, oh my god, a lot of examples are coming. So when I made that ugly poster during my architecture days, I was very sad. I was like, maybe because I used 10 fonts, and I just learned some techniques in Photoshop, but I didn't learn design that time. It was my first year, first semester. From class 12 to architecture first year, first semester. I had no experience in design. It was 2002. So, but then I followed this technique called mimic method. Mimic method is that I'm going to take this thing and I'm going to exactly replicate this thing in a tool that I know. While doing that, all the theories of visual design, I will automatically grasp in my brain. It's like when you start writing something, instead of reading, the things stay in your brain more, right? Let's say you write a paragraph. That will stay in your brain more than when you're reading that paragraph. Makes sense? For all of us, it has to hit our long-term memory. It has to hit our processing center in the brain. So for that, say I just click one, and then I'm going to see all these examples. Okay, this seems like a good example. Then I will look at this one. Okay, this seems like a great example. And then when I'm learning Figma basic shapes, I'll just recreate it. So I will show when we start Figma, I will show all of you. I'll quickly show you like in 10-15 minutes. I will make 10 posters in front of you. And then I'll also show you how to change them. And not only about posters. No. Yeah, Shoma, you don't need to be After Effects and Photoshop expert also to be a good designer. Figma as a tool is enough. I haven't touched Photoshop for last 5 years. So you don't have to worry about it as a Spotify UX designer. You can do everything in Figma because the expectation from a UX designer is different from a graphic designer. So you can do excellent vector design inside Figma only. So Figma's universe is not only what Figma offers. There is an ecosystem of plugins which surround Figma. So there is a plugin called Remove Background that helps you do selection and remove background. There is a plugin which does something else. So lot of tools that surround Figma, that ecosystem of plugins, they are additional softwares around Figma that empowers Figma to do stuff which Figma's native version cannot do. Like accessibility checking. You may have heard about something called accessibility, color contrast ratio and all those things. So it's a technical thing. Photoshop is not made to do accessibility check. Neither is Figma's native version. But there is a plugin which I will put on this frame, and that plugin will tell me that the accessibility contrast ratio meets the WCAG standard. It will do the math behind. So that's where I have felt so far. I have made posters also because in office you have to do other stuff also apart from design. And I haven't asked for any Adobe suite for last 4-5 years. Absolutely not. There was no need also. I haven't touched Photoshop for last till 2020 or 21. Yeah, 20. Photoshop was bread and butter. When I was in Samsung, every day Photoshop was must. Without that's why immediately I asked for Photoshop as soon as I joined Microsoft. I'm like, I need Photoshop, without which I cannot survive. But then the license I had to surrender because I didn't use it for 1 year. They're like, why should we pay license fee for you? You're not even opening Photoshop for once, right? So that happened with me. But absolutely, if you feel like that, you are transitioning and you need a kind of a transition and you need to test, then get the Creative Suite license handy with you. Okay. So now let us get into the real business. So we are going to start learning the basics of Figma, and we will continue it for 4 classes. So this weekend, next weekend also, and we will go deeper inside it. And then I will share a schedule of how the entire thing goes like. So I will add a schedule page also in between. So we'll start with the first and most important thing for this batch, which is installing Figma. So how many of you have installed an education license of Figma? If you do not have education license, like the student license of Figma, then you basically do not have the entire potential of Figma. That is a problem actually. So you absolutely need to install the educator license. I am asking it again and again because in my last batch, in the last but one class, 2 students said that we don't have educator license, and I'm like, oh my god, entire course is done. That means they didn't even listen to it while I was repeating it in the first time, and they were doing it in the free version only. I'm not sure how they did variables and all those advanced Figma things. So we will learn about doing that first. That is kind of one of our first prerequisites for this class. And then I'm going to share this link with all of you. And then I'm going to approve all of you to come and join this particular Figma. Okay. So if you go to this getting started, if you see this, I think it was intro to Figma installation. Okay. So please click on get verified. And when you go to get verified, because I have an educator's plan, so I can, I'm already in, but if you need the educator's license, then there is a little bit of a form. You have to upload the invoice you have taken from Figma, from Intellipaat. the invoice of the course that you are currently in. Okay, and then you upload that invoice. You will not be able to find Intellipaat as a university, and you have to click on the bootcamp course, and then that you have to choose that I am doing a bootcamp course from this time to this time. From Intellipaat, you have to hard type the name of the course, then a link of the course. So this is the course URL that you will add. You can do it while I'm explaining Intellipaat UI UX. So let us all of us get past this thing, executive UI UX program, right? So you need one link of Intellipaat, and you need one link for the course that you are taking there. So you need these two links. Okay. And for people who have already done it, please join this Figma file, Figma Jam It Playground. And if you want to create your own page, so there is this divider. So we will come there. So you have to change this layout. Also, this is a new Figma UI. This is UI 3.0 of Figma. And then once you click on get verified, because I am Prantik, I am seeing myself. So if I log out, and then if I click on get verified, I have a page where I have to sign in with another account. So if I continue with my one more email ID, which I haven't given, let's see what happens. Yes, this is what comes to all of you. Let me grab this page and I'll keep it. Okay, together only I'll be sharing. So what type of, are you a student, educator, or administrator, right? So when you see this particular screen, you are a student. What type of institution? Choose boot camp or online program. What are you apply? Why are you applying for a free Figma education plan? Because I want to learn and grow using Figma. You can line. So this is the reason. Then what is your school name? So you will choose. There is a school name not found thing. Military. So if I search Intellipaat, school not listed is the option that you have to select, under S. Then school not listed, please specify the name. What is your school's website? This is the link of the website that I shared. And what is your primary field of study? UI, UX, UI, or interaction design. And this is where the course URL that I also shared. And expected graduation date, put it 1 year from now. All right, guys. Okay, no problem. 6 months is also fine, Swati. It might expire, then you put again the same details and put for another 6 months or 1 year. Figma is not critical, what I have observed. And when you are done with the course, put yourself as an educator, that I teach Figma, and then you'll get it forever. For an educator, you don't need to upload any invoice. Are you a student? Student. What type of institution? Bootcamp. This is the reason. School not listed. Intellipaat. School's website. Yes, Preeti. We will see how do you check if it is free or education version. I have taught just last class only with student license, people were using variables. See, mine is also an educator plan, right? This is not a paid plan. Variables, you can create variables here, and when you go to variables, and if you hit it 4 times, then you know your plan better, right? So you cannot even click variables, and you cannot see this thing. Then you'll be able to understand whether you are professional or free. So okay, so what exactly are you seeing instead of variables? Like when you're clicking variable, what do you see? Yeah, right now. Yeah, duration you can put 1 year and see how they take. Anyone who has put 6 months is okay. And check now what it is showing for variables. Okay, then open a Figma page and click on local variables. See, I will go back to, this is particularly this UX bootcamp. If you see, I have so many things, right? And then if I create a new team, this is a free team. See, test is a free team. Okay. And I am creating a new project. Project is already there. Team project. So this is a free Figma. In free Figma, also, if I create this is a frame, and if I click on local variables, I can still create variables. Free plan also lets me create variable. If this is what is happening with you, then you are in the starter team of your paid plan. Okay. So now I also have education license, but I am seeing this. But in this particular file, I'm not seeing this. Why? Because this is the free page of a student. So let us understand how Figma gives you licenses. Okay. It's different from Adobe and all. Figma doesn't give you license for entire Figma. It gives license for only a team. So this test one is free. UX bootcamp. This is education. Figma is education. So when I click on this, so I have two education plans in the same Figma. Once I am here and I open any single file from here, there I'll be able to see my actual license. Okay, you can check. Just go to this drop down and check this tags, free guest. So this is how you can check your license. I will check who asked. Okay, many people are getting it done. Great. Basudev, I think you have mic access. If not, done, right? Perfect. And duration you can put, and by the way, URL is okay, right? Everyone is done with the URL and graduation date, right? The educator license for folks, then we can move along with the class. Perfect. So if all of you are done, then can we move to the next part? In school part, okay. What should you put in the school part? What is your school's name? School not listed. So put the school not listed, then write the name of the school, then put the URLs. What is your school's website? Intellipaat website. Search in Chrome, and then you'll be able to see this website. This is the link. Okay. So in the once, if let's say, you know, this mentor Prantik is my account. Say I'm logging out, right? And I am getting this one. You're getting this thing, right? You can log in with browser, and then you add the details. Open the desktop app. See? Yes. Now this account should be added here. If it is not added, I will just do, you know, like whoever is asking, can I add 2 accounts in my Figma? You can keep on adding multiple accounts here. So you can click on add account. And then here I'm going to change it to check your inbox. Now I think there is a separate thing. So you have to check your inbox. And check your Gmail. You will get a link. Then you approve it, and then you add it to Figma. So I have done the same thing. Log into your Figma. See, now it gives me this thing. Login as Mentor Prantik. Open the desktop app. Open Figma. Yeah. So now this account is added. So you click on add account. It will tell me go to browser, give the details, and then it will bring that account here. So next time, let's say now I close Figma, and now I again open Figma, right? Next time that account is already added. You don't have to do it from browser again. Okay. Now I will in the file. Okay. Okay. URL of the course that we are having, go to Intellipaat UI UX. If you search, you will get the course details. This is the course details you can add. Yes. So when you open Figma, you have to be in this particular home page of Figma. And then when you click on this drop down, so this is where we should learn about how Figma gives you licenses, whether you have educator license or paid license or what kind of license. So in this drop down, you will see your license here. See, free, edu. If I click this test thing, if I change it, and then if I go to the drop down, you will see education. I have two education plans, one guest plan and one free plan. Yes, upload the tax invoice PDF in receipt section. Okay. So yeah, Sahil, if you have EMI option, any receipt will do. See, Figma is not critical when they look at the uploads that you do because they immediately give you access. So Figma runs on trust. I think that is their business principle. They are not critical about all those things. Okay. So, and also guys, in Microsoft Teams, in Zoom at least, there used to be thumbnails of us. So I'm just seeing all the placeholder thumbnails. Maybe all of you do not have a Microsoft account, I guess, right? So when you joined, you didn't join with your Microsoft account, I guess. So ideally, I mean, you will see small thumbnails of human beings, which keeps it engaging. Okay. You can check if you can do it. Okay. So by the way, so this is how you check your licenses. So now are we all aligned with this installation and setting up stuff? Mobile app also, are we done? The license part? Everyone sees it white border, right? So this is from this question mark, you can go to the new UI. So a lot of changes, not only UI, lot of UX changes also happened in the new UI of Figma. So whoever was asking, I missed your name. No, Basudev, I shared the course URL and school URL separately. If you see, just in Google Chrome, search Intellipaat, you'll get the intellipaat.com link, then search Intellipaat UI UX, you will get the course URL. Clear? For everyone. Yeah. So, sorry, who was asking about the license thing having a problem? Oh, yes. So, you are not able to see this drop down or what? Yeah. Only so, which are you are not seeing anything, right?
Yeah.
Because you haven't created any team. But if you have got the educator plan, you should be able to get one thing. So can you do create new? And then create new, you can try a test team, test free, and then create team. So that creates, you can skip for now. You can choose the starter screen. Okay. So this is how the test free. So you are you able to see this free tag now? Are you able to see the free tag now? Yes, I agree. Yes. So if you have the free tag, anyone who has not able to go to the professional plan, click on the free tag. And from there also you can request for a student license by clicking on upgrade to professional and then select that I am a student, right? And then next is review. And then you can agree and complete your upgrade. So that immediately makes you upgrade to a education plan. That's how you can get multiple education plans also. You cannot see my screen moving. Achha, you have completed it, right? So open the desktop app, just quit it and open it again. And then we are taking too long to set it up, but it is important for setting it up. So we have to little bit cooperate, Ansh, because many people are not from having Figma. So it's important. Others will run and then majority of people will be left behind. So this is also, we have to be empathetic about everyone. But then once everyone is onboarded, we'll have a consistent pace about it. Okay. So folks, we will, yeah. So you can click on the YouTube link that Ansh has shared. Then you have an educator's plan. Congratulations. So we have to learn this new Figma, the way Figma changed Figma, right? And there is one more change which has happened recently. If you see this design, this is an island design. Island design means that when I'm zooming in and out, no, you will see the screens behind these things, right? So that means these are all floating panels. Everything is floating on the UI, right? And there was extremely bad feedback that Figma got regarding the floating panels. So what they had to do is they had to connect them like the previous UI. So this is a usability testing, user feedback, user research example. So previously, can you see they are all connected, the left and right panel? Is there any gap? No, right? But in the new UI, you will see that there is a gap, right? It's an island design. So let us start from the top. The extreme left thing that you see in your browser kind of a thing, this is the home. This is how you go back to home. And inside home, whatever plan you have, after all the long discussions, most of you should have the education license. What we have is, this is called a team. I have so many teams. One of the team is free, one is education. Inside a team, we have projects. So basically this is a project where inside this UX bootcamps team, I can create project. So projects are basically folders. So when I open a folder, there are files. So these are all my different files, which, you know, for all the batches that I've been taking, they are called Figma Jam practice files, like this, here and there. Okay. And from here, you can go to a drop down and you can create a new design file. You can create a Fig Jam board, or you can create a slide deck. So Figma has currently introduced something called slide deck. We're going to learn that also. And you can import. So when you click on import, sometimes you can import files like images, sketch files, PDFs, lot of things you can import back to Figma. So from here, when I create a design file, so it's an untitled design file which starts. So this is a file which has no history, nothing. So what we have to do is that if you see here, this is the name of the file that we just created. Let's call it our first file, right? Like this. And the one below that you see, this is Figma Jams long session. So if I click Figma Jams long session, I will go back to that particular like folder, right? Or project. So if you go back, you will see these are called projects, right? So inside a project, if I create a file, then that stays in that file, right? So now if I go below, I'll see first file here. I can again click it and it will go back to this one. So this is how they're interconnected. This is how we store files inside Figma. So is this more or less clear, everyone? So naming the file, just double clicking, right? And you can add some things, you know, which, oh, this is not a Mac, okay, emoji. Yes, so if you are in this particular team, which is the education team, in the education team, which is in my case, it is called UX bootcamps. Let it load. Suddenly it started loading. Maybe the Figma update just hit. Okay, so in my team UX bootcamp, I can create a project like this. So let's say this is my batch 8. Continue. So everything that happens inside, add people to batch 8 who can edit, and then I'll just do create project. So that creates batch 8. Inside batch 8, I can create files. Getting it? And now when I go back, I'll have batch 8. I can go back and I'll have batch 8 as a project, inside which there will be files. Clear? Okay. Now I'll have to click this and delete it, because, you know, and then it deletes the project and one file forever. Now the file that we created here, which is called our first file, there are some important things to understand in this dropdown. So in this dropdown of a file, so in Figma is not like Adobe Photoshop. See, like not the online version of Photoshop, but the downloaded version of Photoshop. Figma is in cloud. That means Figma is like Gmail. So when you start typing a mail in Gmail and then suddenly you close the browser, then you again come to Gmail, it's saved in draft, right? And then let's say people who have worked in Photoshop or Corel Draw or Illustrator or Blender, if you have forgotten to save the file and suddenly there is a power cut, what happens? Gone. Control S is one of our most go-to shortcut.
Yeah.
Make sure that the file is saved. But in Figma, the file is always saved, right? When we're talking, the file is saving. Every second, the file is automatically saving. So wherever you left your file, it is saved. Now, let's say you are working on your desktop app and then there is a power cut. Internet is not there. So it will temporarily save the file in your desktop. And as soon as the internet connection establishes, it will update the cloud. The file is never gone. Okay, no need to do Control S. First thing. The second thing here is that there is something called version history. So version history means as and when, if I click this version history, you will see there is no version here, right? It's a completely it's a full-fledged experience. Let's say I have started working on a poster in Photoshop and then I want to go back to my first design 6 months back. I want to see who all see in Photoshop. It's less of a collaborative platform, but Figma is a place where currently in this particular file, you can see 40 people are in this file and you can see their mouse moving here and there, right? 40 people working in the same file at the same time. Sometimes it can be 1,000 also, right? You can build the entire world in Figma. You pull in all the designers of the planet. So there is no limitation to it, but it's not like Photoshop. So let's say, someone touched my design and someone made changes to this gradient. I can catch that person. I'll go to my version history and I will see, okay, see currently someone is making changes here, but we have to understand when so many people are working in the same file and what time the changes were made, I can see. And if I click on the file that I started sharing at 8.2, I will go back to my version. This is where I started with this color and this is where it went eventually, see? So that means there is no risk. Nothing is getting deleted from your file, even if 100 people are working in your file. So is this concept hitting everyone? Right? So this is called version history of Figma. You can see who all worked, but who made the change, it will be difficult to find out. So if you're an inspector or if you're a detective, you'll find that, okay, so you can go to this version, you can go here and you can restore this version as a separate Figma file. And then you are detaching everyone from that file. So if I click on restore this version, then you will see this version gets changed into this particular version, see? And then, so basically now my Figma went back to this particular version history. See, it will reload now. So whatever those people, whatever changes they have made, now it is taken care of. Okay, guys. So, I mean, I am not a police or inspector to catch all of you, but you can be easily caught in Figma, disturbing other people's work. Okay. So this is one of these cool drop down things. And then we have this add to sidebar thing, because see, now we will be meeting quite frequently, maybe 18 more classes. So every time if I have to find this file, I have to go to my recents and then I will see this Figma Jamit playground. For your case also, this will be the situation. But see, these are what? These are files or projects or teams. What do you think? What are these? And when it was edited, how many people are in those files? You can see. These are the metadata which you see here. But on hovering on each file, you can see a star, right? So when you click this star, see what happens. The file is added here. That means, let's say I want to refer to this file, I want to refer to the let's build design system file, and I want to refer to the let's say the Figma design system file. See, so these are my hot files. If I have to switch between these files, I'll click on build it in Figma, then I'll come here, I'll click here. So this is a very, very important best practice for handling Figma files, right guys? So now in this drop down, you'll see sidebar starred. So either you can remove it from here. So now add to sidebar, it's showing. So when I go back to my home, see one of them has been removed. The second option is I can go to this, sorry. Second option is I can right click and I can say remove from sidebar. That doesn't mean I'm deleting it. Okay. I'm just, this is a bookmark. Are you getting it? Like this. So I can star stuff. I can unstar stuff. Clear everyone? Right. Now, we in office, we have an enterprise license. Our team is not an education plan, right? It is a paid plan. Lot of dollars being spent by companies. There, like start, we can create different sections also. Like a domain, let's say Google Drive is a domain. Google Drive, then Google Keep, then Google Meet. You know, these are different domains I can create and I can save the files respectively. This is for file organization that I'm talking about. Okay. So now let me just close these things, not required. But in this place, in this thing, now which particular project is this file linked to? Who was listening? Figma Jams long session, right? This is the project, right? Project name is this. What if I want to move this file from this project to some other project? Cut paste doesn't work here. So we have to go to the drop down. We have to go to move project. So I can move it to all the projects that I have. I can move it to Intellipaat theory or student work or let's say Figma, anywhere. Whatever projects I have created, I can move it. Let's say I move it to case studies or Intellipaat theory, move. So what happens is that in my this particular, the project view, this is a project view. I can see it like this. I can see it like this. So Intellipaat theory, long sessions, these are all different collections if you see, because sometimes I take Figma advanced classes. So this is a collection where all the batches where advanced classes are taken. These are the initial 2 days. So I keep it in Figma bytes and I share some case study tips in this case study section. And so basically now I moved it to Intellipaat theory. So I can go to the theory part and this was my file, right? So I can right click and I can move this file back to Figma Jam long sessions. And it is removed from here to Figma Jam long sessions. So this is how you cannot do cut paste in Figma. Clear everyone? Or drag and drop in Figma. So now is it hitting all of you? Like the model is a little different from creating a folder, cut paste, saving file, moving file, creating folder, same things. So the jobs to be done is same. Making sense now, guys? Our jobs to be done is to not cut paste. Our jobs to be done is to organize files. People used to do it when computers were not invented also in physical files. Now also they do. So when we keep the jobs to be done in mind, Figma has solved the jobs to be done like this. Windows has done it something differently. Mac has done something differently, right? Everyone has their way of getting the jobs to be done, which we understood from Make My Trip example. So, okay, right? So now here from this drop down, we can see add to sidebar is something which is really handy. I do it quite often. Then create branch, don't get intimidated. We'll do it later. Then duplicate this file. Let's say all of you are working here and I am scared that you will be, let's say you are shy. You don't want to work in this file. You know, what will people think if they think about my idea building? What would they think? What am I building? So just duplicate this file. So the entire file will be duplicated. Just we'll cover the drop down section one more thing. So yeah. So now if I duplicate this file, what I get here is an exact replica of this file. Okay, why is this? Oh, I think maybe someone loved playing with gradients, but it's okay. But I get a duplicate version of the same file with all the pages, everything inside the file, right? Like this. So I can now do whatever. So if you want to keep so when you look at this particular thing, I mean, we duplicate a file and then we have everything for our own. So here, if you see, do we see all the other members that we see here? So this is a public file. We have created a private file by duplicating it. Okay, guys. And now if I don't want this file, I'll go here, I'll delete the duplicate because I don't want to mess around with my folder structure, file structure. And then rename already we learned, move we learned, duplicate. Yeah, that's all. So that small part on the top is about this. This is a canvas application. We will talk about our, all these other things. I mean, we are in the version history thing, hide version history hides this thing. We will talk about the other things after our dinner. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Click on this minimize UI. So you get to see the entire canvas. Okay. And now we will talk about navigation, moving things around and all those. And then we'll get into some basic stuff which you can practice. Then we'll be back. Yeah, we'll create a project, archive project, and we'll move all the files to the archive project. So we'll create a project called archive. Okay, let's see if it is downloaded for me now. So you want to download it and then organize it.
To keep it in a cloud.
Oh, okay. So what happens if you click on export? Oh no, not export. Save file only, file, and then if you have save local copy. Okay, it's still downloading. Let it save partial file. Say I have saved partial file, right? So this is a fig file, and then when I save it, then I'm able to see it as a figma.exe file. See, like this. See, this is how I'm about to see it, figma.exe. So now you can rename it and all those stuff, right? So you can click here, you can rename it to, let's say, project 1, right? So you can organize it. These are all fig files. I'll cancel it. Then, okay, I'll close it. And then I will import a file. So if you go to this long session, create new, let me see if this import works. Import from computer, and then I will go to my music and project 1 fig. So I will go to a project and then only I'll import a file. Now you have to import it from Figma. It's not that ESD link. Yeah. Okay. Do one thing to check. So you want to check whether you have the right license, na? So see, below it is written, this team is for education users only, right? You can see a blue message bar, right? So that means this is a education license. Exactly. You can do whatever you could have done by paying $12 a month now for free. You can do conditional prototyping, you can do variables, you can get dev mode, all those things. So folks, we just talked about this drop down. This drop down is a very important thing, guys, to move stuff, to go to version history. So this is how you go here, you hide version history, and from this drop down, you basically rename your file, you create branch, which is a very strong thing in itself. We'll learn later on. And we have this duplicate, which is an extremely useful feature. I do duplicate a lot of files. So when you join a company, you will find a good file which your colleague has worked on, and you don't want him to see you moving in Figma. So that's why you will duplicate it and you watch it silently. You will observe stuff from there. Okay, then you can move file from one project to the other. You can delete files. That's it. Now then comes two important things here. One is file and one is asset. So let's put a pin on assets. Like assets we will cover later on, but assets are something to do with design systems. So have you guys heard about something called design system? It is a very big buzzword in YouTube and every places. Have you heard about design systems? The new UI of Figma lets you import design systems, Google design system, material design system, the iOS design system, and something called a simple design system. Now, why these things are important, we will learn that when we start building components, we'll learn more about these things. But for now, let us focus on something called file. So in file, there are two sections. So the basic structure is that there are pages, right? So like PowerPoint, one page, but only this page is like a canvas. It's huge. Like I can draw something like a rectangle here, and I can, for Windows, I can hold Shift and Alt, and I can make a copy of this rectangle, and I can place this rectangle over here, and I can zoom out, I can click my mouse, the middle mouse, and I can make it move outside, and then I can see that, okay, there are two components or two objects in this particular screen that I have created. So it's a canvas thing. It's kind of Illustrator, whoever has used, right? It's not like Photoshop that you get a page with a constrained dimension, not like that. The concept is like Illustrator, but in Illustrator also, you don't, I haven't used it for a long time. I don't remember if the concept of page is there. I remember there was a concept of one canvas, one file in Illustrator. But whoever has not used Photoshop Illustrator, no need to have FOMO. Okay, you are using Figma, which is a different tool, which has different like perks. So each page, basically, why do we need page? What is the jobs to be done of page? Let's understand. Basically, I can write a cover page like this, introduction, and I can write something like my research, right? This is something where I can write my insights. I can write my information architecture, right? So basically, each of these kind of becomes my playground. I can keep on making information architecture iterations. So in small, in a zone, like I'll show you the scale of this particular frame. If I open a frame like this and I can zoom out, you'll see it's huge, right? An iPhone 14 is of this size in this canvas. So I can really make, hundreds of screens here, like that. Control D is how I'm duplicating. And these are my first versions, more iterations, more variations, some feedback, second version. So this is how in a page, lot of screens appear. Because as a user experience designer, we deliver like a fast food restaurant delivers food. We deliver design solutions through screens, right? A fast food delivers through food. So this is how we basically keep on creating, these kind of pages. So let's say these are like designs, and then we need a space to think, right? Because design is not like, okay, let's make a good design. Suddenly we have a frame and we have a good design and we are out of it. We will do a lot of dirty iteration. Dirty iterations are basically messy iterations, right? So for that, we need to segregate the pages. So Figma has a nice way. When you click on this plus, a new page is added. When you do minus minus and you hit enter, see a divider line comes in, right? And then I can create a page and say that this is my my graveyard. I have seen people calling it graveyard and all. Graveyard of ideas, because these ideas never flew. I mean, these were ideas which we discarded. So I'll drop it here, graveyard. And these are like references. I did competitor study. So now are you getting this feeling that, okay, I am creating a lot of individual pages in my Figma, and I'm getting graveyard, and I'm getting whatever I want to, write. These are kind of my names. So consider the similar analogy is PowerPoint. PowerPoint, we have one slide at a time, and we can move slides up and down in PowerPoint. Yes or no? We can move. Yes. So let's say I want to bring information architecture or designs. I want to move here. I can move information architecture here. I can move graveyard here. Wherever I want, I can move. But unlike PowerPoint, it's not a flow which follows. It's really organic. Out of all these pages, suddenly you will feel like, hey, all these things are nonsense, not making sense. You can multi-select, right click, and can do delete 4 pages, right? Or what you can do is that you can right click and you can say, you can hold one of these and right click and you can do duplicate page. And then you say information architecture final. So it's also, if you look at it, it's kind of small folders we are creating, right? Mini folders inside a file. These are like, okay, so that you can, what is the jobs to be done? to organize stuff. These are all the experiences that Figma built to organize stuff. Clear? Now, this is all about the left pane. So left pane, anyone has any doubt? This is where you most of your time the mouse will be here. So any doubt, anyone with the left pane? Or we are good? Yes. So I will select any of this page and then select plus. So immediately after it, a new page comes, which I should rename, right? So I can leave it, or I can come back, double click, minus, enter. Okay. And then you can move the divider also here and there. The divider also you can move, and the divider you can delete, or the divider you can duplicate and then bring the divider here. Very flexible, very nicely thought through. Because before dividers were introduced in Figma, I used to do like this. Figma noticed it through user research that people are trying to create divisions between two sections of the page. So Figma introduced dash enter. Such a nice user experience that they used. And first time I discovered, I was, oh, finally I don't have to make it like this. Right? Okay. So what else do I have? So, so now this is all about the left pane. Very easy. The most amount of brains we added here, right? And there is a small drop down here. Now, what is this thing next to Figma? Now, this is where all the menus and things are hidden inside. Preferences, widgets, plugins, vector, arrange, lot of things. But we don't go here often. We don't have to go here. So we will go here slowly to set some preferences and stuff as and when required. Not required now. Now this is the first floating island, very powerful component. Now the center component is the creator component or the toolbar. The first one is basically to move stuff around, or you can hit V. Second one is to have a hand tool. So hand tool will move your stuff like this. And then we have a scale tool. So scale tool will help you scaling, or K. But let us look at the second one, which is frame. As soon as we select frame, we'll see, okay, so many devices are already there. So do I get iPhone 16 Pro? Really? Or 16 Pro Max? I'm greedy. So as soon as I click, see what happens. So where this doesn't look like iPhone 16 Pro Max, right? Don't get upset. This is the resolution of iPhone 16 Pro, right? 440 956. Now, what is 440? What is 956? Anyone knows? Right? It is not centimeter. It is not kilometer. It is not millimeter. It is pixels. Because we are delivering in a device resolution. iPhone 16 Pro Max is powerful, but it doesn't have infinite resolution, right? It is not a vector phone. It is a raster phone. Images are coming there, sitting there in some real estates. So these are all plots of land. I mean, if you zoom to a really high level, and if you go to view, and if you go to pixel view, that's when you should see. I mean, you zoom out, I think you have to go to pixel grid. Pixel grid. Can you see the squares now?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So these were 440 horizontally. 440 small squares sitting horizontally, right? So as a UX designer, you are filling these pixels with meaningful solutions to complex problems, and you're getting paid, right? So this is what a digital designer does. That's why many people call them pixel designers. Now I have got iPhone 16 Pro Max. I can click on frame and I can click on iPhone, or let's say Android compact. Okay, different resolution. I can click on F to quickly go here, and I can click, let's say desktop and MacBook Pro 16-inch, right? But what if I want a resolution and I don't see it here? Everyone heard about 1920 1080 as the full HD resolution, right? Quite, yes. I mean, obvious. But do we see 1920 1080? No, not a problem. We will hit F and we can draw whatever we want. this doesn't look like 1920,080, right? And it is evident here. So I will click here 1920, enter, and here see, instead of typing, I can scroll it, see, like this, or I can type it also 1080. Now Figma has an inbuilt calculator, so throw your calculators, because let's say, so this is my 1920,080, but I am feeling sad because you know the names are so nicely written here. MacBook Pro 16-inch one. This is frame one, so we'll name it as 1920,080, just like how we name. So this is how you name a frame, rhyming. Now this is my frame, and let's say I want to use it for some storytelling. I don't need the 1080, but horizontally, which is the width, I need twice of 1920. Who can do the maths immediately? You can do multiplied 2. Sorry, not cross, multiplied 2. Okay. You can do division 2. Right? You can do 540 plus 340 minus 120 into 34 plus 6. I think it dashed. Okay. Sorry. 540 plus 340 minus 56. Yes, it can do complex calculations also, like this, right? And on the right hand side, you can see something called constraint proportion. So when you have constraint proportion on, and if you scale it, you know, like let's say I have 1920, 1080, right? 1920, 1080. Now in the same aspect ratio, what is aspect ratio? 16:9, 4:3, right? It's a ratio, aspect ratio. So ratio of this and this, if I want to keep the ratio same, but change it, so I'll click this keep constant and I'll make it 1600, and then the aspect ratio is kept same and it is reducing to 1600, 900. Clear, everyone? Right? So this is how we play with frames, right? And we can take whatever frame we want, and this is how we move the frames. And if I hold shift and alt, I can make copies. When I'm making copies, it is going to take the distance from the previous one. So if I want to make sure that, you know, I will have 500 pixel gap between these two frames, this is the X direction. So I can move it like this, or which one should I use to move it 500 to the right? Should I use a calculator outside Figma? Plus 500, right? So easy. So because I usually try to keep my screens organized, you know, in a predictable way. So now when I make a copy of this screen, I'll get a pinch at 500. And now when I do Control D, all my screens at 500. And I can group select and group copy. Now I also want the vertical distance to be 500. So I have to slowly touch it like this. It'll try to consume all the frames. So be careful, you know, like this using your mouse. And vertical 450 minus 500, because it is down, plus 450 plus 500. Now the next group that you copy, it will be 500. Automatically it will take it. See, I have created an array of frames, and when we work on a daily scenario on a project, our screen density looks like this. Now we will learn about some basic navigation pattern here, which is if I hold this frame, any frame, and let's say I want to look at this frame, I want to work in this frame, I will do Shift 2 to immediately go to this frame. Shift 2. Okay, guys. So on the now this will connect us to the right hand side. The right hand side changes based on what I select in the canvas. If I select a text, it'll let me change the typeface. change the size of the font. But because I've selected a frame, these are the things I can do with the frame. Chalo, color of the frame, I can change. Any frame, any color, I can change. Let's make it something like this or this. Okay, perfect. I can add corner radius to the frame. So this is corner radius. I can change the corner radius of the frame like this, rounded. I can type absolute values like 24 or something. We use a lot for making internal storytelling. Frames with corner radius rounded makes it look good. Then if we click on the independent corners thing, I can make it cornered on the right top. Yes, I'll show you, Abdullah, everything related to color, we'll see. So, on the left top, but I can choose different corner radius for different places. Okay. Like this. Okay. So this frame has corner radius mixed, but I can make it back to sharp corners like that. Now, when I select a frame, a blue line appears across the frame, which we are seeing now. But if we click outside in the gray area, nothing is selected. So what do you expect Shift 2 will do? What was the jobs to be done of Shift 2? So nothing is selected. So Shift 2 will fit whatever is there in the screen like this. So it becomes immensely one of the most strongest keyboard shortcuts in Figma. Let's say now I'm going to 1920 this frame, Shift 2, and I'm changing this color to blue. Click outside, Shift 2. I'm jumping here, Shift 2. I'm changing this thing to something else. Clicking outside, Shift 2. All of you are getting the rhythm? So I have 1920,080 frames, right? 1920,080 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 64 frames. And now I am navigating from one frame to the other, the blink of an eye. Now this particular frame, I can make it 100 corner radius and make it little gray like this. Shift 2. Okay. Again, I'm holding something enough of flat color. I want to manually add the color. If you want to manually type the name of the color, you can choose the hex code like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Unfortunately, this was the color. If you put 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, it is white or black, black. If you choose F, 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 it is white, right? But now I'll click outside, Shift 2. Now let me go to this frame, Shift 2. Here, if I click on this white thing, as you guys saw, I can add colors from here. It's pretty straightforward, right? No brainer, right, guys? Like this. But let's say I want to add a gradient color. So I'll choose the gradient, the second option here. And I can choose the direction of the gradient like this. I can choose the second one and change it to this or something this. Okay. So this is how you can play around with gradients. Shift 2. Now you can see how you are experimenting with backgrounds of your poster or whatever. Because I am focusing on only one, I am not getting biased by other designs. I am focusing on one blank canvas. Now I'll click this and let me just go to Google and let me just go to unsplash.com. Unsplash.com, have you guys heard about? Royalty free, good quality images, right? So scary images coming, but let's go to architecture interiors, right? And we will see a lot of architecture interior things. Now in Unsplash, there is a Figma plugin also for Unsplash, but let us try to see let's say you had an image which was locally available to you. Let's say this image which looks beautiful, right? I'll download this image for free. Okay, this image is downloaded. Now I'll again click here and I'll download this image for free. Save image as, okay, AVIF format, save image as PNG. Luckily I had a Chrome extension to download these high resolution images. Okay, save images as save, done. Now in my Figma, all I was doing was adding color. Okay, so we learned about colors, we learned about gradient, right? Little bit of gradient we'll learn. Gradient is a vast subject, right? But we will just touch on high level things today. We'll not go too deep into each feature, just have an overall hang of this thing. Okay, and then if you click on image, you can upload from computer, from your downloaded images, and you can choose the unsplash image, right? Shift to, okay, so I can select the next one, or the, let's say this image, this frame, shift to, again I'm showing fill color, image, upload from computer, image. Okay, now look at this fill section here. The fill section has the image here, right? But what are these plus minus things? So let's understand the fill part of Figma. If I do add, I added what? A solid color. I can add a black color. But why is the black not black? Because of this 20%. So if I change it to 100%, what do you guys think? What will happen? Whoever has, like, visually, what does it suggest you? What will happen? Entire thing will be black, right? So if I make it 90, see, yeah, opacity, right? Can you see the windows? Without specs is difficult. See, without specs also now you can see. But what if I want to make the sky black to fading? What should I do? Yes, one setup, right? So we'll change the gradient direction like this. So you can see the gradient is this black. When I select, it highlights here with a blue color. See, 100%. This black is 0%. I can make this black also 50%. It need not be 100. Okay. Now let me add one more color. Now this is also a flat color. I can choose some kind of a greenish tint to it, bluish tint, right? I can increase this opacity to, let's say, 60%. Makes sense, guys? But this is a red image. Technically, from a visual language point of view, maybe making it red will make it pop, right? Because red family will marry with each other, 40%. Okay, now whatever we have done, so I think we have significantly learned something about this, the color thing. And you can also, this thing is called a gripper in UX. You can change the order. See, now it is much better, right? That the gradient is coming on top of the red. So people who are new to design, or they are seeing it for first time, please let me know if I should go slow. And if it is clear for all of you that things are sitting on top of each other with different degrees of transparency. Is this making sense, everyone? Perfect. Why are we not putting the image on the frame? So you don't even need masking also. You can just put the image on the frame. So we have the images downloaded, right? And what is the background of this frame? White. In this particular example, let's say I use this eye icon to hide the colors. So this is the image. No matter how hard I try to move the image, I cannot move the image. The image is hard coded into the frame. It is the frame. But another way of bringing image in Figma is, there are two ways you can bring, and each one of them are used heavily. So if I go to file, and if I go to place image, and I go to my downloaded image, and now I can bring it here. I think this frame was also selected. File, place image, this one. See, huge image, but this is easy to move around. You can bring it, you can scale it by holding shift to make sure it is proportionately scaling. If you miss to hold shift, it will become like this. But look at the difference with Photoshop. In Photoshop, the image would get distorted like this, right? I have taught many people Photoshop. For newbies, they were not able to understand that they are distorting the image. I'm not sure how many of you have felt who learned Photoshop. I am exaggerating the windows. The windows are not doors, but people messed around. I have seen fourth year architecture students also in my time. That time the sensitivity was less. So people will distort the images like this in Photoshop. Okay, I have to fill this space. Nah? So they will put an image and they'll fill it like this. Oh, I have to make it narrow. So Figma knew that this problem happened. So what they did by default is selecting the image. The image has multiple ways of appearance. The default one is called fill. So with fill, what happens is that now this image is already distorted, so the fill will not help. But if I show you the place image again, and whenever an image is brought by default, even if you are not holding shift and you are making it smaller, see the image is not getting distorted. Is it? Image is automatically scaled or cropped from the sides, but the image is not getting distorted. This is a window, so your empathy for a window will be much less than a human face, right? Because we are human, our empathy to human faces are much stronger. So if we look at portraits, imagine a portrait getting distorted, and in UX you are bound to use human images, right? You will have cars, you will have list items, a lot of examples. You will definitely need to have human images. So let's say I decide that, okay, I'm going to use the image of this lady. Right click, copy image. This is the third way we are adding image to a Figma canvas. And I'm just holding this frame and doing Control V. Same way it is getting added. So no need to do place image and all like this. Place image is when you have something in your windows, in your computer. Otherwise you can copy and paste directly from browser. Now imagine you can drag and drop also. So let's say I have this this music folder, download folder, this image, drag and drop also you can do. Drag and drop also you can do, copy paste also you can do, place image also you can do, whatever you are comfortable. But now this image, let's say I want to make it squarish. Is she getting distorted? Let's look at it in a different frame. I'll do Control X, select the frame, Control V. So it is transferred from one frame to the other. Other way of transferring objects from one frame to other is when you when this object is inside a frame and I move the frame, the object moves with the frame, right? But if I move this thing outside, see, when my mouse goes outside, see, it is taken outside the frame. Now the frame, the bond has been broken. Now they are separate entities. If we put it again inside, as soon as you see this blue outline happening, so this happens wherever you hold the mouse. Let's say I'm holding the mouse here, or sometimes it's a different proportion. So when this thing comes and enters inside, you get a sign of this blue rectangle forming, which says that, okay, I am part of the frame now. Okay. Now transferring from one frame to the other, simply like this. Again, I have got a sign, right? Blue outline, like this, like this. So this is how things are moved from one frame to the other. Or Control X, select this frame, Control V, and move it inside. Drag and drop. So now it is inside this frame. Now, if this image was set to crop mode, and now if you want to make it rectangular, this was the problem in the time of Photoshop. How many of you have seen this kind of distorted Photoshop images in local barber shops and local restaurants and all? Welcome to Dash Fast Food Center. Because there is a lack of sensitivity that they're distorting the image. For them, they have to fill the vertical space. That is their jobs to be done. So Figma knew this problem. They added this condition called fill. Aadhaar card, yeah. Poor Aadhaar cards. Whenever someone reminds about Aadhaar card and you remember your own image, it's a really embarrassing moment. The previous voter cards were even better, I guess. They compete with Aadhaar cards, they will win the black and white ones. Yeah. So the this way, let's say this image is vertical. Even if I make it horizontal, the image didn't get distorted, right? Now this is a very, very, very important concept of Figma of how to maintain proportion of images not getting distorted even when they are scaled. And we will see this thing in future things, in future examples. So I think we have learned a lot in all these scattered frames here and there in this graveyard file. Our graveyard, it actually looks like a graveyard, right? The metaphor was actually, I just made it up, but now it looks like a graveyard. So, okay. Now what happens is that suppose you come to this file, the older file, and you have these colors. Now there is a T here. So as soon as I hit T and I hit here, I can write, let's say this is Mexico. I will write Mexico. Now I will show you a graphic design principle, which is contrast. Contrast is created by color, by size, by their appearance. So if I hit K, or I can go here and click scale, I can immediately change the size of the text to this, right? So I can write Mexico all the way like this. I can even make, so when I hit, I have to get out of this mode of scaling. I will click outside and then I have to hit V or move. So when I hit V, now you will be able to look at the typeface, enter. Okay, you can look at the different typefaces that Figma is offering you, right? So you can go here, you can choose so many, right? Mexico or Julius Sons, something like this. Okay, let's select this one. And then if I have to bring it down, I can reduce the size from here like 450, but I'll be again and again, like sometimes 450, sometimes not 450 or something like that, right? So what I'll do is that I'll keep it like this, Mexico. And then I will make a copy by Shift and Alt, and then welcome to. So this one, I will hit K, make it smaller. I'm building up something. I haven't thought about the design, but this is what I want to end our class for today, is that you can build stuff from a single frame without much knowledge of Figma. You can choose typefaces like this, enter. You can write it like 36 size, welcome to Mexico, something like this. Or if welcome to looks too small, you can put K and you can scale it up a little bit. You feel that this font is better. So now I want to copy the font style from this to this. So it's a huge chapter and we'll cover it tomorrow. But you can actually do copy of property and right click, paste the property. Now the font is matched, right? So I think this is bringing some tension here. W and M, welcome and Mexico has a lot of similarity. So this is where visual designers, they get some hint. They're like, oh, okay, now I can see. And it happened in a serendipitous way. I didn't plan for it. So now what I'll do is that I'll move welcome, and maybe I will copy it. I'll right click and I'll do flip vertical. So I have W, I have E, and this one, maybe I will delete. And from here, I will write C like this. Now this WE and the ME, they are my hero, right? Because I am trying to build some connection between them. This welcome to Mexico kind of a thing. So as a visual designer, sometimes you just find these small hints inside, and then you play around with it to build some cohesive thing. So you can think that, okay, I can also see C and O, but a lot of spacing will be added. Maybe I will hit WE and I'll choose a color which is red and bright red or something like this. Welcome to Mexico. So this is how we will play around with it. I haven't thought about how to do it, but this seemed like a similar visual language. Okay, so, or we can say, let's change the caption. Why don't we write that this is a slogan called We Mexico, right? So We Mexico is a brand that we thought of creating. See how I am doing it impromptu during the class, and the ideas are just popping in the brain. And this is what happens when you practice a lot, and then you feel these vibes that, okay, let's call it as We Mexico, right? And let us just also get this lady. I mean, this lady doesn't give the right vibe of Mexico, so we'll get some pictures of Mexico, and maybe we'll write Mexico. You can say, let's say, flag of Mexico, and we'll just get here. What did we learn? Can you please show opacity in pictures? Yes, we'll see that also now. Copy image, and we are here. So we'll do Control V. We'll bring it down. See, I'll put it here because this is kind of the branding, right? We Mexico, and we'll just put it here. See, I can zoom in like this, Control and scroll your mouse wheel like this. I have a mouse where the scroll wheel is really soft, so I can zoom in like this, even in a Windows computer. Mac users, absolutely, it's much easier there. So I'll put the flag here, We Mexico, and then for a graphic design composition, you can just make it that, annual design conference, right? Annual design conference, and look how small I'll make this guy to be. So you have seen sometimes, this is like a poster design that I'm trying to show all of you with the limited knowledge that you have. Don't think the knowledge is limited. The limitation is only in the brain. So I'll make it into a 2 font structure. I'll make it inter. So like annual design conference, we'll try to make sure that all alignments are left aligned like this. Okay, perfect. We Mexico. And then we'll bring another typeface here. We'll say October 15, 16, 17, right? Like this. And this is like U is the annual, or we can make an U initiative, European Union, sorry, we'll say designers collective. Now, like we learned about frames, something for all of you to practice on your own is, and we'll see tomorrow, is rectangles. So when we have so many things in a frame and you draw an object in the frame, this is a shape rectangle. It shares so many properties which are same as we saw in frames. Do you see it similar? Color, gradient, image, everything. So I can make it, white, corner radius, similar, right? Or different? Similar. I can change the color immediately by holding I and choosing a color like this and bring it here. Now these two things, if I have to change the order, I mean the white is behind it and this is in on top of it, I can do right click and do move to front or bring to front like this, designers collective. I can even hold this and increase the corner radius to a level that it looks like a button or something. Now, in order to experience the design that we just created, V Mexico, what, and then this V, I mean, this is where design iterations happen, that maybe what we can do is that this V part, we can make it so much overlapped that they can touch each other. See, this is where the beauty starts happening, right, guys? When you actually merge them, it looks like a reflection of V is Mexico. And then like if you want to experience this design, you can click this. So everything is hidden. I can select it, shift 2. I can experience it, but this panel stays. I think it's a bug. Both of them needs to collapse like this, but still it can see bits and pieces of it. So you do control backspace, control or backslash. That's when you make it UI free, just to see the design, like how we are saying now. Absolutely. Think around it, make your own taco. I mean the V Mexico. You can think around it. But now you're seeing, right, how we iterate and create designs. I had no idea Mexico and we will connect. It just connected. Maybe today was my day. Tomorrow it may not connect. I have to find some other things to connect, right? So the typeface is your control. The design is in your control. The image is in my control, right? Now this map looks like a huge piece of thing. So control backslash. I'll go back and I'll hold this. I'll make it small. I will add a little bit of a corner radius, let's say 8 pixels or 4 pixels. And if you want to play around with the opacity of an image, just change the opacity here, 70%. Okay, Mridula? So now let's say I'm working on some kind of a campaign, control backslash, and how to see every single frame in the screen. How to see every single frame in the screen. Shift to shift to, right? Yes. So small visual design things are alignments and all. So we are going to select these things. We will hit the middle align thing. So it's aligned and we'll bring it down. Another thing is the right alignment. So we will select these two and we'll hit right align, right? And you will understand that, you know, the gap between this and the right side, you know, so the gap here and the gap here is not same. That's why we are going to learn auto layout and all later on. So to answer Manoj, that 24 is a huge size for web. 14 is the readable font size that you read in medium.com and all. So not a problem. It looks small because you're seeing the screen in this small resolution. In this size, it's absolutely fine. You can properly read it and it'll be even bigger than this. So we'll talk about text sizes and what are the industry standards of text sizes. Okay, but this is our first day's output. As a take home thing, yes, absolutely. We will also leave, it's late. So as a take home assignment, just go to Pinterest and search for this particular link. And this is a little complicated link, but we'll just find something which you can do with images, right? Let's say we'll just take something UI UX design thing. Okay, Let me just quickly find something which you guys can practice tomorrow. Okay, this one. This is a good example. Take this link in Pinterest. You will get similar suggestions, right? You'll get similar suggestions. You can try to get all these images, but try to rip off the same design as you see here, right? Another example is this. With whatever knowledge, corner radius creation, pill creation, whatever you have learned, can you also try to create this one? These are the two things which you can try to create in the Figma. Go to this, go to your section. This is the shared Figma, the one that you have. So in this shared Figma below, like see, people have created page 110 to 102. So I'm going to delete all these things. But what you can do is that you can create a page, move it below. See, Chirag has created a page, right? Many people have created pages here. So create your own page and bring the designs that you are exploring, the two links that I've shared, just bring it here so that tomorrow if you want to share, we can see it and start our class. Make sense? Yes. Mexico, yes. The surrounding space. So we will have to use guides and other things, auto layout to align it. So there are ways to align these things. We will look at it eventually, but great call out that what do we do if we have a space like this? And this space is coming from the typeface, not in our control. Some typeface may have more, some may have less. Like you can make it as a, you can outline it as a stroke and then you'll see it like this. So what do is that we will put it under a auto layout frame and it will be tight, like hugging it. So we'll learn, we will learn eventually. After there is no need actually to resize it, if you ask me, because the thing that I'm showing you right now, right? This thing, see this one you can transform it like this, but select oh V is not also not hugging. This is also not hugging. V also takes, right? Both of them are same thing. So the left alignment will not be a problem, right?
Sir, earlier you have write something, so it will hugging the text.
Because different typefaces have different things, right? That's why. Different type. This is typeface control thing. I'm telling you, this is of least concern to anyone working in Figma. Oh, show you with auto layout, it is not a problem. People will use rulers to align them. But otherwise, there is no way Figma can do it. Yes. What is, which tool Apple is using? So that's what I'm saying. Use Figma and forget everything else, because wherever you work, you have to use Figma only. So try to find way arounds of these constraints that Figma has. That's the only solution.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
So this is one of the examples which I frequently use, which is called pageflows.com. This is a paid thing. This is the link, right? So I have a membership. Okay. I had, it seems like I had. This was during my Microsoft days. Okay. Yeah, still working. So this particular page, this is kind of a encyclopedia of current products, and it doesn't have anything like why they made the product, what was the product. It's a simple repository of screenshots and videos. So what happens is that in this product, if you click on travel, uh, this is an interesting thing which is related to today's model 4 and 5, that eventually we will work as a UI UX designer in the industry, right? So industry is made up of different companies. There are different kind of companies, like there are product companies. Now what is a product company? A product company is a company which has created a product. Can you name a product company? Can you think of a product company?
Yeah, Flipkart.
So product companies can be of two types. One is an established product company, one can be a startup, right? Established product company means they already have customer base. They are making money. They are past that struggling phase. They can spend money on you without sucking your blood. Like I'm being little brutal here. Like you get to work on very niche areas in big tech companies or big product companies. But in a startup, sometimes you have to do everything. You have to do research also. You have to do UX also, UI also, animation also, poster also, everything. Because the team size is small, but the growth, the learning opportunity is a lot more in startup. But the risk is also high because every time they are looking to get, they're securing investments, they're securing funds and all those things. So what you see here, so all the product companies that we were just talking, Netflix, Spotify, Microsoft, all those things. So they have products under different domains, right? So Spotify is part of which domain? What do you think? Entertainment, right? So entertainment is one. Is there is even niche which is music. Music is a domain, right? So music and audio, if you go here, you are going to see Spotify. So this is a domain. So as a UX designer, you are learning you are a general surgeon or you are a general physician. Whether it's stomach upset or whether it's headache, you have cure for everything. You are not a cardiologist, but there are some labels that get attached to you as you progress in your design. Like if you work, do you know two type of industries, B2C and B2B? So what
Yeah.
is B2C? Business to business. So can you, like Spotify is a B2C or B2B? Spotify
B2C.
is B2C. And let's say Uber. Uber is B2C or B2B? Yes. So there are these complexities. B2, B2C, B2C to B, B2C, right? All this kind of things also happen. But if we look at Monday.com, have you heard about Monday.com? Monday.com is kind of here and thing. So Monday.com is an extremely nice product, excellent product. So Monday.com is a B2B product. And so Monday.com is coming up. Have you heard about HubSpot? What is a B2B product? So B2B product, and then there are B2C products. There are B2B products, and then there are enterprise B2B product. Have you heard about enterprise B2B product? You have heard, right? So enterprise softwares do what? So this thing will give you a high level understanding, right? I'm not sure which company all of you are working in, but you may have heard about Workday, right? Workday.com. So Workday is a enterprise management cloud related to HR. Then there is ServiceNow. ServiceNow, if you have heard about, ServiceNow is an enterprise software, cloud software for service industry. Now we do a lot of B2C thing. Amazon is a B2C thing. So Amazon is also B2B, but Amazon in the B2C context, we have ordered a product, but then we are not happy with the product. So we call those people. There is a person or AI or chatbot which talks to you. It resolves that problem. So Airtel is, let's say you take about your broadband. You took a broadband from Airtel. It's a B2C deal, right? But then so many calls Airtel will receive every day, right? Internet is not working. Speed is slow. So that is taken care by service industry. So service industry is a huge industry and service now is the leader of it, right? So why am I talking about all these things? Why are these things relevant is because you should know the territory where you are about to enter as a UX designer. So if you look at service industry, look at the experience of a service industry. Like this one, for example, I'll just try to, yeah, let's look at this one. Now look at a service industry UX. yeah, let's look at this one. Okay, it may look the resolution might be little less, but not a problem. Look at this experience, and then look at this experience. Which one is scary?
Spotify.
This is not at all caring. It is brutal. Look at the amount of complexity in this screen. Look at how this is a path tool, right? See, I have worked in B2B enterprise for last 4 years in Microsoft in Salesforce. It is a tough line for UX designers. Qualifying through it and knowing about the entire world of enterprise UX is a huge problematic thing. And say I have worked in the sales industry for like service, sales, marketing, HR, finance, right? These are all enterprise domains. So when we are working on these things, the fundamental knowledge of UX should be there, but absolutely domain knowledge you need to survive in these industries. It looks good that when people come to UX design, when they start working on UX design courses and all those things, they think life will be beautiful, like they say, oh, on hover, the play button is jumping, AR Rahman, right? They think UX design is like Uber. Uber is also not scary. Uber is really nice, right? Cute and nice, very to the point, very nice thing, minimal, right? And then look at Airbnb. Airbnb is it's kind of Oscar level UX, one of the best, superbly done. So if you get a chance to work on this kind of a product, then it's a boon to get that chance. But when you start looking out in the industry, because see, we are taking a step from this day. There will be a day when I will tell all of you, best of luck. I wish all the success, right? That day is 15 December. Now we are here. So if you do not know the place where you're about to say goodbye and then enter, then it's not fair, right? You should not come to know about this surprise on 14 December or 8 December. You'll be like, why didn't you tell us on day one? And no matter how many PPTs I walk you through, the PPTs don't capture these real life challenges that you're going to face. So when dealing with such complex interfaces, there are why B2B industry is a lucrative thing for startups. Do you know? Because B2B things are made like Lego enterprise things. So what happens is that people can buy a startup and integrate inside them. Are you getting it? So like HubSpot, if you say HubSpot acquisitions, you have heard about acquisitions, right? Someone getting millionaire is the good thing, right? Someone does acquisitions. So see, these were all small startups which HubSpot did an acquisition with. And then HubSpot became more stronger. So the reason I'm telling all these things is that the page flows basically captures screenshots or experience details of all these things. Let's say I go into cryptocurrency. You can get a job in cryptocurrency industry also. Sorry, someone's microphone is on. So here, let's say you work on a cryptocurrency, or let's say you work on fashion industry, like you work on Nike or some other company like that. So the core experience artifacts. So in advanced Figma, we learn about some of those things. But uh, let's say I click on Newton, cryptocurrency Newton. Then what you find is that general browsing in Newton. And then when you click here, you will find that this company has captured one screenshot for your reference like this. Some of them will be detailed, some of them will be landing pages. But what it helps you do is that stay on top of the entire industries, entire domain, entire type of flows. If you look at it, has classified it into user flows for all, for desktop, for mobile, right? And you can look at all user flows and you can look it through a flow lens. Like what if I have to do kind of a pinning experience, right? These are all experiences. So if I have to do a pinning experience, if I click it, then I can find, oh, pinning a message on Slack, how do they do? Pinning a story on Medium, how do they do? Pinning a message on Discord. So when you click these things, you will see that it has a recording here, right? So without installing Discord, you will see that, okay, I can click here, then I can pin message, I'll get a pop-up and I'll do yes. And this is how the notification comes. So it is really small, but finally as a UX designer, you are getting people to do jobs to be done. So what you see here is a flow. So this is what you guys are supposed to create. You are the solution. We keep on saying that as a UX designer, you are problem solver. You will solve problems. So the problem here is that what if I want to refer to a chat and I can quickly discover the chat while it's a long thread? So the solution, one of the solution is to pin. So how do you do that? You do it like this. So let's say you click on one of the person, there is lot of chat going on. You have to tap one of them, and this is something which is called a drawer, and the drawer comes out, and in the drawer, these are called actions, and I can choose one of the actions, pin message, then it asks me if I have to do or not, and then I click on something, and then it gets pinned, and I come to know through a notification. End of story, you get your salary. So like a sweet shop will make jalebis. That is the delivery, right? You paid money, you get jalebi. Here you are getting salary, or you are getting commission, or you are getting your freelance fees. You are delivering the solution of a problem through this. And why Figma is important is because if you know Figma really well, for creating this kind of a solution, you might take 2 hours or 3 hours, just like that, right? And then the way the trio works is that you are a designer, there is a product manager who came with the problem, and there is an engineer who is going to code it. So this is a partnership. You are one part of the triangle, you are one side of the triangle. So you give a solution like this solution, and then the engineer says that, oh, the way the software is built, we cannot do it like this. And then you make another solution. And then the PM says that, oh, this solution is not resonating with the customer. They cannot discover it, right? Then coming to the second part, let's say you three of you come to an agreement and you delivered this as the final experience, right? And I'm going to play it again. So you'll see taps goes to level 1, right? Taps, and then this thing comes. So maybe you have delivered it, right? So we call it shipping. So a software is an evolving creature, like how evolution happened for every living organism. A software also keeps on evolving. Every time they're evolving, right? These are called releases. So all of you have got so many notifications about your Android update is there, your iOS update is there, right? Why do you get these updates? The softwares are always becoming better and better and better, right? Every release after every release. So let's say you ship this thing. Now, how many of you could intuitively feel that this is how I have to pin? Is it as simple as saving a post in Instagram? How many of you felt that I have to tap on a reply to pin? Did you feel intuitive? What did you guys feel? Yes. So in the customer journey, did you ever felt that for pinning, I have to tap it? So this is a solution centric answer. But if there was a questionnaire to you, Tarun, and you were asked, did you felt to pin you had to tap it? Did you feel that intuition? You know what I'm doing currently? This is UX, this is validation, this is usability testing, what I just did with all of you, right? And I captured your thoughts. And then why did I do that? Because in order to design it, a designer took some time, let's say a week, let's say total a week's work, right? Engineer took a month to code it, then it got shipped, it went through approvals, and then every software has a dashboard. In the dashboard, every feature is tracked, like how many people are using it. And then in the dashboard, the data came that the pinning adoption is really, really low. This means what? That no one is using it. So let's say you have created an amazing bread and you have started selling it. You have a bakery shop and you created a mixture of a bread, a healthy bread, which no one has ever thought of, but you're not able to sell it. So is it a good investment? Because you spend a lot of time making it, it's in your inventory and it's a food item. So it's beyond doubt, it's a wastage of money that you happened, right? You had to
Right.
invent the bread, right? So
Right.
this is where again the same project might happen. So now all of you can feel, right, that it's a loop. So there was a problem. The designers made few options. The PM gave some ideas, some business aspects. The engineer thought about the technical feasibility, and they strangled, they shipped it, and in the dashboard they came back after a month and they're like, oh my God, it's not working, right? And then the leadership is that you have to improve the adoption of this thing. Think about other solution because there is an investment. When people invest on something, they need in return, they need something. Yes or no? Just like that, they cannot ship things, right? Huge money, huge salary, huge office spaces, breakfast, lunch, dinner, cab, out offsite, so many things, they need something out of it. So that's why, if you see, it's a continuous iteration process. And there is no one to blame. Without shipping it, no one would know whether it will work or not. But still, based on past experiences, based on borrowing similar patterns, we can ensure that if it has worked for Amazon, it might also most probably work for us. We can borrow good stuff, we can experiment on new stuff. So the when we are coming to this conclusion as a batch, as a team, that okay, it's an iterative process that keeps on going in loop, in loop, in loop like that until it is shipped. So you can see here on the top that the whole Discord experience, there are chat experiences and all. So the reason I like page flows, it's only 7,000 rupees a year, is because anytime I can open this and it's so much to learn because the entire effort of a PM, of an engineer, of a designer for months, I can capture it in 3 minutes, right? Let's see, the video is coming up. See, when you look at these things for UX designers, observation is also a very, very important thing. So what you see here is a very different kind of a messaging experience, right? Like the navigation is vertical in the left. And then you are having a conversation. This is how Discord works, right? And then you go inside, and when you tap it, look at all the minute details that are also happening across. Look at how many types of black is used in the interface. Look at the amount of spacing it is used. Look at the different type of sizes that are used. Look at, how why something is bold and little bigger than this one. Why this thing starts with a small s. Why this is capital. Every single detail, if you look at it. Why this joined button is not in the colored state. Why there is something called an invalid invite. There are so many things to learn. And this is a huge feature thing that has been delivered. The chat experience. Usually people will take 6 months to deliver it. If you look at this entire experience, I'll be just quiet for a minute. See, so many things. And this is where the novelty or innovation, there is a huge innovation here in this level, which happened just here. So I think here at this level, not the pin message one, I think before this. Yes. See, isn't it something novel? The way the threaded interaction is shown, right?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
It is not usual. This is not how we are used to see it. And so many things use chat. Teams use chat. In Teams, right? Who wrote? Sanket wrote, yes, sir. So if I say Sanket and if I do reply, hello, look at the chat, how it happens. See how Teams did it, right? And how Discord did it. So there is a pattern of threaded conversation where the thread, you can, and also on top of that, in a multi-threaded conversation, you can also reply, right? So even though Discord is a B2C thing, But there are some complexities and novelties which needs to be figured out, right? And look at what was happening when there is a plus, there is a gift box, there is message thing, right? And when you started typing, see what happened. Okay, just look at the details. When you clicked on plus, what happened? I will go slow. Plus, see, immediately this view all camera commands, something came like this, right? And you can go here, you can use lot of, these kind of features, / features, right? Nitro gifting. So in a way, it is, the essence is that these are all complex flows. And in the industry, the solution is not that easy and straightforward. Because of this whole thing, the things are continuously changing and evolving. There are always need of UX designers. It's not that a UX designer has worked on a solution and it's done and dusted. It's never done and dusted. It's always evolving. So that's why we will move to our next section here, which is called Agile methodology. So Agile methodology is this process, if I show you this, the Agile trail, like, yeah, let me get, this one. So this is exactly what we were just discussing. Agile best practices. The image is in a not that good resolution. Let's see if this is good. Okay, open image in new tab, like this. So project goes through increment 1. So this is what? Requirement. So a requirement is given by whom? Whom did we just talk about? PM, right? Product manager actually, right? So usually who becomes PM? MBS. Sometimes designers also. So product managers PM comes here, right? And this is the part where the increment is happening. We will not say that only designers are doing increment. And if you look at it, actually the resolutions are really bad. I will get a place, example where, yes, this one. Yes. So the plan comes from PM, then you guys design, then the developer develops, then the researchers tests, and the developers also test. This is the quality check, and then it gets deployed, and then testing happens or the review happens with customer, and then again, and then it gets launched. When it gets launched, this is a place where customer feedback is carried. All those adoption problem that we discussed, everything happens in this place. And then again, plan, design, develop, test, deploy, review again. So this keeps on going. So these are called sprint. Sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. This is how, and every team like thinks about or decides the sprint duration. Someone is like, okay, we'll do it in 8 weeks. Someone will say that, okay, we'll do it in 6 weeks. So depending on your Scrum teams are what? Scrum teams are basically the developer teams, like the engineering group of engineers. So usually in the industry, I've seen one designer is to one PM is to 8 engineers. So the demand of engineer is this much. The actual task, who are building, they are the engineers, right? Who are coding this stuff. So 1:1:8 is the size of the team that works. So this is agile methodology. Now, when it comes to design, let's double click on design. How do you design? So this is where so I'm basically covering our both model. This is the model 4 and model 5. We will jump into these documents and we will just check if I have missed anything. Okay, like that. So now we will double click into the design part. So design thinking process this is kind of a way through which people can feel comfortable that, okay, I'm going to design like this one. So design thinking process is that, okay, first you empathize with your user. If I say that you have to design an experience for let's say Zepto delivery boys to give them incentives based on their good performance, right? So who is your user? So, but the people who will give an incentive, if they are getting, let's say, take the example of a known thing, Zomato, right? So Zomato, have you seen this thing that, add tips to your delivery boy, right? There is a
Yeah.
part in the after you place order on the checkout that, add 10 rupees, 25 rupees, 50 rupees as a tip to the delivery. Who is your user here? So for the Zomato one, who is your user?
I mean, end user is us, and
Hmm.
through their UX, they cater to two people. Like one is their delivery partner, but then they are also using the delivery partner because we are the final end users. And yeah, so end user is going to
Right.
be us. Yeah.
So basically they are trying to give extra commission to their delivery folks through you. They are not giving it.
Right.
Zomato, there is no expenditure, right? And we don't quite often use it, right? Because already Zomato is adding GST and they are adding convenience charge. Food is already overshooting. So, but sometimes we do. Let's say it's raining and the delivery boy has still come on time. So, uh, what do you feel that, when you are empathizing with it? Let's say I am a delivery boy and you, you will interview me, or let's say four of you in this group, you are the users of Zomato. Whom will you interview? Users of Zomato, you will interview. And what kind of question do you think you will ask? So we are, let us focus on the exact small problem of giving incentive.
Incentives.
So only giving the tips, you are
Okay.
doing a research. So because Zomato is such a huge universe, there will
Right.
be partners, right? There will be
Hmm.
delivery boy onboarding. There will be a network of so many things. Zomato is a universe. So if we just think about that is a problem, and then you are applying design thinking, then you are going to, and let's say you are a design agency or a freelancer, and Zomato has told you that you have received, uh, let's say Zomato will have data, right? If 100,000 orders are placed in Zomato, maybe only 10 orders gave incentive to delivery boys. They will have a data, yes or no? They have the checkout experience, right? The checkout experience, whoever tapped it, that is the data. So in Zomato's dashboard, Zomato will see 5% people only pay tips, right? And maybe they are also seeing that a lot of churn is happening. Churn means the delivery boys are quitting because they are not getting enough incentive, right? So Zomato has got this, initiative, the PMs from the founder of Zomato, that we need to fix it. So what can you do? And many times it has happened with me. I'm not sure if when you do an interview with me, I will answer. What kind of questions can you ask? First, go to that thing. How will you empathize? Let's just stay in this particular thing. How will you empathize with your user? What kind of question do you think you can ask? Was the food delivered on time and in good condition? Okay, so let us again iterate. Our problem is to solve the tipping problem. People are not giving enough tips. So how will you start? What kind of questions you can ask? Right. This is exactly like we are now talking about the we are trying to dig deeper into. We are trying to go into the shoe of the user who are placing order. That so the question. This is a questionnaire formation thing, and I think you guys already had a research session, right, with the IT professors.
Right.
Right. So you have to do this kind of a like a questionnaire. You have to ask some questions. You have to dig deeper inside it. That how often do you put a tip while placing an order? Now, an important part of empathizing becomes, yes, why you think a user should or should not tip. Yes, exactly. So when we are trying to solve the problem, we have to get inside the brain of the people who are part of the problem, right? Otherwise, you will not be able to solve it. We can just not start it in Figma. That okay, let's add a flashlight here. Let's have a dancing hippo, something which will attract them and they will put tips. Something. We cannot do that. We have to go into the brain of the user. And then, yeah, we can ask why do they tip the delivery person? Yes. Why do they tip? Why do they not tip? What makes them feel like they should tip? Right? Because, yeah, tipping culture, yes, cultural aspect, right? Then delivery boy's profile. Yes. So the empathy part, maybe I'm just creating a hypothetical scenario that the empathy part will give you ideas that people are not connected to the delivery boys while they're placing the order. They are 90% they are on top of the food only, right? That is going to come. When you see the delivery boy, you feel like tipping him. Maybe you see uh, b- someone coming sweating, right? You see that that person is coming, he's greeting you, he's doing something, he's showing. Like, I was in Bangalore one day and I ordered food at 11:30 p.m. And Bangalore, all of you know, right? The way it rains, it doesn't give you any notice. So it was raining. Suddenly it started raining torrentially. And the delivery guy, he kept, I was seeing in the map and I was thinking that he is waiting somewhere. I was not anxious that, he's getting late. But did he came totally drenched in rain and he gave me the food. I felt like tipping that point of time, but I could not, isn't it? Like the tipping ingress point is only while you place the order, not when you get the order. Yes, yes. And then, cash on delivery happens. So
Right.
there are ways to, you will discover a lot of things that will surface only when you empathize with your user, right? So yeah, a lot of things came into the chat. Tipping culture isn't there. Then just to know why aren't they doing it? Yes, we can show delivery boy's profile. Absolutely, delivery guys get salary. Mera salary क्यों हाँ, absolutely. Then we can have a better build profile of the delivery boy for our customer to be empathetic. Exactly. If they fail to tip, try to tip through app or cash in hand. Yes, short docu and video on app about delivery boys. Yes. So these, yes. So as we are discussing around it, we can see that a lot of points are coming out. See, initially all of you were little, you were thinking around it, right? Then what I am collecting here is primary research insight. Can you see on the right hand side? The research result is right next to you because I'm in a video call, right? Not a video call, a call. And I've asked a question. All of you are Zomato users, right? And you are sharing your insights based on a question. This is primary research. What else? Right? So we just did a primary research live in the class, and this is enough because in your portfolio, you have to quote Shruti saying, simple like how we tip in hotels if the if the waiter take care of us, we tip, right? The same here. Yes. So this is, what just Shruti said or what just Kohinoor said. These are called verbatims. So when you do primary research, you get quotations that I feel I am not connected enough to the delivery boy to empathize with him or her to give a tip. There is no motivation for me to tip that person. For me, that person is just a courier guy because I have paid for my food and that food is being delivered. Then I should be tipping the Amazon guys also. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. Delivery boy is also taking the salary and he is doing his job only. Exactly, Priti. So we have to capture that maybe this tip thing, the cut of the tip also goes to Zomato. Who knows? You get 10% of all your orders. That's huge, lakhs of money, right?
Right.
And how do you ensure that it goes to the right people? So it's a very wicked problem. And
Transparency.
just, yeah, and just looking at this problem, sometimes you don't have to create an entire case study project. Yesterday we saw case study projects, right? That beautiful project. This problem is a wicked problem. You can try to solve this problem through your whole heart, and it becomes a great project. And it's not only for Zomato, it becomes about the whole experience of tipping these people. And why do we tip? Why don't we tip a Uber driver? He's also driving for 2 hours, right? Through traffic. Why are we not tipping an Amazon guy? He is also coming in the same way as Zomato guy is coming. Someone is delivering you your toys or your accessories. Someone is delivering food. So, but there is this nuisance. I mean, the way they work, the struggle that they go through. Maybe they need. It's kind of basically, see, the companies are not incentivizing their actual. They're not paying them how they should be paid. and they are cutting everything from them, and then they want the consumer already, government is taking GST and whatnot, so much of tax, but then we should also take care of that aspect. So a different level of socio-cultural stigma you can discover through this empathize phase, right? It's not that simple actually if you look at it, and we cannot solve all society related problems also, we cannot solve at one point of time. So we may have to think that okay, it doesn't make sense, we should remove it, and we should have some value creation that the delivery boy can do in order to get it done. I don't know what value. Then we have to think in a different level, so that there is a intention from the delivery boys also to earn that tip, right? Maybe they're delivering it super fast, maybe they're delivering it on cycle, right? So yes, absolutely, Omega, we are overpaying also. So maybe the problem is not to solve the experience. Maybe the problem is to look at it from a different altitude. So now look at this experience that we're looking at. So when I tell you now that look at this particular thing, let's say here, when I am saying that that this particular line thickness should be different, I am talking at the grassroots level. So in design, what happens is design happens in different altitudes. This is a 0.3 feet altitude. That means I am into the pixel, right? But then the Zomato problem is at 3000 or 5000 feet altitude. So when you're trying to solve a bigger problem, it is not about pixels. It is about structure. It is about system design, right? So that way, different problems lay in different levels of complexity. And as a designer, sometimes people might come and tell you that you don't have to make a screen, but you have to work on a vision. And in the vision also, the same way how we saw this, we have to empathize with our stakeholders. Maybe our stakeholders are not real people. They are our business people. So first phase, as you can understand from our primary research on the right-hand side, a rich chat just happened with so many insights from everyone. So after we empathize, isn't it much clearer than when we started this conversation? Aren't we in a much better stage to feel what all of you feel?
Right.
Otherwise, we were going with what? Our own instinct, our point of view. We are not God. Our point of view is not enough. All of you in this batch and all of you in the Zomato ecosystem, customers who are ordering, they are our God. So we need to empathize with them to solve a problem. So what we learned in this whole exercise is that empathy space is so important. It helps you get out of your bias. I, as a user, I have my bias. I am not happy to see the convenience charge of Zomato. If Zomato had told me, do you want to dedicate a part of the convenience charge to this? Or if I was asked, if you tip them, your GST will not be there, I would have always tipped. Who wants to pay GST? Just giving my point of view. But if I go with this, single-headed point of view, then I may not be able to cover all of your expectations. So this is the understand the user thoroughly within the context of your design, design challenge. This is a very important phase. Now, after you do that, see, we received a lot of point of views from throughout the chat. We received a lot of point of views. So what do we do after we have a lot of point of views? Between this, or in this phase, we synthesize them, because not all point of views, you cannot address all the point of views. It's impossible. So what you do is that you define, okay, majority of people think that the tip thing is a wastage of space. And then not only that, donate 2 rupees to this charity. So many things. If you start booking a flight in Make My Trip, insurance, add this, lost baggage, they'll scare you. If the flight accident happens, accidental insurance also take. Then give 2 rupees to this fund. Oh my God, so many things. And after that, convenience charge also. So the same flight ticket, 5,000 rupees, is 7,000 rupees. And then later said, I'm letting it go that Now seat selection is a privilege, right? In flights, I have to travel a lot, and it has become like, okay, I'll sit in the middle seat only. Because the way, if I choose the aisle or the window seat 3 times, a flight ticket will come out of it. It's so expensive, right? So, all these things, all consumers, are they going to go through? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Sipriti is saying that, they take surcharge when it is raining. But that surcharge should go to the delivery boy, right? Who is taking pain during the rain? Zomato app is not under rain, right? Yeah, because their delivery bus is like, it's an order, you have to deliver. Otherwise, you'll find someone else. So yeah, so these are the things when, when there is lot of traffic, when the distance is a lot. Let's say you have placed an order from a very unique restaurant, and that restaurant is 30 kilometers from your place. No one is accepting. A delivery boy can say, I can deliver. I don't have much work, or I'll drive fast, or I know a route which will take me there fast. And if you pay me 100 rupees delivery tip, I can deliver. Because people who are foodies, they'll pay that 100 rupees, because that's where a fair exchange is happening, right? Let's say I'm hungry at 3 a.m. in the night, binge watching time, right? In odd hours, I will pay tips. So the tips should be contextual. In a bright sunny morning, suddenly I have to pay, there are 4 layers of fees you are already taking from me. The food was 200 rupees and I'm paying 340 rupees. And on top of that, you're asking for me to pay delivery charge. What happiness will provoke me to pay, that extra money? Why I'm so happy that I'll be, paying tips? No one is doing any favor to me, right? While I'm ordering. A tip is given when someone is fully happy, the content of their heart. So when do they get tips? Someone is playing a music on the street, they give tip. Wow, amazing. What a flute you played. So that's where, we define it in a structured way, that from all the primary research that just happened with us through chat or through real discussions, like, Sankit and sorry, the fonts are really small. And yeah, Srishma, so many people, you shared your thoughts, right? Uh, yeah, Anusha, so many of you shared the tips, I'm saying. Tips actually, but the tips for the tips. So all these things, when you synthesize them, you create some directions or define something. For delivery boys, we are going to solve problem A, B, C. For consumer, we are going to solve problem A, B, C. That's it. And then we also define that this is an actionable problem statement. Actionable problem statement means that by doing this, we expect this is going to happen, that the consumer satisfaction score is going to increase, the adoption is going to increase, or whatever, right? Then, because these are small experiences which will make people choose Zomato over Swiggy. When small experience artifacts are extremely human centric, then they win over the other product companies. Because when you order a butter naan from Zomato or Swiggy, is the taste of the naan different? No, right? Same naan. What is the deciding factor? Where is less expensive? Second, which one will come faster? Tips is not deciding, right? So many things happen during this define stage. Now, when we define, then we ideate. We come up with as many ideas as possible to solve the problem statement. So when in your case studies, yes, yeah. So when you look at this ideate phase, ideation happens in very rough level, because you don't know, which idea is going to click, right? So if you look at an artifact like this, and because UX is a popular field, so this is how ideas look like. Say, they look like these dirty pieces of sketches, right? It's okay. People appreciate it. Unlike other design field, this is what an automobile designer does. See, it's an extremely difficult skill set that an automobile designer does. So this is what an automobile designer does to express an idea This is what a UX designer does to express an idea. Which one looks easy? I should not generalize stuff like that, because this is a styling solution. This is a behavioral solution, right? This is a usability solution. This is an experience solution. So these things are called artifacts in design. Artifacts means, what is like an artifact of an interior is furniture, right? An artifact of an interior is curtains, right? So this is a deliverable, or these are some of the organs of an experience handoff. Like this one, this is also another sketch. Look at it, brilliant sketch. Enough. So it's talking that, okay, I have a search bar, I'll have some filters by categories, and I'll have a card. Okay. When I click on the card, okay, this is what I'm going to see. This is good enough. You don't need much time to create these ideas. It's only when you have clarity, then you can create these ideas. And in Figma, you are going to translate these ideas into UI. So what you see here, it's a low fidelity UI, which has the UX. So this is where we land into the ideation phase. And typically a lot of ideas are created. So when you are sharing your portfolios, your interview team, they want to see your ideation. So when you have these kind of sketches, then it makes them feel that you have gone through some kind of decision making, or you just not have selected this design, which was your first design. I'll share some experiences of interviews that I have. Sometimes what happens that in interviews we give, right? And we deliberately ask that, okay, make it high fidelity, use an existing design system, something like that. So sometimes the handoff, the design thing that the designers present, they are like this. They're like this, you know, three screens like this, and nothing else in the Figma. And then we are like, how did you create it directly? Where is your playground? Even in this fidelity of high fidelity UX, you need to you need to do some changes. You need to play around with, okay, one option like this, other option like this. You need to take some decision. So be little mindful about this aspect, that in the industry, people don't appreciate direct result. That, okay, so in your portfolio or your case study also, if you remember that case study that we were discussing yesterday, Behance, fitness and growth. So in this case study, we'll see she has given a hint of her low fidelity ideation. So it's going to come here, and I will also open another portfolio to show you. So the same design process that we're talking now: discovery, validation, research, prototype, test, UI design. This is the design process, right? So here, if you look at this particular experience, Narendra Modi BJP Connect, problem, empathize, right? Insights, this is what? Define. And this is what? Ideation. Clear? This is a real example of that design thinking framework, right? Some high level problem, Zomato tipping not working, empathizing happening, 5-day workshop conducted, and understood all the pain points. If I just write down all the thoughts that, all of you have added in the chat, I am pretty sure I will cover this much of post-it. True? Any one of you can do that, right? And then you have to do some connections. You have to do some groupings of thoughts that you're collecting. And then qualitative interviews. So these are some interviews that happen. Out of all of you, I may choose 3 of you to have a deep conversation for 1 hour. And then I'm going to define, okay, this is the synthesis of the research. Okay, these are the things that I understood from the research. And then this is what I understood from a user. And this is where I worked on the concepts. So this is a low fidelity concept. You can easily create in Figma. And then this is the final solution. So what is the difference between this one and this one? Only the fidelity. So we call it low fidelity, we call it mid fidelity, high fidelity. And these are all prototyping. So we'll learn prototyping and mid fidelity, low fidelity, everything. See, this is how the interaction works. So what you just saw in this experience, it is the same thing, right? Like let's say onboarding, this is exactly the same thing that that person has done. It is a real product. What she has done is a Figma prototype. So what you see here, you click somewhere, it takes you to other place, then you tap something, you add the details, and then you click next. So if you just observe it properly, you will understand that, okay, this is how a user journey looks like. This is user journey. User journey for onboarding looks like this. These are the milestones he or she has to go through. There is no option. Either they can take the route of email or they can take the route of mobile phone, the phone number. Okay, this is how you verify, right? And this entire thing that you just saw here, this designer has created it here. For each of the design solutions, she just have a small write-up and the idea. Now, this person worked in Microsoft, now she's in Google. That means the portfolio is validated by them, right? It's a great portfolio. Please check this portfolio. You can benchmark it in terms of storytelling. Very simple, not overwhelming, easy to do, right? Like this. And this is a B2B part of the application where dashboard comes, the dashboard that I was saying, and then usability testing, testing result, project learning. That's it. Crisp and nice project. So coming back to our design thinking framework, when you do a lot of ideas, then you do prototype. So prototype also you understood. Whenever you see something is motion, it's showing clicking, 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 it's prototype. And after that, when you have the prototype, you test it. So how do you test it? You test it with things like this. So there is a tool that we are going to learn, which is called Maze. That is the last part of our whole course, where I guess all of you have installed a mobile application in your of Figma in your phones. So when I'll share the link of the test exercise with all of you, and when you click it, then it generates this kind of a heat map. It says that where are you focusing? Are you missing the clicks? Are you able to perform the job? Are you able to go where I want you to go? Because it's basically, see, it's in an urban landscape. Let's say you are asked to go from your house to the nearest shopping mall. Then you will go from your house, you'll come out of your apartment complex, take right, then the left, right? Then cross the flyover, then take another alley, then you go to the left, then again right, and then you reach the supermarket or the mall, right? So you basically navigate through roads, through cycle or bike or car or Uber, right? In user experience, it's also same. You have to reach a destination, and for that you have to go through it through lot of clicks. And if I blindfold you, then if you are in the road, and if you are in a road like this, I'm taking the example of Maze Runner, then you will not be able to come out of it, right? You will not be able to. If I put you through an experience like this, then you will feel lost, right? You will be always inside. You'll be like, oh my God, where do I go? How do I come out? So that's why if you look at our Connaught Place thing, it looks good, but it's very confusing, right? Connaught Place. So this circle, there are so many roads projecting from it, right? Every corner looks same. Without a GPS, I'll never be able to come out of it. But on the other hand, if you look at Chandigarh city, that one that Lake Orbishier created, Chandigarh. Chandigarh city is created like this. It is created by an extremely famous architect. This is the planning of Chandigarh city. See, all roads are 90 degrees like this. That's also a little bit confusing at places, but still there is no, I mean, the roads are not like snakes, right? Snake roads are, see, rivers can be snakes because rivers are naturally created. But when your roads are also snakes, then you need navigation. So that's the same thing which people do in user testing. In the testing, we test for navigation. We test for like some tasks. Let's say I want you to place an order. I will give you this task. Go from this page. Can you go to the product listing page? Can you find the camera product? Can you add this product to your cart? Can you check out? Direct, direct instructions are given. And then out of 8 of these things, when you will do it in Maze, you will see, this is the Maze usability test results. It's superbly amazing how the test result come out. This is how the test result comes out in Maze, which we will learn. See, this is a sample test result. Off path, sorry. Yeah. So off path, 4.5%, success rate 77%, bounced 18%. So when you have average duration to complete this task, 7.4 second, misclick rate 77%. Isn't it amazing when Maze does it for free, at least for one test, and then you get a informed result? Okay, that's why. Okay, then you design again. So that is the reason in design thinking, after test, can you see this arrow? Can you see all these arrows? So why these arrows are coming up? And look at all these examples, design thinking examples. From here you go here. From here, from any place, you can go to any place in design thinking. Design thinking is not a natural, it's not a linear process. This is an example. From here you go here, then you go here, then you go here, then you come back, right? Then you again go here, then you go here, then you come back. Again you go here, you can come back to here, you can come back. Basically from any place, you come back to any place when you feel like it's not working. So design thinking is a non-linear process like this. 5 stages, but the stages are like this, but it can happen that you can create a prototype first, then you test, and then you come back to ideation. Also possible. So just to make all of you sure, the design thinking process makes it easier for us, right? Because sometimes we are like, I don't know what to empathize with. Let me create an idea. So that's where I am not sure in your research models with IT professors, did you learn about evaluative research and generative research? Did you learn about these things? Did you learn about, okay. So just a very quick note. So there are some researches. So this is kind of a UX research method, this thing. I'll share it. Yes, double diamond also will come. That's a way of ideation. So this is one of the links. And then there are research frameworks where, if I look at this is also a nice landscape. But there are some researches. So there are some examples, some researches which are done to generate ideas. So those are called generative research, not generative AI. You can do it with generative AI, but generative research is when you generate ideas, and evaluative research is when you evaluate ideas. That means you check whether the idea is good or bad. So for generative research kind of a thing, you may have to do the prototype or ideation first, or do some ideation prototyping test, and then you loop here, and then you empathize with your user, then you come back. It's like that. So design thinking is this process, and that's why you will look at a lot of portfolios, they break it the way they moved in the project. So whenever I open any portfolio, you will see that they have added a process path, right? So let's say I go to this food bakery paradise, right? And I think this guy didn't add anything. Case studies, Behance, proper nutrition also. I'm not sure if he worked on it. So as you can see, it's not a mandatory thing also, but people add fit life. Let's see. Yes, look at this. So what this person did is that he even went into the granular level. He did user surveys, user interviews, jobs to be done. Yesterday we discussed customer journey map, spelling mistake, Kano model, information architecture map, user flow, prototype, user testing, UI design, UI kit. So this is the UX part. This is the UI part. So this is a really nice timeline view which shows how much time did you take to do the project. What was the UX part, what is the UI part, and what is your contribution in it if it is a combined project with your team members, right? So yeah, so we covered this thing, which is this, which is the, and also you guys said that you were already taught the double diamond method. So the double diamond method is also, there are two diamonds. So basically you diverge, converge, diverge, converge 2 times. There are triple diamond models also. So, but whatever is the model, follow the process that sticks to you. You can start sketching immediately after getting the problem to go deeper inside the problem space and then create some, go with your instinct first. Go like as if you are a user first. And then you take a step out and then try to learn about the user. If you miss this part of empathize in your design case studies, then you will be marked, you'll be labeled during the interviews that you are not customer centric, that you don't care about your customer, right? So you should talk about your empathize part. You should talk about your define part, ideate part, prototype part, and test part. So these are some fundamental blocks which you should fill in your portfolio thing. Okay, now we talked about agile, we talked about design thinking, we talked about the way the distribution of members worked in a team. So a lot of things we asked. Introduction to UI design. I think we have fair amount of understanding of. So interface element is something which we will cover during our UI deep dive. This is the day when we will cover it. Introduction to UI design, UI elements, right? But overall, if you want to understand, when you look at all these experiences, they have some elements inside, right? There is a button, there is, two types of button. There is a field where you enter something. Then there are drop downs. So these are all elements. You can consider them as they are like Legos or building blocks to create any experience. And luckily, there are not infinite amount of elements. So we're not changing stuff every time. We are using those elements only which looks different. But a button is a button, whether it has a rounded corner or it has a flat corner, whether it is tall or whether it is short, like that. These are all elements. Then choosing interface elements like buttons, text fields, checkbox, radio button. This is something which a designer chooses. Yesterday, when we saw the Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Yatra, all those examples, we could see that Make My Trip solved the single trip, round trip through what? What was the element, if you guys remember? How did Make My Trip solve it? So basically the same user problem can be solved through radio button and drop down or tabs. So as a UX designer, we choose the UI elements to solve a problem. This is what it is talking about. So yeah, so there can be different navigational elements, informational elements, which we have to choose while creating the designs. Then wireframe is something which we discussed in the ideation stage, how we saw the portfolio, how these are wireframes which are created, because wireframes are easy to create. They're easy to create. You can create it in PowerPoint also. You can create it in a piece of paper with a pen also or a pencil also. So wireframes are created because you can immediately churn lot of ideas around and then you can go into the high fidelity. So this is what says that, before design, you need wireframe. Then, so then also information architecture. Information architecture is a very important part of user experience design. And information architecture is basically how, so I look at it like this, that whatever product you are designing to interact with information only. Look at Spotify. So we are interacting with information. Here the information is audio samples, right? These are all audio information which we're interacting with. Netflix, we are interacting with videos. YouTube, we are interacting with videos. We're interacting with texts. So all this, whatever you're doing, the information architecture decides this is an information architecture of a card. That, okay, this is the information that should come here. This is second level of information. These are called metadata, which will come and sit here. This information is going to sit next to it. And as a UX designer, we put some dummy information usually. Later on in these containers, the real information comes and sits. So when Spotify was created, Spotify never knew that Ranveer show is going to be here. So they created an information architecture where these kind of information will be rendered. Image, data, these are all these macro or micro informations which will sit in this space. And that's what something, which designers take care of. And not only that, this is a very granular example that I gave, but also in which page or which surface, what information should come, how we are navigating from one information to other information, all those things. Yeah, we will absolutely learn more about prototypes going forward. Okay, then we have MVP. So MVP is something that we didn't discuss. So MVP is, have you guys used Paytm in 2012 when it was just launched, or WhatsApp for sake? Or WhatsApp when it was launched, what WhatsApp is totally different, right? WhatsApp has become so complex now. But Paytm also, look at Paytm initially in 2012, Paytm, I was using it only for mobile recharge, because that before that, for mobile recharge, we used to go to all those shops, right? Can you give me a small card? And there used to be scratch cards, if you guys remember. We will scratch, we will get a code, then you'll enter the code. So I was looking for some place where I can do it remotely also for my parents who don't stay in the same city. So then Paytm came. But today Paytm has, name it, insurance, electricity bill, gas, so many things. So when a product is created, at first they don't boil the ocean. They don't add everything, right? So they just create MVP, minimum viable product. When Figma was launched, the MVP version was very simple, very easy. And now Figma is evolving into a beast. Every day, every release, it's more feature, more feature, more feature. And that's what happens because PMs bring new context, business landscape, and you have to create new features. Products which do not bring in new features, they also fail because customers feel that, oh, they don't innovate. Why should we, stick to these products like that? So MVP is basically the extremely first release of a product, the minimum must have for the product to classify it as a product. So every product has a primary job. Spotify's job is to make you listen to music, right? So the MVP should have it. Now, what is something which it's kind of it's the statement of that product, right? That okay, MVP of Spotify is launched with not so many songs, but okay, fair amount of songs. People can subscribe to it, pay money, and then use it. Maybe the MVP did not have a subscription thing. It was all ad based. So Spotify was launched. It was using the money generated from ads to give you music for free. This is a MVP model. But then they made a paid version where you pay money and you don't see the ads because ads are not good in your experience. So MVP is that. But see, Spotify's core job was what? Make you listen to music. So that core thing, which is 80% of the product, should be there. The value of the product should be there. So on top of that, then now if you look at Spotify, you can have I am not sure what it is called, that partner plans, family plans, and then you have podcast. You have many other layers apart from music. So Amazon started by selling books, right? All of us know. So the MVP of Amazon.com was to sell books. And do you know what Netflix MVP was? Video rental. Netflix used to mail you video cassettes to your house, right? That was their initial business. It was not there because that time internet speed was not that great. How can they even upload so many videos? Cloud, software architectures were evolving. So Netflix used to mail you through post. They will send you a video cassette and then you have to send it back. So that is how Netflix started. I think in 1997, if you see, this is how an MVP may have originated. And then from here, it kept on increasing. I think this is AI generated thing. See, look at the text, right? Like this. So this is basically the part of MVP. You start with something Oh, clear, right? So this is basically the concept of MVP. Okay, in your case study also, you must work on an MVP thing. Do not boil the ocean. Let's say you are working on a doctor's appointment booking application. Do not say that it will sell medicines also, it will keep your prescriptions digitized also, then it will help you find hospitals also, you can book an ambulance also. Don't try to give everything. Solve one problem, solve it better than no one else. Right. Okay. Then UI versus UX. I think it goes beyond saying we talked about it. Then we will go to okay. Yes. So this, this statement, Hugo Raymond's perspective that a good UI, compelling UI is fundamental for a positive user experience. Right. So when you go to this thing, the experience is not that great. The product is great. LIC as a product is great. So much of trust from everyone. But the experience is cluttered for this website. So the amount of trust and now go to grow. This one, go to grow. See, both are financial things, right? I mean, that's an insurance thing. But look at this experience. It's much clear, clutter free. This also has a lot of offering, right? It has a lot of things, products, stocks, IPOs, mutual funds, NFOs, so many things. But looking at this experience and looking at this experience, it goes beyond saying that it is a much better experience from this. And it's not about the information that you see, it's also about the UI. So the UI is extremely important for a positive user experience, right? So our UI skills has to be really strong. There is no escape from it. Then fourth key, okay, these are some UI design considerations. We'll go later on, we'll go into details of all these things. We can skip that so that we can use that time to go to Figma and do something hands-on. Okay, then 5 steps to UX design. We talked about it through design thinking. Okay, again, UI versus UX. Okay, a day in life of a UX designer, we talk through it, but you get the things that we're discussing about the product managers and your developers. We talked through it. Not every day looks through thing, but the sprint planning, I think now you are able to connect it with the agile way of working, right? So every 2 weeks, as I mentioned, that the sprint plans, they differ from team to two, sometimes 2 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, right? Like this. So they work in an agile scrum environment. So there are some daily stand-ups that happen when you're working on a project. Then as a designer, you prepare designs for upcoming sprint to ensure developers have what they need. So, and we communicate only through Figma. We don't communicate through PowerPoints or Google Slides. Everything happens to Figma only. Okay. Then, okay, this is how the design iteration works. Then client interaction feedback, like how you collect feedback from your stakeholders. Then you wrap up your day like that. It's a very high level overview of how a day of a designer works like. Then creative but systematic. Okay. So these are all the ways with which you basically you can read it and think there is not much complexity in it. Okay. And then in terms of job responsibility, which we were discussing, this conduct user research using methods, including card sorting, prototype testing, user interviews. There are so many methods. Every project brings its unique challenges. So we cannot generalize that card sorting is better than prototype testing or what. Then we talked about empathizing. We practiced it during this session. Then we talked about how basically the different artifacts are worked on. Then job responsibilities, yes, competition analysis. You do all these things, but not all those things for all the projects every time. This is a high level thing of what you do basically, and it cannot be generalized on every team also. In one company, every team works differently. In a big company, there is no one size fits all, right? So if you go through them, you will understand that as a UX designer, what you do. And now, because of design system, there is extremely less distinction between UI and UX designer. The job is product designer who can do both, right? Because your entire UI components or elements that we talk, it is coming from a design system. When it is coming from a design system, what does a UI designer do? The illustrations are coming from design system. Everything is coming from design system. Colors are coming from design system. Font typography is coming from design system. Shadows are coming from design system. So what is left for a UI designer to do? So UI specific designers, sometimes they become part of design system teams because design systems were not evolving that time. I worked for 9 years in Samsung. They had UI design and UX design, separate role. UX designers used to work in PowerPoint. They will make boxes in PowerPoint. That was their job. UI designer will work in Photoshop and Illustrator to make high fidelity UI. That was their job. But now, like when I joined Microsoft 2021, no single position of UI designer. Everyone is UX designer. Everyone has to do both. The job, those people only didn't exist. It same here. So because design systems make you work in high fidelity, there is this, all this low fidelity, mid fidelity, that is also getting dissolved because in a design system you have thousands of buttons you can immediately bring in. In low fidelity, there is the low fidelity design systems do not exist. So for every project, our low fidelity is on a piece of paper and pen. And then you go to the high fidelity directly because now you have solved the problem, right? So let's say I'm working on this complex enterprise thing. I'll make a lot of sketches to figure out, okay. Then you can work with design system in Figma, right? So yeah, so that's why that UX designer, UI designer role has got blurred. But motion designer role is there. Very few, not that enough job opportunities. UI designers are now design system designers. Motion designer as in animations. When you look at YouTube, I have to subscribe someone for you, but no problem. I'll unsubscribe if it is not work. Let's say this one, right? Saif Ali playing this thing. Okay. Now, if I like it, just look at what happens. Did you see what happened? This is motion design. They will make when you have a successful payment. Then, so all of them go to the design system, UI designer, motion designer. Then UX manager absolutely manages team, UX researcher, and it comes from the design system many times. And if it is not, if you are proposing a motion design, if you are a UX designer who knows motion design, you can propose it or you can get it from Loti files. So we will learn about all these things. So Loti files is a repository. If you go, you will find that there are a lot of free and paid animations which you can purchase from there, right? See, and there's so many companies use it. They don't hire motion designers. So all these animations are there. You can make animation in Figma and export as Loti files. And
Right.
these are things which developers can directly embed in their product, in their code, right? So yeah, so after this UX, right? UX researcher. UX researchers are also, I have seen typically people who are struggling with design. Not that, not only that, I should not generalize. People who are more inclined towards that empathy part, validation part, talking to user, knowing the pain point, they become UX researcher. And they don't have to create a single screen. They take your screen and then they validate it, right? And then UX writer. This is a role where whatever you see, right? Delete this file. Are you ready? If you delete this file, this will happen. Okay, cancel. All this text that you see, they are written by UX writers. So UX writer is a separate discipline. You can learn more about this because this is something that we don't cover much. Yes, micro copy, copywriting, all these things. And then there are two types of writers. There are content designers. So content designers are given the same respect as UX designers because they solve problem through content writing. And then there are copywriters who write documentations, who write help files, and who just whatever text you have proposed, they will change it. So content writing is on a higher altitude. I mean, they get more. I not sure should I use the word respect, but content writers are in the same level as UX designers. So you can learn more about this. So there are so many disciplines that you can choose after you complete this. Then UX architects, they basically create framework design, like how a product should work holistically. Even you can apply as an UX researcher as a fresher, your portfolio can have a lot of UX research work. And absolutely, there are a lot of jobs for UX researcher. I said there is no division or difference between UX and UI. UX and UI, they are club, but UX research is a separate discipline. UX writing is a separate discipline. UX research, at least, I mean, based on your portfolio, if there is an opening for junior designer, junior researcher, they are exactly same level of problem you have to go through cracking the interview. It's not that researcher only experienced researchers get job. You know, so many researchers I know, they just started from college and then they got job as a UX researcher. Okay. And then what does interaction designer, visual designer does? So interaction designer, you see, there are so many names in the industry, na? It has created confusion. Product designer, UX designer, UX UI designer, interaction designer, visual designer, right? So much of confusion. So an interaction designer designs interactions. So basically, interaction designer will solve the problems like an UX designer. So it's a big umbrella. So don't you sometimes see in if you join a company, you will get a title senior interaction designer or junior interaction designer. In another company, you will get a title as UX designer. So they sometimes you'll get product designer. So there is very thin line between all of these things. Yes, they are defined by HRs. Absolutely. So, and in my company only, my title and same level, different titles, they're different in different countries. So titles, keep aside the titles, the job of a UX UI designer now it is to use a design system to deliver design artifacts. Like what you see here is what you deliver. This is what a UI UX designer, an interaction designer, or a product designer delivers as part of their final delivery. And this project is done like this. So deliver it, the same screens, put it in Figma, deliver, your job is done. This is what you do. So, but not only the screens, behind the scenes, you are understanding the problem, solving the problem, and you are creating it low fidelity just to save your time. If you are fast, you can create in high fidelity also. It's not that it's a checklist. Your designs are good, but you haven't made a low fidelity. That's why I'll reject it. It never happens like that. Okay, UX researcher portfolio, if you want to see. Let me try to find some. Let me see if I have one. But if you want, let me see websites. I have to find, but I will share with you. You can remind me next class. Hmm. I will try to get some good examples and then share. I have taken a note, okay, and then I'll show you what happened. See, UX researcher just needs your inquisitiveness to find answers or solutions or dig deep into problems. You don't need to do any bit of Figma as a UX researcher. You're free from Figma, right? You can need to do a lot of FigJam though. FigJam is another tool which we'll do for ideation brainstorming. You know to work. So this is how a UX researcher's FigJam route look like. Yeah, this is how you'll see a typical Figma looks like FigJam or Figma looks like this for UX researcher. So they will create a lot of, these kind of things, a lot of this kind of things to understand problem. Why is it happening? What should we do? Huge jobs to be done, maps and all these things. There is also something which is called Miro. This is how Miro is used. This is a research canvas. So as a UX researcher, you show these things that this was my technique. I started from here and I went from here to here. No, this is how I created the map. So this was the inspiration. These are the tasks. These are the designs. Something like this. So there are different fidelities. I'll try to find some good examples, but this is how scenario mapping, customer goals, customer action, process ownership. It's a different animal. And then you work on a lot of post-its, you try to find connections, you group them into similar insights. And then as the delivery, you create a report. The report talks about the pain points. See, this is how a research canvas looks like this. So sometimes they will get screenshots. Sorry, the resolution is really bad. But sometimes they'll get screenshots from designers. They'll validate it. All these things. Okay. And now what's next? So yeah. So then we look through. So see, UX manager. Let me see. Chance of getting job is more as a UI designer. Now we are talking about the chance of getting job. So what was the ratio I said about PM and UX and engineer in a Scrum team? 1:1:2. No one remembers? 1:1:8, right? So yeah, FigJam I will cover. Miro I will not cover. Miro is not part of this course, but FigJam we are going to do brainstorming. We'll use FigJam for that. Yeah. So for a team of UX designers, 8 UX designers, 1 researcher will be given. Sometimes not also, because sometimes the investments are not that heavy for research. 1 content designer, 1 researcher, 8 UX designers. That was the size of my team in Microsoft. So absolutely the researcher cannot work on all the things, on all the projects. So she has to prioritize. So that's how things work. So if there a team was being formed where 8 UI UX designers, we will not call UI designers or UX designers, let's call product designers. So when 8 product designers were being hired, 1 researcher was hired and 1 content designer was hired. So this is the ratio of importance. The chance of getting hired is absolutely much more when you are a UI UX designer or a product designer. Okay. Because the job openings are more. Okay. Now UX researcher. UX researcher, okay, we did talk about it, writer, architect. So architects are basically, they are 20 years experienced and 15, 20 years experienced. And they not only, they can independently, basically, if you look at independent, ICs are basically individual contributors. So architects can be like equivalent to four individual contributors. So okay, can we, yeah, we understand our work, but what we should call as UI or product designer. You can call yourself as UI UX designer or product designer, because the job description, you can get any one of these titles. It's not on your hands, whatever the HR feels like. But both of them does the exact same amount of work, same work basically. Okay. Whichever feels good to you, you can call yourself that. Okay. So yeah, so this is where architects create frameworks. They're quite senior. Then strategist, I mean, I haven't never seen a UX strategist role. So they are also part of research team sometimes, because the strategies are mostly created by the product managers. And see, then there is product designer. So whatever title they found, they have added in this document. They also do the same thing. So when you look at product designer and when you look at UX designer, you will feel that most of the things, it's not that product designer does something more, right? So as a UX designer also, you do all these things. As a product designer also, you do all these things. Then product manager, PM, focus on broader business goal. They are those MBA fellows. They are product managers. Then product owners. Product owners are also part of these PM folks only. So they work on more on tactics and strategies, that we should work on this feature next. We should work on this thing. And then we have Agile, Waterfall methodologies. So Agile methodology we discussed, which is going in circles like that. There is one more methodology, which is the Waterfall methodology. So, okay, Agile, you will see these are all the things. But now Waterfall methodology is like this. You gather everything. When you feel that you have gathered enough, then you go to design. When you feel that the design is okay, good to go, then you implement it, then you test it, then you deploy it, and then you maintain it. This is a very robust methodology. it goes in sequence of phases. Agile is like breaking. So the waterfall methodology might take 6 months from here to here. But in the 6 months, Agile can do 3 rounds. So Agile is breaking it down into small, small chunks like that. So this linear approach flows like waterfall, and there are some benefits. Like, I mean, whatever you say benefits, waterfall is hardly used these days. It's all Agile methodology. Everywhere Agile is used, and the software through which Agile is used. So if you have heard about Jira, have you heard about Jira? This is a Jira board. So in a Jira board, so this is the Jira board. It is from Atlassian. The resolutions are super bad. But if you look at a Jira board, the Jira board looks like this. And this is how the tickets are raised, small, small chunks of tickets, and they move through this gun. So you do Jira in Microsoft, they use Azure DevOps. So DevOps, these are all DevOps tool to make sure that basically a feature is broken down into priorities and they move from the inception to delivery. So that you can track them. So this is how the Agile thing is broken down into small, small chunks like this. So yeah, so these are all some the methodologies that we see. Then design system fundamentals. So design systems are basically, I mean, if I take you through this as design system, the best way to see design system in action is if I open it here, if I show you in the assets panel, no libraries yet, browse team libraries, UI kits. Yeah, simple design system, or we can look on material tree design kit. See, this is a design system, and you can see so many examples are already created here. See, this is a design system. So design system adds all this thing to your Figma. So basically, if you want button, you go here and you can just, okay, I will take this button. See, the button came here like this. Shift to like this. Let's say you go back, you want cards. So go here, you drag and drop a card like this. You drag and drop a content like this. So because of this thing, as you can see, UI, why do you need a UI designer when you have all these things already given in your database or basically in your design system? So if you need a calendar component, you just drag and drop a calendar component like this, right? So this is the design system where whatever elements you want, checkbox, okay, if you want a checkbox, then you drag and drop a checkbox. And then these are heavy components. They have so many states, they have so many, I can change this component to anything. They're interactive also. A lot goes on with these things. So this is basically design system. The one that we are currently seeing is Google's material design system. Google has created a design system, material design system, and this is it. So if you want to use list item, you can get it from here, and then you can click everything, and then you can choose, okay, I'll make it 2 lines. I'll make it with an image. I can make it with a radio button. See, you can make it change to any requirement that you want. And you are not allowed to break and change it also. So basically it is as good as you are a UX designer who knows UI to a level where if you're creating something outside the design system, it should look good. So people who were confused UX and UI, now you can see, right, that these are all UIs which I'm dragging and dropping from here. I can drop shadow, whatever I want. I can drop it like this. So I can select this and I can go here. No, I can read about it. Everything is given in my system only. So that's why the reason every UX designer should also have the knowledge of UI is sometimes some component is not there and you have to build it and add it to the design system. There are different scenarios. Then if your UI is not good, because a company doesn't have a UI designer, who will make it for you? So that's why these days UI designer and UX designer, that's one role, one person doing both the things. Okay. So now product or UI UX, we should prioritize, because on any job platform, mostly we had a one profession to add more than one, but how can we know that the HR of the company wants designer? Hey, Ansh, don't get intimidated with these roles. You in your LinkedIn, you have to add UI UX, product design, interaction design. HR knows that. Don't get any tension about these things. That you should add UI UX. If you fail to add product, then you will be missing out on UI UX job. There are skill set section in LinkedIn. Add product design, UI UX design, interaction design. These are all related terms. There is no wall between them. Don't get stressed. Okay. I think you are too much concerned about the role. So don't get stressed. Doesn't work like this. This is about the 5 W's and H example. Okay. So this talks about mostly in the empathy building phase, that who are your users, what is their pain point. So it's more about the research thing. I think you guys were covered with this thing. Then UX problem examples. So UX comes with a lot of types of problems, like button visibility, error message clarity, icon clarity. So these are some kind of accessibility problems. Then medium UX problems are the navigation is not great, the feature discoverability is not there, the responsiveness is not there, right? Then hard UX problems are how can we keep the user more engaged? What is the cross-platform consistency? What is the multi-language support? So these are some cross-platform or difficult challenges. Then there is this measure the design impact, metrics of measuring design impact. So if you see usability metrics, or the impact of measurement, actually the dashboard that we were saying, how many people are giving tips to Zomato user? So you get all these metrics for different things. Sometimes the adoption is less. That means people are not using it. Sometimes you have a feature, but not every day people are coming and using it. So the monthly active user is less. MAU is less. So I'm going to write some adoption metrics in the chat. Something is called NSAT, which is net satisfaction score. Then we have adoption. Then we have monthly active user is what? MAU. Then we have daily active user. Have you heard about Rufus? You don't use Amazon mobile app for shopping? Have you seen there is an AI thing called Rufus or Rufus, whatever you? How many times have you used it so far? Okay. So the Rufus team in the dashboard will see the daily active user is very less. Monthly active user is very low. So if 100 people are visiting Amazon, 1 people is using Rufus. So it's 1% MAU. Getting it? So you have to work on, these are called metrics. Okay. Yes, it is disturbing. Rufus is not that great. If you want to share a link, we can look through that. In your page, all your pages are on the top. Okay. Okay. Reference sample, exact design sample. Yes. Yes. Came out really nice. And you worked on some variations also, right? Amazing. Yes. Great exercise. Great exercise. Great work. You will learn so much by working on this. Who else tried? So you could create these things. This one you could do, right? Small details, but overall I think see, you have cracked it. I'm not sure if you have used the yellow color in the frame. If I change the yellow color, yes. So you have taken screenshots and did it, but you can try to do it element by element also, like create all these things and work on it. So I'll show you. I'll give you a little bit of a unblock you. So Dhrutika has started working on. Let's give it some time to load. It seems there is something in the center of the page. While it is loading, Bhumit, did we see? Yeah, like this, exactly breaking it down into these small things. Perfect. And this was the example, right? This is the one, and you have made it by looking at it. So in this one, Bhumit, if you see the if you see this arrow is too big, right? Then the get nothing and the arrow and then this thing, they are not center aligned. So you have to center align them. See, small change happened. Did you say? So we have to be mindful about these small things. And the arrow, we will make it, the arrow that you have created here, we will make it thinner like this and smaller so that it looks something like similar. So because we are now we're learning by doing similar stuff, right? Also, the gap between the text, if you see, it is a lot more. So we're going to reduce it. And the size of the text, we're going to increase it. Less is the new more. Okay. This is also central line text, something like this. And it is too bold. We'll make it medium and now change it. So, small things that we will do and then make it center align. Like you can use K to make it bigger. Less is the new more. And then add a little bit of text here. Okay. And page 49, 53, 54, I'll to select multiple pages, I will select one, shift select everything, right click and delete 3 pages. Okay. And all of these pages, usually this is the student section. So I keep it below here. Okay. So this is where the student section comes. These are the UI challenge and UX challenge and UI challenge. We can remove these things, delete these pages so that it's much cleaner like this. Okay. So now there are few pages which are moved here and there, which is fine. Anyone else who wants to show the work? I think these are some other examples. Okay. So now let us see. There were very few short agendas for today. We covered a lot yesterday. So I think let me check my the Chrome tab which has it. Okay, so we will have section, shape, boolean, mask, these are the few small, these are not huge topics. These are all short topics. So first is section. So we learned about frames yesterday. Section, let me just keep this thing in a separate tab like this. Okay, section, and I have this thing. Perfect. Okay, so if I go to my page and I will have this group versus frame versus section and slice, this particular page, right? So let's say I have a collection of frames like this. This is a example of some kind of data visualization that we worked on. And while we are looking at it, it is not difficult to create also. So we'll look at how do we even create these, which will cover one of the topics that we have. And sorry, the chats present in the last of the class. What is the task? Can you please tell? Yes, the task was that there were some links from Pinterest which was shared, and then you can go there. You will see the Pinterest screenshots that people have added. So if you go to Dhrutika, I'm not sure it was Bhumit, right? Yeah, you will see that there is a screenshot. This was one screenshot. This was another screenshot. So you can copy from there, and it was that. Can you recreate it in Figma using the knowledge that you have? Okay, this was the task. Okay, so let us go to this particular thing. We will work on shapes. First, let us learn about shapes. Then we will go there. So I'm going to delete all these things from here. So in Figma, the shapes are very peculiar. The shapes do a lot of things. Okay, yes. So yesterday we learned about this part, which is frame, but next to it, there is something which is called shapes. So it's a very simple thing, but let's explore the kind of possibilities with these things. So by default, you can have rectangle, but you can also have all these shapes. So let's look at them one by one. Let's say I have rectangle, I can draw. Now to zoom into this thing, what was the shortcut? Shift 2, right? Okay. So this is a rectangle. Now, if I have to make this rectangle same dimension, I can make it 260 like this. I can add corner radius, which I already know. So if it is a square and if I add corner radius, which is huge, let's say 9999, it will become a circle. So this circle is not a circle. It is a rectangle, which is circle. So I can change the corner radius from here like this. And when you go to this corner radius thing, right, you will see there is something which is called corner smoothing. So when you move it, see how the shape changes little bit. So let me just go back and change this thing. So you will see that there is a slight tension here, right? So this particular shape that you are seeing, it is not a filleted rectangle. It is called square-kill. So Apple icons are square-kill. They are not rectangle with fillet. So this is something which is a very interesting thing that they added. Corner smoothing, and iOS is written, see? So if you remove it, you get strong vertical lines. But if you smooth it, then the corners become smooth. Okay, one of the things to learn about rectangles. Other things to learn about rectangles is that you can make it like this, and you can go to the corner radius. You can add, let's say, 32, 32, 32, and 0 like this. Anyone have seen this kind of artifact? Flip horizontal, right click, flip vertical. You can create this kind of chat kind of components like this here, and it goes without saying that you can make them colorful also, something like this, right? Now if you have a rectangle like this, and if you make a copy of it like this, and if you want to write something on top of it, text, and you think that I can write here hello, right? And then let's say make it 20 or something. So if you have something like this, you'll feel that when I move the chat, I mean this thing, hello will also move, right? But it's not moving. Why? Because it only moves when it is a frame. So what I can do is that I can select a rectangle and I can change it to a frame. Right click, frame selection. Now it is a frame, and now I have to move it inside the frame. Okay. Now it will move with it. So I can copy. I have to choose to select the frame, go inside, change the corner radius to 0 and 32 like this, and then move this frame like this. Okay, like this. So you can change a rectangle to a frame. Now let us look at more examples. So I have this rectangle like this, and I can always manipulate the corners like this. If I hold shift, then it goes like little bit, it goes through steps 30, 40, 50, 60 like that. I can make capsule shapes. So if I make it bigger like this and I corner radius, then it becomes like a nice capsule shape, right? Let's say I want to show that some text is written, right, in a UI. You have seen this kind of things when something is loading. You have seen this kind of placeholders, gray. You remember? To indicate that something is loading. So do you know what is this known as? Shimmer state, a loading state. Now that I have made it like this, I can distribute them. I can hold all. I can go here and I can say distribute the vertical spacing, right? So I can move it to the top, hold again using shift and make it distribute vertical spacing. So now they are tight, right? Yes. So this is a representation. Now I have so many things. If I want to bind these things, I'll make it little separated. Distribute vertical spacing like this. I will hold everything. I'll right click. I'll make frame selection. See, instead of making a frame and putting stuff inside, I can make stuff first and then make it a frame. Making sense, everyone? Right? I can make a copy. Control D, Control D. See, now I have a list card, right? I have list like this. Okay. Again, let's look at. So we are still in rectangle, by the way, guys. Everything we are doing is we are doing with rectangles. Then we are again coming here and we have another rectangle like this. And let's say this rectangle, only the top has 55, 55, something like this, right? And I don't want it to have fill, so I can remove the fill. Instead, I can add stroke, and when I add stroke, I can either add the stroke inside or outside, right? See, now the rectangle is here, the stroke is outside the rectangle, or the stroke can be center. That means if this is a rectangle, half of the stroke is outside, half is inside, like this. So I can, copy, flip vertical. I can put it here like this. I can even overlap it like this, right? So if I make it little narrow, if I rotate it like this, it looks like that attach thing, right? So this is a small icon which is created through a shape like that. Okay. While designing, we should prefer inside, outside, or center. We prefer all of them depending on changing situations. And it's not one size fits all kind of a answer that we should use inside or outside. Specifically, if we're designing icons, then we try to bound everything inside the perimeter of an object. Right. So let us look more through more examples. Let us have, this rectangle, and we have another rectangle like this. Okay. So we have another rectangle which covers it like this. And this rectangle's color is this. Let's say this. So when you look at this thing, if I make multiple copies, 4 copies, Control D is the shortcut to copy, duplicate. If I select both, I can see that there are some Boolean operations, Pathfinder tool in Illustrator. Okay. So and we use Control G to combine. That is to group. I'm coming there, Vivek. We'll first do the Boolean operations. So when I select both, and when I go to this drop down, I can do union selection. See, that unites them into a composite shape. Now, if I make a copy of this union selection, and if I add corner radius, see, it becomes like this. It has become one shape. Okay. Not sure what this shape looks like. Okay. Like this. You can control it like this. Okay. Then if you select both and if you do subtract, it subtracts it. So you can add corner radius to check. See, it has become a custom icon or typeface, whatever you say, right? It's a very complex shape that has been created. Then if I select both, then then if you select both, and then if you go here and if you do intersect, then only the intersecting things remain. If you select both and if you do exclude, then only the excluded parts stay. Now you can see the corner radius. See, this is how this is a excluded design, excluded geometry, right? Like this. And then you also have, so when you do this and when you double click it, you can change the Boolean object. See, you can change the exclusion thing. Like when I double click this, I can choose how this thing can be excluded. See, now it looks like a hammer, right? But it looks like a drop of water. See, it looks like as if it's kind of a small dent, right? Because you can change the position of those Boolean objects. See, suppose this is an identity you have worked on, and it works for both, right? It may not be fill, it can be stroke, and the stroke can be like this, something like this, and outside, right? Something like this. And let's say the stroke is this color, gradient between this and this, right? Instagram kind of a thing. And then if you double click, then you can change it. See, real time you are kind of playing around with the typeface or it like a design. Cool. Like this. Okay. Figma circle is immensely powerful. So when you draw a circle, you hold shift, otherwise it becomes ellipse. Okay. Hold shift, it becomes a circle. And let me get this color. So this circle by default, what else can you do in any other software? It's a circle. You can just change the diameter. You can make stroke. Okay, maximum this is what you can do. But in Figma, you can see on hovering on a circle, on select the circle first. When you come here, you see this dot, right? When you click this dot and move, this is what starts happening. And when you click the central dot and move, it becomes a ring, right? So Control C, Control V, same position, another circle has been added, right? Two circles. Let me select this circle and select this color. Let me have these two circles selected and center align. Now I'm selecting the top circle. Okay. So this one, if you see, I can change this direction like this. So what does it remind you? This is a data visualization, right? This is a data visualization. You can write adoption 30%, or it makes it looks like 60%, right? So this looks like a data visualization. And not only that, you can copy it and you can see that I can select it and I can add corner radius. So it makes it look like circular. So all those Apple rings, like see, I can make it compact. The rings that you see, Control C, Control V. So you can create it like this. Every single thing you can have different values. So when you pull one of them, it becomes smaller. When you pull, so this is how you basically organize them. Makes sense, everyone? And you can change it to other colors also. So it's a complex data visualization. You created it without much stress, right? Like this. Now you hold everything, and either what you can do is that let me make two copies of it. You hold everything, right click, you can make frame selection, or you can make group selection. Both have their own use cases. In course of time, we will understand when to do what, right? But frame selection, group selection, and when you have a lot going on, you can select everything and you can do right click, and you can do first you can do frame selection. So everything is inside a frame, and you can convert this frame into something called section. So don't get intimidated. We will learn more about all these things. But this is one section where I basically put all my frames in, right? So basically this is my shape study.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So folks, we are going to talk through. So this is basically module 12, I would say, which is advanced UI design, color in UI design, style guides, design systems, right? Okay, let us look at the button part. So this is the most basic component building thing, right? Button. And Material 3 design kit is present over here. This is the Material 3 design kit. So app bar, badge, all these things are present. So we will try to see how do you, because once you know how to build this stuff, many times in your design, you need to build a header from scratch, right? Which is not available in the material design system. Maybe you are working on a desktop app, or maybe you're working on a smartwatch app, and then you have to create it from scratch. So you need to know how do you scale or how do you build these things. Because when you look at the material design thing also, let's say I copy and paste this top app bar also here, you will see that if I drag one of these outside, you will see that they are responsive. That means the right hand side three buttons, they are stretching while I'm stretching this guy, right? Vertically it is not, but horizontally. And if you look at this particular thing, this is a peculiar arrangement because it is stretching, but then title is always at the center of it, right? Like this. So how do we create these kind of things? Because sometimes you have a left heavy thing and a more right heavy thing. Sometimes you have 2 lines. Sometimes you may have 3 lines. So a lot of complexities happen around creating these kind of components. But let us try to understand it from the scratch. So I will go back to our auto layout thing. I'm going to delete this stuff and we'll bring it when required. So first of all, just look at how auto layout works from within. Let's say I have just taken a rectangle like this, right? So it's a rectangle. In order to make it auto layout, I will do Shift A. So as you can see, a frame is added. Now, why do you see this gap? Because the padding is added, right? If I reduce this 10 pixel to 0, then there will be no gap. If I reduce this vertical gap to 0, then there will be no gap. Now within this frame, there is a rectangle. So if I stretch it, the rectangle stretches with it. In order to look at it, properly, let me continue adding, let's say 24 pixels gap here. So within this gap, if I hold the rectangle, then what is the condition given in the horizontal? This is horizontal resize, right? W, and H is vertical resize. So in the horizontal resize, you will see fill container is given, right? But let's say I want to, change it to fixed width. Then the fixed width becomes 476. So now, even though I'm changing this thing, this guy is always 476. But on the other hand, this guy is left aligned because it is left is selected in this grid. I can make it center align also. But what happens is that no matter how much I make it bigger or smaller also, it will project out of the frame because it is fixed. It is written in stone, fixed. The moment I make it fill, it will become like water, from rock to water. Now it is like, I don't know what my parent is. I will accommodate. If my parent is rich, I will spend a lot. If my parent is poor, I will spend less. But this is like a neat bacha, I'll say. No matter how much your parent earns, this bacha will always spend a lot. Fixed expense kid. I'm raising a teen, so I'm giving this example. Okay. This is like, even if the parent is earning like a very scarcity of income is there, but this bacha will be like, I'll buy iPhone. But this bacha is a good bacha, fill container. If the parent's earning is less, it will buy a feature phone. If the parent's income is more, now at one point of time, okay, one iPhone done, another iPad. So Control C, Control V. That's where you see two things which are both filling the container. But how they're filling the container? They are filling the container vertically, right? This is the condition of the layout, vertical layout or horizontal layout. So if I make it horizontal layout, then they equally fill both of them. See? That means both the parents are earning equal. This bacha will take equal share from both the parents. And whatever the parents give, 100 rupees, it will take 50-50. 1 million, so half of a million, like that. Clear, guys? So this is how auto layout works with shape. Now, maybe, so this is, let's say, this person is getting, he has to equally divide money to buy a lot of his stuff. So if I do Control C, Control V, so 3 boxes, 4 boxes, 5 boxes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, you keep on adding because all of them are fill container. All of them would try to fill container, but then they don't fight with each other. But let's say there is a rebel. One of them I add fixed. See, this is what fixed. As soon as you stretch, it becomes fill to fixed. So let's color this fixed one little rebel like this. So what happens? Everything will stretch, right? Except the red one. Even though, you know, I can select all of them. So this is how I can delete them. I can delete them. So this is how shapes work with auto layout. Now what will happen? Auto layout will calculate whatever space is given. The gray ones are going to take equal space. Now see, this is purely based on mathematics. Mathematics means the surrounding has 24 pixels of what? Boundary wall, right? House has to be inside the boundary wall. So if you change it to 1616, you will see the gap is changing, right? Let's say, you know, this is the frame 273. Inside that you have so many, you know, components, but these three will equally fill it. But this guy is a rock. It will not equally fill it. So what happens is that, let's say, even if I delete two of them, what you initially see is that, okay, if it is bigger, even if it is bigger or smaller, this guy will always be fixed width, right? One small example of this thing, how it looks in, you know, real applications, is that so is this clear, everyone? How shape works with it, shape and auto layout, right? Now let's say I stretch it vertically. So if it is horizontally, now the entire thing, what did we make fill and fixed? We made the horizontal layout. So if you see on hovering, it will say horizontal resizing is made for the gray one is made fill, and for the red one it is made fixed. So what is the vertical resizing? The vertical resizing is fixed. That's why, see, it is neat. It is fixed. The moment I make it fill, this one will fill. So can I have a horizontal fixed and vertical fill? Yes, you can have. So it is filled vertically, but horizontally it is fixed. See? So now can you think of creating layouts with these rectangles? So look at it. This was one of my frames. Shift A brings it into an auto layout, right? Now when I stretch it, why it is not stretching? I'm stretching it on both the directions. Now why is this guy not stretching is because the horizontal resizing is fixed. The vertical resizing is fixed. So if I make both horizontal and vertical resizing as fill and fill, then this rectangle will fill the rectangle outside, basically, which is the container of it. But if I have Control C, Control V, one more thing gets added here. Control C, Control V, another thing gets added here. Now let's say I select the middle one, and in order to make, now everything is fill. See, that's why they're filling it equally, right? Equally they're filling it. Sometimes they will look like, you know, tabs. Sometimes they will look at pillars or grids, whatever. Now the moment I select this one and I stretch it, see what happens? The center one becomes, so if I hold this guy and make it stretch like this, whatever dimension I give here, fix 376, that will always remain 376. It will not care how much space is left in the frame. It will be always fixed. So this kind of situation is possible where objects are thrown out of the frame because this guy is fixed. The moment I make this one as fill, it will fill everything inside. But what I was showing here is that, like this one, let's say it has a fixed width like this. And as soon as it is fixed, let me call it like a red cut, right? Like this. But this is fixed horizontally. But vertically, if you see, this one is fill. If the vertical is also fixed, then what will happen? This guy will be in the center, right? Because it is fixed horizontal and vertical. So in responsive design, we make everything in auto layout only. So there are scenarios where you can't use auto layout. Inside auto layout, there is a thing called absolute positioning with which you can do you can break out of auto layout. There are scenarios where a cursor is entering, or I'll show you enough examples where you cannot. Okay, right? Now with that, let us try to play around with this thing. Have you guys seen a dashboard before? Okay, so first in Pinterest, let me look for dashboard. Copy image, Figma, paste image, right? Now look at this dashboard. How is this created? So I'll just get one of the rectangles out, right? Like this. So if I want to, play around with this logic of creating a dashboard using auto layout, first is I need a rectangle like this, right? And let us just add some corner radius, 24 pixels. And I select this color. Okay. So this will be really difficult to look at. So I will select outside and I'll change the color of my background of Figma to be a little darker. Okay, guys, so that you can see it properly. Okay, now I'm going to make a copy of it and smaller like this. I, green color, copy. I, this color. Okay, 4 of them. Now holding all 4, what do I do? Shift A. Right? The gap is too much. I'm going to make it 8 pixels. Now when I'm stretching it, see, nothing is responsive, right? Horizontal resizing is what? Because of which this is happening? Fixed. So I'm going to change the horizontal resizing to fill. As soon as I change it to fill, this is happening. Now when I stretch it vertically, why nothing is stretching? Because the vertical resizing is fixed. So I'm making it fill. Now look at this component, it becomes so powerful, I can accommodate it into any size, right? Like smaller, bigger. Isn't it much easy to handle now? I am not worrying about each size, but the spacing is always 8 pixel, guys. That is important, right? So let's say I keep it here. Now I'll make a copy of it, paste it, and I'll stretch it like this. And I'll make it like this, right? I'll make one more copy and I'll put it here, right? So holding these two, now this is where one of them being fixed, the other one being fill is required, because I'll show you. If I make it shift A and if I stretch, why they're not stretching? I'll ask you again and again, please don't get irritated. Why they're not stretching? Fixed. So if I make both of them, select this and this, if I make both of them fill, what do you expect to happen? Same size, right? So, but look at the design. Are they same size? No. So we have to make either of them fixed. Either you can make this fixed or this fixed. But let's say I make this one fixed. You cannot say which one is better. It depends on what's inside, what makes your life easier. So I'll make it also 8 pixels, right? Now, between these two, now look at this auto layout frame. This auto layout frame is superb. In its universe, this auto layout frame is doing its job. And here also, this auto layout frame is also doing its job, right? Oh, vertically it is not doing its job. So vertically, what do I have to do? We have to make it fill, right? Fill. So now look at the frame 276, this frame. In this frame, this guy is horizontally fill, vertically fill. But this guy is horizontally fixed, but vertically fill. This was the example that we're seeing here. But now because of the dashboard reference, it is much easy to understand, right, guys? Because you have a design in front of you, now you know why something is fixed and why something is fill, right? Now, if I make it stretch like this, you will see this is how it is happening, right, guys? Okay. So I can choose one of them. I can make it, different size. Sorry, I can choose this one, make it thinner or thicker, something like this, let's say. Okay. Now, this is auto layout 1. And this is auto layout 2. Okay. Between auto layout 1 and auto layout 2, we will do another auto layout. So we will hold both of them. Shift A. So this is how auto layout you can go from atoms to molecules to organisms. Now between these two, let me keep the same gap, 8 pixels, right? Now I'm going to just treat each auto layout as a rectangle. Okay, guys. Now if I stretch it, why is it that, both of these rectangles, they are not stretching? Because it is fixed. So how we were solving it looking at a rectangle, now look at each auto layout as a rectangle because they are fixed. If I make them fill and if I make them fill, then it will fill it, right? Now see, you created a responsive data dashboard basically. But let's say if you want to keep the proportion of the top one square, what you should do? Make the top auto layout, the vertical resizing as fixed. So I'm going to make it fixed. See, now what happens? Vertically it will scroll like this, but horizontally, I mean, this guy will not vertically distort itself. Otherwise this will be like, 50-50. It will not make sense for the dashboard, right? It will look weird after some point of time, see? Or it will look like this, right? So basically what we are doing, either we can make the top one fixed or what we can do, bottom one we can make fixed like this. This is auto layout 3. Auto layout 3 is equal to auto layout 1 plus auto layout 2. Here guys, right? Now you can play around with similar stuff. Let's say, look at these things, right? Me and me, you have 2 bars like this. So if we have to create something like this, sorry, yes. So let's say I will get a rectangle I 24. Okay. So one of the blue colors I have created, I'll make it small. And next to it, the green one is created, right? So blue and green like this. Okay. So between blue and green, I can hold and I can make it what? Shift A, right? Shift A. So if I stretch it and if I want both of them to grow, is it possible? If I hold both of them and if I make them fill container, what will happen? Both will grow in the same level, right? So it is very difficult to control the height growth of these things separately. So we have to work on variants for that. But for now, let us say that we are not looking at this aspect, but we're looking at creating different kinds of auto layout. So this is auto layout between 2 rectangles, the top of which is round, right? Let me make this blue little catchy blue so that you can see it. Okay, like this. So how do I write May? I write May by writing May, something like this, and make it as, we'll make it as regular. Okay, May. So how can I make sure that this one and the May one, they are connected to each other? Selecting this one and the text and shift A, right? So now this becomes one of my asset. So if I make another copy and if I make it as June, okay. So this frame, this is, you can consider this as what? Auto layout 1. Okay. This is what? Auto layout 2. Auto layout 1, auto layout 2. And I will just go inside and I can change the fixed height. So these are all fixed height designs, let's say. Okay. A1, A2, you can make it as A3 also. I'll just go here, change the height again. Okay. Let's say 4 months, or let's make the 5th one also. If you can make it for May, I guess you can make it for all the months. So how many auto layouts have I created? 5. Now between these auto layouts, if I hold everything, right? And if I make shift A, then what happens? This is where we will learn another concept. The concept is that now what is deciding the spacing between them? This one, right? But look at it. When I'm stretching this, what is happening? This guy's width is changing, right? Sometimes it is big, sometimes it is small. So how can I know that this guy is going to fit this width? It is impossible to know, right? So can we just decide it's 42 or 36? Impossible. So we have to make it flexible. How do I make it flexible? From this drop down, if I choose auto, then this happens. See, whatever is the width, it will stretch like this. So being said that, now if I try to put it inside a frame, this is already an auto layout frame. So I can add, let's say 24 pixels and 24 pixels padding and consider it as a frame. So in our first class, when we learned about adding colors to frame, I can go and add a color to this frame, right? I can go here, I can pick this color and I can change the corner radius of a frame also. Okay. Now, when I make this thing bigger and smaller, see, this is what happens. Now, why is this guy always at the center of the frame? Because center condition is fixed. So always try to look at the alignment in this particular box. So if I make it bottom aligned, it will be bottom aligned like this. So now I will show you one more thing, that if I do Control C and if I hold this frame and if I do right click and if I do paste to replace, then that becomes part of this frame. Why is the vertical thing shooting out? Why do you think it is happening? Why do you not think that it is not coming inside this box? Why the height is so big? If I make it fill container, it will fill container, right? And if I make it 48 pixels, it will be 48 pixels. So now we have added a component inside it, you know, and why it is not horizontally moving? I have to make it horizontally from fixed to fill. So with a dashboard element, now it has become responsive, right? So like that, we can even create a responsive dashboard. So we will learn more in our advanced classes, like, you know, how to create advanced dashboard layouts. But with this whole concept, I think we are trying to talk in a language where we have vertical arrangement, horizontal arrangement, fixed fill, horizontal fill, vertical fixed, horizontal fix, vertical fixed. So depending on the nature of your design, you will decide whether fixed fill, how they should work horizontally, vertically. I think you guys, all of you are smart enough to decide that, right? Depending on the need. If you feel that your design elements are getting crushed, so if I make this thing also as fill container, then I will decide that, oh, this is making my design horrible. So I will make these two at least have fixed height like this. And then I will let the bottom ones get, you know, flexible like this. Okay. So like this, basically you can create this kind of structures with Automate. So what we learned so far is that we learned about making shapes with auto layout, but there are also other things, like sometimes you have seen enter email ID, password, or connect with your social account, right? You have seen, let me find an example. So can you see that there is this sign in and there is this small line? No, there is a line or line, and these are the three things here. So let's say if I have to quickly think about creating this kind of a thing. So email address is here, right? Enter email address is here. And then this icon is also here. Okay, like this. So between, and let me make the background little lighter again so that we can see. So can you write a text like this, email address? Can you write a text like this? Now see, the text is bigger than the bounding box. The bounding box is bigger. You click on the first arrow here, which will automatically width it. That means whatever is the text, the width of the container will be that. Okay. Okay. Now, if we want this kind of icons, then what we do? We go to right click plugin there is a plugin called Iconify, and in that plugin you can look for I. See, you get most of these plugins here. So this one is similar, right? So you can click it and you can, drag and drop it outside. In order to discover that icon, you can do Shift 2. So you'll find it immediately, because sometimes it gets dropped here and there. Now I have the icon. Icon is too big. So I'm going to click on this proportionate thing and then make it 16, right? Which is okay. The color I'm going to click here and choose this color. Now let us look at more examples of creating auto layouts, right? And while doing it, we started with the discussion of creating the button. We will look at a lot of inside out, outside in auto layout examples. More examples you see, more familiar you start becoming with it. So this icon is here, the text is here. So what I can do, I can select this and I can select this and do what? Shift A. Done. Auto layout done. So as you can see, there is a gap here. How much is the gap? If you hold it and if you just use your Alt key, you will see 16 pixels gap on all sides. Okay. So how do I add the 16 pixel gap here? Right? Padding 16 and padding 16. Okay. Now there is a color, a background fill color here. So I will add the background fill color. It is not white. It is little gray. This color. Okay. Color added. Now there is a corner radius. Can I add corner radius? Yes. 24 pixels. Too much. 16. Right? Corner radius added. If you look at it, there is a stroke also, right? So can I add a stroke to this frame? Stroke. Is such a dark stroke is what we want? No. We will go here, click on the eyedropper and click on the stroke. So have we just created the field component using auto layout? Right? This is the field component. So if you select it and the condition here is auto, that means if you stretch it, the eye will be always on the right hand side. If the condition was not auto, if it was 16 pixels, then it will always stick to the enter email address. Is this what we want? We don't want it. We want whatever is the width, this eye should be on the right hand side, always right hand side. That means the extreme end. So we are going to make it as auto. Okay. First problem solved. Okay. So this is what, let's call it our auto layout 1. Okay. First auto layout. Now what is our next auto layout is to work on this button. So let me just get this text out. This text. I'm going to hit on this auto width. So it will be only this text. So in order to make it auto layout, what should I do? Shift A. Right? And look at it. The arrangement is that it is center aligned. That means no matter how big I make it, it is always center aligned, right? So if I make it big, how do I add color to the frame? Plus, right? Like this. This is a lengthy route. Exactly what you said. I color. In order to add this kind of a corner radius, usually I will type 9999. I mean, nothing can be more than that. Around. So this is my auto layout. What? 2. So I have created 2 auto layouts. And mind it, here I can use fill container. I can use fill container, or I can use another condition which is called hug. Hug means whatever is the text, it is going to hug. So even this button, if you see, the button is what? Fixed width. If I make this button as hug, the button will hug the text. That means if I make this text as subscribe, the button will scale. Right? But we don't want it. What we want is that we want this button to be the size of the field. Right? So we will come to this thing. Let us keep it hugged for now. Now, do you have an account? Create account. There are ways to write these things. Let me just copy this text, and I'm copying by holding Alt and Shift. So this entire thing can be written like this. No, don't have an account or like this. Let me just get it from here only. Don't have an account, create account. Or what I can do, if you want create account to be clickable, then what do you need? You need to create it in two different layouts. First is do not have an account, and then create account. Then what do I do between these two? Auto layout, Shift A. So what you can see here is that auto layout is possible between everything. So this is text to text auto layout, only text auto layout. This is text and icon auto layout, right? So this is my auto layout 3. Okay. Now we will look at another type of auto layout, which is line and text auto layout. So let's say you have or. You can write or. Now I am holding pen tool P and just drawing a line. Okay. Let's say this is the width of this line. Okay. So I am going to copy one more of line like this. So now if you see, I am showing you possibilities of auto layout in different ways, because unless you see the possibilities, you will just feel that it's to create a button, which is not the case, right? So we created between text and icon, we created with text, we created between two text, we created, now we are going to create with two pen tools which do vector lines and a text. So now if I select 3 of them and do what? Shift A, right? Shift A. Now if I look at, this is what, auto layout 3 or 4? Auto layout 4. Now if I expand this, why is it that the two lines are not expanding? Fixed. Make it fill container. Make it fill container. See, now you have two lines. The lines are responsive. Or is always at the center. Right? Look at the beauty of it. How many kinds of auto layout we have created. Now, this is another kind of auto layout which you guys will need. So I'm going to show you from scratch. Let's say I'm going to Iconify and I look for Google. See the same icon, I'm going to drag and drop Google icon, right? And then Apple and all, you can all understand 0.5. So I'm making it smaller. Let's say 32, yeah, or 24, right? Like this. Now with this, how do you add this kind of a circle around it? So it's an icon or an image. Sometimes it's an image also, right? Let's say if you have an ellipse like this, and you, in order to add an image inside, you can go to a plugin which is manage plugins. You can look for content reel. So content reel is a plugin for getting all these images and metadata. Okay, I'm going to choose image. This plugin will be immensely helpful. Okay, avatars, male, and let's say I choose this image. Okay, so this is what a persona image inside your software. Now, what if I want to add a circle around it? I will do Shift A, and as soon as you do Shift A, see what happens. So you have to understand, sometimes you need to protect objects from breaking because it is created by all these pieces, right? The Google icon is created with that. So in order to prevent breaking of items, and it can happen for any one of your dashboard item also, like, this guy may break because it is created by overlaps of 3 circles. So what you do is that you right click and you group it, right? if you group it and then if you do Shift A, it will not break. And now if you stretch it, now this guy should be at the center of it. So I'll select center, and now you can see it's 36, 36, right? And if I want to add that background color, because now it's inside an auto layout frame, I can go and choose a fill color, right? And I can add I and fill color. But how do I make it circle? 9999. Done. Now, how do I make it bigger? The gap is bigger. Increase the padding, right? So now when I make it bigger like this, actually, I mean, this is going with absolute position. So let's say I make it, let's say 50, 50, or let's say 48, 48. So it's bigger now, right? Same, if I want to add a ring around it, how do I do? Shift A, right? Shift A, and you can add a fill, but you can also add a stroke, right? And then don't add any gap here, right? The stroke here, if you see in this frame, the stroke is inside. Make the stroke outside and add 9999. Now, if you change the stroke thickness, you can make sometimes, you know, in Instagram, you may have seen this kind of colorful rings, right? Okay. Now, don't make it so thick. All right, guys, this is how you add borders around stuff, you know, objects like that. So with this, now I can just simply take these three, but I will absolutely look at the auto layout of these three things. Let me just break, ungroup them. So Google, Apple, Facebook, in order to make it auto layout, what should I do? Shift A, right? Now when I stretch it, for it to get stretched, what it should do? Auto. Okay. So this is my auto layout 5. So see how many auto layouts I have created in this frame. But it's simple, like how I created 1 auto layout, 2 auto layout, 3 auto layout, you know, it's the same thing. Because it was rectangle, it was easy. But now this is also easy, right? What difficult it is, right? Now what we have to do, once we have created this stuff, I just copy them. And then this is where, you know, I have the raw material. So what do I have to do? Between email address and this guy, I have to Shift A, right? Because I want to just manage different gaps between them. So the first gap, let's say 16. Okay. Now when I stretch it, this guy is stretching perfect. Amazing. Now I'm going to make between this one and this one, I'm going to make another auto layout, Shift A, right? And then the gap I'm going to control is 24. Okay. So the first gap is 16. The second gap is 24. That's why I'm creating 2 auto layouts. Otherwise, I could have done it together also. Now, why is this button not stretching all the way? Because this is fixed. So if I make it fill, then you have a similar button like that. Okay. Now don't have an account. This one, and this one. I can hold 3 of them and make Shift A. And I can control their gap together, let's say 24 pixels. Now when I stretch it, this is how it is working. I think it is good, right? I can make this one, you know, I can make this guy, I can make it fill container and auto. But is this what I want? I don't want it, right? But I can make it like this. So what if I want to add, you know, not make them go all the way from left to right? What trick can I play with? I want this behavior, but I don't want it to go all the way left to right. So I'll add 36 pixels padding. So this, what will happen is that this is a guardrail. See, it is going, but it's maintaining that 36, you know, that padding. It can be more padding also, 48 pixels. Okay. So this is how the entire thing looks like. I think it is decent. Now I am going to connect this auto layout and this auto layout shift A. And this gap is the highest, let's say 64 pixels. Now when I stretch it, see, this is how it works, right? So what if I want to add a background color to this guy? Can I add a background color to this frame? Every auto layout that gets created is a frame. Now frame can have a color, I and this color, right? But see, there is a gap on the right side and left side. How much? 24 pixels. Padding. Okay. Even after adding padding, it is responsive, right? Now, if I make it vertically, why is it not vertically, not going the way I want? Because it is top aligned. If I make it center aligned, I think this works. This is really good, right? Like this. So we have created our first screen in UX, and you're going to need sign up screens a lot. For every project, you need a sign up screen, right? Like this. We created a responsive sign up page like this. Now, why is this guy not getting, responsive? Why do you think? Because it is fixed. Make it fill. As soon as you make it fill, it works responsively, right? Like this. Not difficult, right? Just think about that same basic concept. This is not stretching because it is fixed. See, we are again and again asking this question because you will understand it's the single answer which solves that problem, right? Now we created a button, we created a field, we created icon buttons, whatnot. Now let us complete this whole thing, right? So so let's say I have this, text, which is 941, and I have these two buttons, right? Like this. Even, go granular. You have this, you have this. So what do I do first? I do an auto layout between them first, right? And then I do an auto layout. Okay, this guy is. Yes. Okay. Between these two. So when you look at this one, you will see that there is a lot of thing on the right hand side, right? So because this is also fixed width. But here, let us understand the concept of hugging. So when I click on hug means if there are two things, and let's say there is no padding, then adding a color will help you understand properly. So if you see it tightly, the bounding box is tightly capturing these two things. I mean, there is a gap which can be changed, but even though the white thing that you see here is tightly surrounding these two things, right? If it was, so this is where you are not able to see fill container. There was a question which was asked, right? Why we cannot see fill container is because this is the container, the highest container. What is it going to fill? It cannot fill itself. What is it supposed to fill? It doesn't have any emotion. It cannot feel anything because it is the highest container, right? So if I add one more, it is going to hug, maintaining that 16 pixels gap. You can make it 8 pixels gap or what. You can add a padding. You can add padding on the top also. But whatever you add, it is going to hug. Now, whether it is icon or it is text, and sorry, I'll write it like this only. Shift A, I. Let's say this is one of the buttons. Now, this one also, if you see this particular frame has nothing to feel. That's why there is no feel, right? It can be either fixed or it can hug. If it is fixed, then the button is always going to be of this size. Now, this button is also another neat button in that sense that if you write it doesn't care about the button. I mean, what use this text is going to be of, right? If it cannot, if it cannot like conform to the button it is supposed to, right? So the moment I change it from fixed to hug, it will hug. So it hugs the text. Now, why is it still there are gap on the surrounding? Because of this padding. Remove the padding, then it is hugging it tightly. So hug itself is a very emotional UX terminology. If you see hug, right? So if I change this thing to 16 and 16, then it will maintain the hug after it gives 16 and 16 pixels, right? So if I change this thing to cancel, the button grows along with it. That is the logic of hugging, right? That is why you don't see fill container when you are looking at the highest container, which has nothing to fill. But let's say I remove it, I remove the padding, I remove the background color. And if I hold this and if I do shift A, it should be center aligned. But because it has an auto condition now, it is auto like this, right? So this is the topmost information bar of our smartphone. Now, if I want to maintain, so you can see it is a separate thing on top of it. So I'm going to add 24 pixels of padding like this, right? 24 and 16. So between this one and this one, we'll create one more auto layout. And the gap is 0. But this guy, why is it not filling the frame 284? Why? Because of fixed. Make it fill, right? So now look at it. We added one more complexity, but rest of the thing was all sorted. So everything is working in the same way as we were expecting. And if we want to add this kind of a sign in and back in all this component, so this is a different kind of a problem. So let's say I have a back icon, I have a sign in thing, right? So I want to sandwich it in between, right? Between this top one and then between this one. So let's say when I do shift A, now what will happen is that they are going horizontally. But do I need it horizontally or vertically? Vertically. So let's make it vertically. Now when I'm making it vertically, I need sign in at the center. And this thing should, this thing should be right now. Why the sign in is not moving with it? It is not fixed that is stopping it. It is this 159, which is a hard coded thing. We change it to auto. Like how we change this horizontally to auto, vertically also we should change it to auto, right? Otherwise, if we put 150, the sign in, the gap between this and this is always 150. It doesn't care about frame 285 dimension, right? So we make it what? Auto. But even after making auto, why the sign in is on the left? Because the entire thing is left. So if we make it center aligned, what happens? We want the arrow on the left, sign in on the center. So what should we do? We'll make this sign in as fill content. Now, because sign in is filling the container, before sign in was what? Hug. See, before it was hugging. Now, when I made it filling the container and it is center aligned, see, center aligned. So what can it do? What else can it do, right? It is in a container where it is center aligned and the container is filling. So that's a sign in will always be at the center, right? And if I do I and this color, and we can have the 24 pixels padding also to maintain consistency. Is it 24 that I added here? Yes. And now you can also add like 16 pixels padding here. Sorry, not here, in this one. And if you make it, little bigger or whatever you feel like, and then you can just drag and drop it inside like this, see? And you can make it as fill container. So now you have a complete, but now why is this guy delete again? Why? Because it is fixed. Make it fill. See how we are building a relatively complex screen on our day one, but it is actually not complex, right? Now, if you want to decrease this height, what do? this is auto, but you can change this padding to 8, so it will be tighter, right? You can make this whatever height you choose between it, because it is auto, it is going to choose this, fix that height. So you can control it, and the entire design is going to follow like this. See, everywhere when you are creating these kind of things, make sure that these alignments are well respected, right? 24 pixels on all sides. Become a carpenter with a pencil behind your ears. Okay. Now, look at this thing. Do you think that the email address is center aligned in this design? This entire thing. See, now we will look at playing around with auto. So this was not center aligned. If we had made it top aligned, it would have been like this, right? But can I do a custom gap which matches the red line? Can I do it? How? By adding padding, right? So this way you can control exactly where you want something, or you can top align, or you can center align. See, all these are variations of the same design, right? It's the UI that we are playing around with, not the UX, which has some connection to UX, but in a way it is like this. All right. So is this making sense, everyone? How we use auto layout to create fully responsive designs. See, this design can become horizontal, it can become anything. If you want to make it tighter, you can go inside, you can hold, make shift A and make sure that they are small like this, so this will become a wave experience, see, right? So it can become a landscape experience, it can become a wave experience, it can become anything with the help of this fixed fill. If you practice it around, you will be able to manage all those stuff. Now let us look at another aspect of it. So now we will look at master component and variants, and you will understand why we created it differently. We'll take the same design and we will add states to it. Now if you look at it, if I want to see the prototype of this design, I have to do shift spacebar, and that opens the prototype mode of this design. And then you will see that it's a flat thing. You don't know whether something is clickable or not, right? See, you're like, nothing is clickable. It seems everything is flat. But now we will look at, options or, designs where on clicking on continue changes the color. In order to show you how it works, let's look at our usability testing sample. Okay. Now let's say, I click on open. This thing comes. So we will build, eventually we'll make prototypes. So see, when I click on continue, see what happens, right? This button changes, right? In order to have that clickable behavior, I kept it separate, right? Yeah. So we will eventually, go there, but overall, creation of auto layout, there can be, just take it as a challenge that whatever you see around, whatever screens you have in your mobile phones, you can take screenshots, you can add it to Figma and start building them. So let us look at, some different aspects of it. Now, this is my raw material with which I created my auto layout, right? And we learned about the different kinds of atomic design components and all. So if we quickly revise, see, this is an atom, right? We can say this is a molecule. This is a complex atom. Together, these three things, they are a molecule. And together, I know this is a molecule, together it's creating an organism. And when it is coming into this back and signing this whole experience, it is a creating a page around it. So let's say I created lot of flows with this thing, right? And 1 screen, 2, 3, 4, something like this. And then later I realized that the button color needs to be changed or anything needs to be changed. So it becomes very difficult for me to control and go and again, let's say someone said that don't have an account, this part, or let's just add a disclaimer here, some kind of a disclaimer, which is, let's see if I can get something from here. These are all screenshots. Okay. Let me just quickly grab something which will be a placeholder for now. Yes. This one. So if I go to auto layout and if I want to introduce it here, what I have to do? I have to do Control V. This text is added. So first of all, whenever text is added, text behaves little differently in complex auto layouts. When you look at text like this, look at how text works with it. So this is a proven auto layout, which is extremely good, responsive and all. But text, when you click text and when you see the text is hugging right now, right? So what should I do to make the text fit the screen? Fill container, right? Now the frame filled, but no, not the text. So go inside and select the text, the real text, and then you make it again fill container. See, this is how the text becomes 4 lines. Now this text is too big. I'm going to change the size of the text to, let's say, 12, right? And it's a small text. So when I'm changing the width, you'll see that the text goes from 1 line to 2 line, like this, right? The text is also responsive, which goes with it. So contact me if you need complete MIDI code. Now, if I want the text to stay at the bottom of the frame, the vertical thing should be fill. But why is it not hitting the exact bottom? Because it is center aligned. It can be top aligned also, or it can be bottom aligned. Now, exactly bottom aligned doesn't make it look good, right? So what can I do? I can add padding 24 pixels. See, now it looks like a little disclaimer kind of a text, right, in the design. And it's responsive also, this text. So you are going to face, now we will look at a lot of stuff. Now you have to add this thing to all the frames. So again, you have to go Control V, you have to hit Control V, right? Now tomorrow someone comes and says that, oh, change this text. The text is not good. We also need to add something here. That is where the problem happens. And we are going to tackle it, that when a complex design works, the example complex design can be the doctor's appointment tab. When you look at the set of screens that are created for this app, the light mode screens, what do you see which has been used repeatedly? Buttons, right? No matter where you look at, buttons are repeatedly used, right? There are 2 types of buttons. Also, what do you see here? Find doctors. The design of this find doctor is repeatedly used in so many places. Icons, right? But if you look at it, like tomorrow, if someone says and asks you, the design of the doctor's card needs to have something else, which it does not have. What are you going to do? Change everywhere? That would be too much of work, right? You have to first hunt and look for those things. Where did I use? We create variants and components in Figma. So now you have understood auto layout. Then we are going to learn about how do you make modular things which can be changed at one place and throughout the design it changes, right? Okay. Yes. So when you look at, things which broadly impacts a design, let us look at what is the concept of components in Figma. So we have this design, and let's say I take this button out, right? So this button is there. If I go to the right hand side, there is something which is called create component, or it's Control Alt K. If you do Control Alt K, then you can see that a purple outline comes around this button. And in the layers panel, this is how this particular component looks. So before and after, if you see, before it was a auto layout frame, which was represented in the layers panel like this. The moment I do Alt Control K, this becomes like 4 kind of dotted lines like this, 4 purple things, boxes like this. So if I make a copy of it, see what happens is this gets another kind of a symbol, which is this symbol of an instance, which is a outline shape of this complex shape like this. Now this instance, what happens is that let's look at them side by side. This is a non-component auto layout, right? Then this is called a master component or a parent component. And this is a child component or instance component. Okay. So a parent and child, the relationships are that if I select this button, change this corner radius to 0, then the child also becomes sharp cornered. If I change the color of the master component to something else, child color also changes. If I change the size of the master component, the child component also changes. So this is how the relationships work between them. Now let us create another instance component, but this time the instance component, I change the color. Let's make another instance component, and this is where I change the corner radius. But now if I change the color of this guy, what happens is that whatever is not impacted, so this is where you can see how many dimensions are there in this component: corner radius, color, font size, width, all those things, right? So here I have just changed the color. Here I have not changed the color, but I have changed the corner radius. So now the parent component, whenever I change this thing to sharp, who will get impacted? The yellow one, not this one. Let's say I add the corner radius as 16. See, this guy is not changing because there is a override property. Similarly, if I change the color of this one to red, this will change, but this will not change because that property is override. Okay. So this kind of, gives you flexibility also, that you can create a master component. Looking at this example, doctor's appointment tab. So you're going to see that there are a lot of cards. Let me just, as you can see, there are a lot of cards in the doctor's component, right? If you see this color is similar, right? That means this is an instance. See on the left hand side, the symbol you see in the layers panel, this outlined rhombus, this means it is an instance. Because when I make a copy of this card, lot of times, every card is going to have a different image of a doctor. Yes or no? Every card will have a different rating. Every card will have different name, right? So that's why instances, you can change some stuff that makes that instance unique. But at the same time, things which you have not touched, that still gets connected to the parent component. So we are going to work on creating some kind of a component like this. And then we will understand that how this whole structure helps you in creating a system inside your design workflow. Okay. So let's say let's say, this is one of my cards, the doctor's appointment app card, and the same goes to the Airbnb card also, right? Oh, okay. By the way, one more thing that I wanted to ask is that this is an instance. When I right click, let me just make one more section to it, which is called a detached component. What is a detached component? Let's say this component, right? Now, I really like the way this yellow color has come out, the corner radius and all. I don't want any connection with this component. Okay, let me also have one last thing, which is reset component. Reset component. So this component, if you see, I'll just make a copy of it. So if you look at this component, this is an instance, right? So the instance, but the instance has little bit of override property. What is the override property here? The override property here is that in the parent one, it was having a different corner radius, but this one does not have that corner radius, right? That means I have changed this corner radius. This corner radius is 16, this corner radius is 0. Even if I change this corner radius back to 16, it doesn't have built that connection again. So let's say I change this corner radius now to 24. Is it changing? No. So how can I make that connection again? I right click and I do reset all changes. That makes it connected to this component again, 100%, all properties connected. See, I change this color also changes, right? But then if I want to detach this component from this system, so now this one, if I do right click and if I do detach instance, then what happens is that it is no more a component. After detaching, it goes back to a non-component state like this. So what you can do is that after detaching, you can make again Option Command K or Control Alt K, and then again you can make this as a master component. So like that, there is a rhythm of work. Basically, there is not too much things here. A parent component can have children component. The children component may have done some changes like color, corner radius, padding, all those stuff, typography. Many things they can change. Few things they cannot change also, which we'll come to know in a while. But when you have parent component and instance component, if you feel that some changes are unique, I don't want any connection to keep with the parent component, I'll detach it, right? So a parent component cannot be detached. So when I make a copy, the instance can be detached. So if you see, I can make it any color. So this is also changing. But the moment I right click and I make it detach, then this has no impact whatsoever is happening in this component. It has no connection, right? So this is how, based on your workflow, you create component, you detach component, you reset component state. So let's say this is a component which I derived from here. So this is a component which I brought from here. Now this is an instance component. Let's say I change the corner radius to 100. I change the color to I change the color to blue. I change the font. I change the font from Open Sans to Inter. I change it from bold to light. A lot of changes happened. If I want to bring it back to this thing, right click, reset all changes. It goes back to the parent, right? So this is how the basic, the way after auto layout, what you should learn is these are the states or the component. I'll just make it bigger here so that you can understand. This is components in Figma, right? Now there is another angle to it. Let's say I have created this. This is my master component, the same blue component that we had, right? And let us apply this thing to this. This is my application area on the right hand side. Let me keep it. Okay. So far, we can keep all these are our auto layout things here. So I'll make it even bigger. These are all components in Figma, and these are my auto layout stuff, right? Okay. Now look at this button. The button, this is the button. So if I have to make it a component, what should I do? Either I can click here, or I can do Control Alt K. Okay, done. Now when I look at this button, I can make a copy of this button. Let me just first show all of you. Airbnb. Okay. See, some change is happening on the button on mouse hover. A gradient is moving. Can you see? Airbnb is superb actually. The area where you hover, that changes. That is a okay. Every time it surprises actually. But overall, if you see in Pinterest, see the save color changes on hover, right? These are called states. So if I, if I copy this particular thing from here, and if I paste it here, so this is one of the things. But then when I hover, you'll see that the color is different, right? This is the hover color, like that. Even the NFC printer also, as you can see, there is a hover color, right? There's a small hover color like this. So same way, our button should also have a hover color. So in web, we have hover. In mobile, can you hover? Is there a mouse interaction in mobile? So what happens? It's press state. So when you click something and then you release your finger, right? So as if you are pressing something physically. That metaphor is used in mobile. It is called press state. And in web, it is called hover state, right? So this one, this particular component, let us take, this is an instance, by the way. So this instance, let us take this color, make it darker. So this is the pressed state, right? Now what we are going to do is that this is an instance. So let us detach it. Okay. And let us make this also a component. Now there are two components, A02, A02, same name, doesn't matter. Now when I select two master components, not a master and a child, by the way. This is a child and master, right? So look at it very carefully. This is a scenario of child plus master, right? What is this scenario? Or let's say parent plus child, right? And this is a scenario of parent plus parent, right? Parent plus parent. When you have two parents, that means the power is same between two. I will put a rectangle around it so that all of you can come back and find out. I'm just adding this rectangle around it. Let's make it blue only. Okay. Parent plus parent. You select both, and on the right hand side, you will see combine as variants. Right? Parent and instance. Are you seeing it? Combine as variants? No. Parent plus parent. When you combine them as variants, look at what happens. So I'm going to make a copy of it, and then I'm going to detach it. Now both of them, so I'm going to right click and detach both the instances. Now both of them are non-component, right? So first I'll make this component, then I'm going to make this component. Parent component both, selecting both, combine as variants. See what happened? An outline got created. And when I select this A02, On the right hand side, you can see something called property, and there is error that some variants have the same property values applied. Change the values of these to resolve. Okay. So what is the property value? In order to understand the property value, let us select this. The property is what? Default. What is the property of this? Default. So in a variant system, and a variant system can be really complex. So what is this state called? This state is called as rest. And what is this state called? Rest. I can write. As soon as I gave different names to them, see, they are all variations. That means inside this purple dotted box, whatever you see, everything should be unique. Only unique things should be kept. No same things should be kept. Only if there is a unique property, they has to be kept. Got it? What is the unique property of this button? Rest. What is the unique property of this one? Rest. No conflict. The moment I name this also rest, what happens? Problem happens. Hold and name it like this. Now, when you hold this A02, this is property 1. Now, property 1, property 2 looks very not that, right way. If I double click on property 1, I can call, what is the property? This property is called states. Now it looks good. States rest. So what happens now is that if I drag this thing outside, look at the layers panel. This is what? An instance, right? Same thing. What was happening here individually, there is no difference between these two. This is also an instance, this is also an instance, but this instance comes from a single parent. This instance comes from a variant system. That is the only difference. Both are instance. That means detach instance, reset properties. Every property is same. Detach instance, right? Reset properties. You can override properties like, how we were doing, making it 0, changing it color. Everything is same. Same thing happens for both. Okay. Same thing happens for both. But if I go right click, reset all changes, same thing. Only thing, this is now connected to the variant system. So what extra benefit do I get after this kind of effort? If I hold this one, where is this guy coming from? From the variant system. Where is this guy coming from? Single parent, right? So the variant system on holding, see on the right hand side, it gives me states. I can change it. Wow. Isn't it good? Right? Now I can basically select this guy. So this is not only a master component, but it also has the states in it. Let me delete this guy. So now this component, if I actually hold this guy, and just a very short introduction to prototyping. If you go to the prototype tab on the top and you just connect these two things, basically when you go to prototype tab and there is a design tab, there is a prototype tab in Figma. When you go to the prototype tab and you hover on frames, basically you see these kind of 4 dots coming on the 4 corners. Choose any one of the dots and connect it to wherever you want to connect, and choose the state, the trigger condition. The trigger condition is what? On clicking, on dragging, what do you think? Remember what we are saying for mobile? While pressing. So while pressing, it changes to this. Now look at it, guys. What happened? If I have to replace this is the instance, right? Because it can change from rest to pressed, right? But it also has the prototyping link added. Now if I do Control C and if I go here, right click, I will do paste to replace. By the way, folks, this is the most useful Figma feature I have felt. Paste to replace. I copied something, I paste to replace it. No auto layout, nothing is disturbed. Exactly in the same condition, it is pasted, right? Now if I want to see shift space bar, it has a press state. It's a living prototype now, right? Now just take a step back. Look at, okay, now let us look at, okay, I have created the first interactive component in my entire life for Figma, right? Let me delete all this stuff. I don't care. So look at how we can transform this entire design into with this beauty. Now this, I don't need to keep any instance. The instance is already added here. Now enter email address, this entire thing. So enter email address. I'll show you another way of creating variants. Now this is this a master component, guys? What do you think? Look at the layers panel. No, this is an auto layout, right? We created auto layout, right? So what happens when you click here? This becomes this, right? And then right? See, this text is a helper text. Helper text in UI is to help you, but this is a real text which you have entered. So the color should be bright, right? And here the cursor should be same as this. Okay. Now when I am typing, let us just look at it and let's say that the thing becomes darker, right? And because it is now the focus state, it is called a focus state. So I'm going to change it to blue, not that blue. Okay, makes sense, guys? So I'm just working on the UX of the different states that might happen. Everyone agrees that on pressing this happens, and then on clicking this happens, let's say, right? Now we select everything. Where the master components? Only auto layout. So we learned about creating two master components and combine them as variants. Now we are selecting group of items which are not even components, and from this drop down we will set create component set. That creates the same thing for us. Isn't it time saving? Otherwise, first option is, okay, let me show you all the options. First option is select it, make it component, select it, make it component, select it, make it component. Okay. Now selecting everything, combine as variant. Understood? First option. Second option is select everything, go to the drop down, create multiple components. So it immediately creates multiple components for me. I don't have to do one by one, because if you are creating an icon system or all, you have to select hundreds of them. How many times are you going to do Alt Control K, Alt Control K, Alt Control K, Alt Control K? Not efficient, right? But see, there is a difference. If you had clicked this, it would have created one component considering all three together. This is not what we want. We want individually create components. That's why create multiple components. Right, guys? Aligned? Right. Now we have to do combine as variants. Same thing. We are creating chicken korma. Same chicken korma recipe, same rajma chawal recipe. Different people are creating. Taste will be same, guys. Don't expect different taste. It is a convenience of creation. Now these are not components. I'll go here, create component set. Clear, guys? 3 ways to create the same stuff. Now select any one of them. This property, what should I call this property, guys? States. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Or let's say entered, right? 3 properties. Now, if I select it, prototype, connect, first trigger is while press. Second one is while clicking. Okay, just simple baby prototype. Now I select this, Control C, And the most powerful tool in Figma, paste to replace. How to check the prototype? Shift spacebar. Okay. Now, if I press it, this happens. Something is wrong here. See, if I press it, it immediately changes, right? So how do I change it? Basically, this is where let us understand how to add things inside a variant, right? That also might be a requirement because you may have created a variant using 15 things. How do you keep on adding, deleting stuff from variant? That is the requirement, right? So let me just drag, copy and paste like that, Alt Shift. It is part of it. And let me just add a hover state. So this is a, or whatever you call it press state only. This is pressed state. And this is blinking state. And this is entered state. So now, for the sake of testing it in this thing, basically I can detach this stuff also like this. It's just gets detached. Now I'm going to change the color of this thing, this fill color. I'm going to change it to this, right? Like this. So, and this color also I'm going to change it little bit like this. So by that, what happens is that if my mouse enters this space, then it changes to this. When I click, it changes to this. And when I click again, it changes to this. And when I click again, it changes back to this. So you can make a lot of connections. The connections are free to make here. So Control C, I don't even have to change anything here because everything is being connected from this A01. Now, if I check my prototype, you will see mouse enter, see R. Okay. Let us change the first mouse enter prototype to hover for now. You can make it hover or you can do it both ways. Let us keep it hover for now. Okay. See, on hover changes, on clicking, and then again clicking, John Doe. Right? Again, if you click, it goes back to the first state. So that's how you can create so many interactive components inside your design. Okay. Look at our create account. Why we created it separately? I am creating two versions of it. The second one, I'm going to change it to blue, dark blue like this. The first one is little light blue. Okay. Like this. So selecting two, how do I make it a variant system? Drop down, create component set. Right, guys? Easy. Immediately it creates. And what is the property? States. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Pressed. Rest to pressed prototype connection while pressing. That's it. So see how we are creating collection of components in my design. Control C and paste to replace. Shift spacebar. See, can you see the color is being changing like this? If you want to make it more explicit, you can even add an underline, right? Okay. You can create blinking cursor, all those stuff like that. So this is one application which is really strong. Now, let us look at our Material 3 design kit. Okay. Now in the Material 3 design kit, if I look at buttons, you will see that there are so many buttons here. Control C, Control V, right? This is the variant, guys, which Google has created. Same variant. Now you will see that where is that dotted line, right? Because they did not have a stroke. Add a stroke and look at the stroke detail here. The stroke color is this. So if I just do Alt Control C, oh, okay, sorry, that thing doesn't work. I have to match the same color here. Control C, Control V. So it's nothing but a stroke. And if you go to the strokes property -10.5, so add the -10.5 under the stroke properties -10.5. Isn't it looking same like how we were creating, right? Now look at the amount of properties. So just to show you, if I take one of the buttons outside, just look at on the right hand side. This is what is required for all of you to be, really good at while creating your designs. I can make this button filled or outlined or text or elevated or tonal, right? For each one of these buttons, I can make it enabled or hovered or focused or pressed or disabled, right? I can show an icon. I may not show an icon. And I have a label text. So I can change the label text from here to cancel. And I can immediately change it from filled to outlined. Look at the speed of my design. If I have a system like this, cancelled, I can make it filled, right? I can select this, I can make it agree. Isn't it fast? Now select both, Shift A. How I can immediately change the representation of a component from one to the other and make just fragments of auto layout. That's it. My designs will be flying like rocket, right? Like this. So, and at one place, let's say, you have a scenario where you haven't done any step because of which this button should be in the disabled state. Okay, you make this thing as disabled. Cancel also disabled. See, so easy to change stuff like that, right? So this is how design systems are created. We are looking at the Material 3 design kit. Everything that you see here is created using variants. So whatever components we learned, now it is time for you to go deeper inside each component and you see how many types of those components exist in an universe. Look at cards. These many, so this is a building block of card, horizontal card, stacked card, horizontal card. See, so many different types of, cards are created. This is the building block of a card. This is what a design system person builds in Figma, right? So this is where any design system you go. This is one of the design system. But tomorrow, if you go to, let's say, if you go to explore community and design resources, if I go at UI kits, Material 3 kit, iOS 18 and iPadOS 18, this is uploaded by whom? Apple. Simple design system by Figma. This is Apple's design system. Ant design system. Instagram UI kit by Ashley Gaunt SEO. That means it is not the official design system. You will find this is base gallery created by Uber. So you are going to see so if you go to designsystem.com, Control C, Control V, all of you please keep a note of it. If you go here, you are going to see there are a lot of design system repo. See Atlassian, if you are working in Atlassian company, this is Atlassian's design system. See if I click it, say I am going where? Figma community. So the Atlassian design system is an open Figma file. If I open it in Figma, see ADS foundations from community. So that's how you can get any design system. So we learned about our components, right? Design components and all those stuff. Now it is time for all of us to go deeper inside each of these design systems. Now, if you look at it on the left hand side, there are a lot of, this is the foundation thing. I think the parts they may have kept. Okay. So these are all, if you see, these are all variants, right? Whenever you see this purple dotted line, it is variants. You go to icon, you see all these icons. All these icons are variants. So just looking at the material tree design kit only, you will just go to all these things, chips and all. You can learn more about the C design guidelines. So when you click it, you go to the material design resource so that you can learn more about the design component, that where it is used, why it is used. You can go and check the specification from where we were checking the specifications. And at the same time, you can also look at how many kinds of input chips are there. So we will just look at, so if I just paste it here, you will see that so many input chips a designer would need while working in a Google design system. So if I take it outside, you will see label only, label and leading icon, label and avatar, state, right? Enabled, hovered, focused, dragged, selected, not selected, show closing icon, not show, avatar, choose any avatar from the design system, and text label. It can be, let's say, country or something, right? Whatever you write, it changes. So how do you must be feeling overwhelmed that how do I create such a complex design system, right? So let me just quickly show you how. I'll just keep it as it is, take it outside, and then take every single component, drag it outside. So what happens, guys? When I take it outside, they are what? Instance or parent? Instance. Now, if I want to detach it from this guy, what do I have to do? Right click and detach instance, right? Now they don't have any connection. All of them are individual auto layouts, right? Now, if I have to collectively create or add them to a variant, how do I do? Create component. Now the property is totally deleted. There is no property, right? So how do I know the property? See, this property is filled. So this is the styling property. This property is also filled. So let us look at the properties first, right? The entire top thing is filled. This is outlined. This is text. This is elevated. This is tonal, right? So, and what is this property called? The property is called style. So let's create the first property, style. Okay. Now what you can do is that you can do bulk action in variant. So again, look at it. What is the property called? Filled. So you can select everything and name them filled. What is this property? Outlined. Select everything, call them outlined. Okay. What is this? Text. Text. Clear, everyone? Bulk action. Elevated. Because all of them are group of elevated designs. And what is this? Tonal. Okay. Chalo. First style thing, everything we have done. What is the second property that you see here? State. Enabled, hovered, focused. So I'm just going to take a small screenshot so that I remember the names. Okay. So button. Now, do I have that property here? I'm not able to see that property, right? So if I go to the properties line, there is a plus icon. So if I create plus, I can create a new property here. Just a property. And what is this property called? State. Okay. So when I collectively select all the first line, they are enabled. Second line is what? Hovered. Third line is focused. Fourth line is pressed. And fifth line is disabled. Okay. What is the next property, guys? Let us look at the Google system. Okay. The fourth row style is elevated. So I can go back anytime. Style is elevated. Okay. And the state is, if I select everything, this is the first state is enabled. So I'll select everything, right? And the second one is covered. So enabled, the first one is basically filled. So this style is filled. This one is outlined. This one is text. This one is elevated. This one is tonal. Okay. Now, and this way it is enabled, hovered, focused, and this is what pressed and disabled. Okay. So the last property that it has is show icon. Now, this is a very typical property, but if I call it out as show icon, right? Now, this one, shift, and this one, this one, this one, and this one. Do they have icon? No, right? Then write no. Select all these things. Do they have icon? Yes, that's it. Now we have created a Google design system for button. If I drag it outside, I can change it to anything. Field, outlined, tonal, show icon, without icon, everything is created. Now, when you look at this thing and when you look at it, see the order is different, right? Look at this order. Look at this order. Now, this is the right order of things because when you create such a complex system, the order also matters. Otherwise, it becomes here and there. Right, guys? But we created these things. So when I hold this button, the one that we created, if I go on style, what is the order? First one is what? Field. So I can drag and put it to the top. Okay. First is field. When I hold it, when I go here, gripper is not moving. Edit variant properties. Let me go back to my old UI. The new UI has some bug here and there. Okay. If I go back here, style, first one is field. Oh, here also. There seems to be a glitch here because this is how we ordered the properties. Right. Let me go back to the new UI. Use new UI. So this is how more or less like we can wrap and go to the more question and answer part. We will restart this thing. But look at how Google created it and how we created it. It's the exact same properties that you see from both the things, right? So now you can look at these things and you can see how these things are constructed. So go to the design system of Google and look at all these things and now think how they may have been constructed. Look at this thing. This thing is constructed like, you know, it will not have a lot of properties inside. When you drag it outside, it has density 0 to 4 like that. And it's scroll bar or not scroll bar. That's it. So to make something like scroll bar and not scroll bar, this is that yes, no condition for which you basically create this yes, no. Does it have a scroll bar? Yes. Does it have a scroll bar? No. That's how you get this toggle function. I guess this is like we built on top of our auto layout knowledge to components, to variants, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
This one, the example that you're seeing, nothing is auto layout if you see, right?
Right.
Whatever level I go, it is not auto layout. So let me just take any example from this design. Let us take a little easy one only for now.
Yeah.
So if we have, let's say, this example screen, this one, Control C, and if I take it to this page. By the way, all of you can find this kind of design screens from Figma community. They are all Figma communities. I'll show you how to get that also. Okay, so these are like references. If you want to practice, this is a great topic, that how do I make something which was not created using auto layout? How do I make it auto layout? So first of all, if you look at this page on the right hand side, this use auto layout is not used. How do you know if auto layout is used or not? You look at the layers panel. So in the layers panel, when you see this sign, that means auto layout is not used, right? Let me make my cursor bigger also. Okay. So if you look at it on the left hand side, in the layers panel, I'll make the layers panel more visible. So this cross sign means it is a normal frame, not an auto layout frame. And when you have these two rectangles, horizontally means horizontal auto layout, vertical means vertical auto layout. Right? This is how each icon also randomly changes on the left hand side based on what you're looking at. So if I make this auto layout, and now when I am stretching it, then I'll realize that, okay, nothing is auto layout in this frame. So if I zoom in and if I hold and select this thing, then this is also not auto layout. So I have to make this also auto layout. And after I made this auto layout, I'll double click. Then this is also not auto layout, again auto layout. And if you double click again, you will see that a lot of nesting has happened. More I double click, I'll keep on going inside it, you know. And if you look at it, this is a status bar, which is a parent, it's an instance which is derived from a master component. So if I detach it from my instance, and now if I go inside, then you will see that, okay, this is an auto layout where 222 is used. In order to make it left and right align, what could we do? We'll make auto. See, now this is auto. Right? Before it was 222. That means it was an absolute value. It could be 226, 245, right? Okay, instance is the child of a variant. So we will understand more, like we were understanding that if, for example, if I make a copy of this button, right? And if I make it a component, so if I make, let's say, two versions of it, one of the version has a darker color. That means it is a press state. So to create variant, I'll double click, I'll select both. On the right hand side, I'll go and I'll make it create component set, right? So what is the difference between instance and variant? So this is a variant. So I can see states and I can write the property as rest and hover, right? Like this. Now between these two, whenever I drag and bring any one of them outside, each one of them is an instance. When I call it instance, that means if I go here and if I change the corner radius to 0, see, this guy gets affected. That means this is the parent of this instance. If I again bring it back to 9999, it will be round. If I change the color of this one to, let's say, this color, this guy is getting affected, right? If I select this and if I change this color to, red, this one gets affected. So that means this is an instance of this variant. This is an instance of this variant, right? So now if we look at this entire thing, the top bar, why it did not get stretched is because if I double click it, once you double click, you go inside it, basically. You select it and then you do one more click, right? So on the left hand side, can you see how many auto layouts were added? Frame 290 is an auto layout. Frame 291 is auto layout. 292, 293, 294. So unless I select this 294, I will not be able to go to the last level of it. Even not only that, the last one, the status bar, this is the instance actually. So I have to detach this instance, and once I detach, then only I can go and edit. Or without detaching also, I can go here and make it auto. And this is where the instance becomes auto layout. Now, do I need so many auto layout frames? So let us also understand how do I remove auto layout frames. So when I go to the frame above like this, if I click it again, then auto layout is removed, right? This is a normal frame. And if I right click this frame and make it ungroup, you can see it slowly moves up in the cascading layer. Again, I'll select the top frame. Again, I click on auto layout. So auto layout is removed, and I right click and ungroup it. So as you can see, status bar is moving in the layers panel, right? That means I don't need so many auto layouts. Why do I need so many auto layouts? So many auto layout frames are there, right? So frame 291 when I select, and then I click on this auto layout thing again, auto layout is removed, right? And when you do ungroup, then it moves up one level to the top like this. So the last auto layout frame that I have is this. I can remove it and I can do ungroup. So that's how I have only one auto layout frame. Now it is much cleaner. Same thing is here. On the left hand side, if you see this OTP part, there is a text auto layout. There is a frame 54 auto layout. There is the icons arrow auto layout, right? So many things are there. But never mind, we will look at it. I'm holding this enter OTP and I'll make it fill container. This part I'll select and I'll make it fill container. Again, I have to go inside and make it fill container. I can make it fill container and I can make it auto like this. So now you can see it has become responsive. Why the top part is not yet responsive? The top thing should be fill container. So now this entire thing is responsive. Clear, folks? In the verify this part, no requirement as such. For example, if it is getting so much of stretched, that's also not good. So I can add a guardrail of, let's say, 64 pixels. So it is going to, contract like this and then expand from here. So this is where also let us also understand one important thing, that I can hold this entire thing and make it, let's say, 64 or 124 kind of a padding on both sides, so that it doesn't stretch so much, right? Like this. But in smaller screen sizes, see what is happening. Things will try to come and overlap. So how can you have a balanced thing between these two? So that's where in Figma there is a concept which is known as minimum width and maximum width. So just I'm going to show it now, but we can do it again in our advanced class. So if you look at this entire part, I can say that the minimum width. So when I go to the W part, I can add a minimum width. So how much value should I add? Now it is 314. So I can say that add a minimum width of 314 pixels, right? And when it is getting stretched, I don't want it to get stretched beyond this, right? It looks odd. So let's say now it is how much? 380. So let's set a maximum width of 400. Now see, a magical thing happens in auto layout. So it will not get tighter beyond this, and even while expanding, it will not expand beyond this. This is more natural, right? See, so it has a minimum expansion and maximum expansion. See, even this taller frame, what I can do is that if I bring it to this level, I can say that the taller frame's minimum width is 350 pixels. That's it. So even while making it smaller, you will feel that you cannot make the frame smaller than 350. So in auto layout, you will face that after one point of time, things start going through each other. So this is how you can stop. This is how you put some condition that, okay, this is a minimum width and this is a maximum width, like this. Okay, guys. If you go here, if you want to change the maximum width, again click on maximum width. Let's you make it 500 pixels. So that means it is going to stretch till 500 pixels. It will look like a spring, see? Right? So min width, max width, that's a very useful feature in auto layout, especially for data visualization. Yesterday, the one that we were doing. Now let us look at, so this is how you break an existing auto layout. You add auto layout to a frame which was not auto layout initially. Now let us look at the variance part, and how we can use this concept of auto layout and variance more in little bit of a complex screen. So we will take the example of some screenshots. So I'll not deliberately take the real screens, but let's say I'm just going to show you how you can build this one, and let's say this one. There's a lot of details. Let's just take till here, Control C, and we'll take it to our variables page. Sorry, not variables page, variants page. So in the left hand side, I'll just add these screens, right? So we are also going to learn, looking at this screen, you can imagine that these things will have horizontal scroll, right? While using in a mobile app, you may have seen, and it may also have vertical scroll, right? So this is a complex scenario. Usually students face difficulty in doing this stuff. So we are going to use the concept of auto layout and variants to create a screen like this, which will help you at least to start thinking about your case study project. You will be able to think around some designs around it, because this covers most of the complexities of a screen. All right. So first of all, let us look at one of this doctor card, right? And what we will do is that we can change the designs also if needed. Okay. So I'll just hit T and let me add doctor. I will, okay, while I'm doing it, I actually have to, I'll show you another important thing while I'm doing it, which is the style guide creation also with this thing. So we have couple of important agendas. So let us say that we use the Open Sans, or we use popular fonts, and we select Segway regular 16. So I'm going to make it 12, right? So doctor is added. Now tomorrow, if I look at it, some font is bold, right? Some font is black, some font is extremely big. So look at this popular doctor's font, look at the 4.8 font. So there's so many types of font, right? This is a 12 size font. So what I can do here is that once I'm using it, I can click on this, the 4 dots, and then I can hit on this plus sign. And then let's just add a description of it. So what can be the description? Let's say this is metadata 1. Okay. So that means whenever I have a metadata, I can use this. Okay. Then let me just, try to look at it and change it to cardiology also, right? Cardiology. Okay. So we have cardiology, and let us make this, this is metadata 1, which is a type style, which is, I just created. On the right side of it, you can see there is a James clip. So I can remove it. And now let us make it 14 size, right? And let's call it, again, I'll click on the 4 dots and I'll call it plus sign. This is metadata. Let's call it metadata large, right? I'll feel like, oh, this one is called metadata 1, this is called metadata large. Doesn't make sense. Can I rename it? Okay, let's hold this. This is called metadata 1. So when I click on this font, it can be any font. And then when I click on this metadata 1, the text styles available here comes out, right? See, metadata large we created, metadata 1 is something that we created. So I can click on this slider here, and now I can rename it as metadata small. Okay. So metadata small, see, the way it is written is also different. Let us write it in the same way. Metadata, then dash, then small. Done. So now let's just try to make anything, like let's say when I write doctor, and it is any font. It can be anything taken from our yesterday's class, or something from this Google font, or anything, something which I have taken from here. What I can do here is now that I can click here, I can add the style that that I just created. So on the right hand side, you will see when I select the text, I can see that I can choose let me just detach it because it also brings its own properties. So when I hold this font menu item, I can choose from the styles that I selected, I created. So if I make every time I make it metadata small, it will be small. And when I make a copy of it, I choose metadata large, it will be large. So this way, when you create your design, you will have a very consistent typography which is used because you will use the typeface in the application area. Whenever you have a metadata one, then this is what you are using. Then let us just have this is metadata large, metadata small. So without selecting any text, what we can do is that on the right hand side, you'll see that already, these 4 fonts styles were borrowed from Google. When I use the Google component, it got all the styles from it. So what I can do is that I can right click and I can delete all the styles also, no problem. We will just keep styles that we are creating. So far we created 2 text styles. Now when I again create on this plus sign, without selecting a text, I can create a font, I can create a style, and let me call it as metadata small, but in bracket I'm going to write bold. Okay, bold. So it was, if I remember correctly, it was segue regular 12. I'm going to make it segue bold 12, create style. So now I have small bold, I have small. I can group them together like this. See, metadata small bold. Again, I click on plus, I can create a text style which is called metadata large bold. Create style. So it is segue 14 and bold. So you give the properties here, create style. So now I have created 4 different text styles here. So we will look at the beauty of these text styles, right? So let's say now I have to write. So I'll just delete all these fonts because I don't need them. So when creating this design now, all typography becomes little easy for me. I can click here, metadata large, bold. But do you think this size is same as this size or should we need a bigger one? We need a bigger one, right? So let us call this thing as heading 1. So we will click plus text style and let's call it as heading small bold, right? We will select segue, we will select bold and let's say 16, create style. Now when I select it and when I change it to heading small, see now it is almost matching it, right? Yes, it's
Right.
matching it. The C and C, they are of the same size, right? Yesterday we realized that when you guys were doing your assignment, this was a problem to like establish the font styles and all. So now let me call it as service category like this. Okay, done. So whenever I'm using, let's say now I'm trying to create this doctor thing, I can go here and choose from my established text style. So let me choose, metadata small and I will call it doctor. Okay, doctor. And I need this, small illustration here. So I'll just go to plugins, manage plugin. And for the time being, I'm going to use a plugin which is called Blush. So Blush, what it does is that it helps you get some characters and all for free. So let us get people. So the pro things are paid. Let us try to find, if we have healthcare, it will be great. This is a plugin to create these things actually. So I'm not sure where they have created it. You can, like, for example, if you select one of these characters, na, see, these are all groups. Like, for example, if I choose healthcare, oh, see, healthcare was there. Wow, healthcare. And let me just get this. So this one came out. And on the right hand side, you can see I can change the dress, right? I can change the style also, right? Really nice. Mask, even glass. This looks like a pig. Okay, healthcare worker. So let's have this, and then this dress doesn't go well. Okay, so let's say this is my doctor thing, and this is a what do you say? This is an image. So basically, when I go to crop, I can crop part of it. Like when selected, I can go to crop, and I can crop part of it like this, right? Like this. Okay. So let's say doctor is this. So in order to create this auto layout, what should I do? Select both, Shift A, right? So auto layout is created, center aligned, right? 8 pixels gap. Now 8 pixels gap or 6 pixels gap, I will not, spend a lot of time here. What I will do is that I'm going to add the corner the right and left padding. So if I make it center aligned, and the moment I stretch this guy, see, it becomes okay. First of all, so this guy is getting stretched. Why? Because it is the image condition is crop. I have to make it to fill. Okay, the fill problem happens. So what we have to do here is that the same image, I have to do right click, copy as PNG, and we have to go here and paste to replace. So now this is an image which is in the fill condition. So it will not get distorted. So that it has forgotten that crop thing, whatever it was done to it. Okay. So now let's say this is one of my cards, right? So I can make it more or less similar size. We'll make sure that this is square 7676 I, this color, corner radius of 14 pixels. Okay, so one of this, if you see, it is created here, right? So if I have to think like a system designer, then I will say that what is the problem that this guy is solving? Let us also talk about those things. Who can tell me what is this service category? What is the problem that it is solving? And so if we say that your target users may want to come to seek a doctor or nurse, or they want to get caregiver. So what is this thing helping? This is kind of a station. Whether you want to take a train from Delhi to Gurgaon or Gurgaon to Delhi, you choose. So this is helping in discovery. So in UX, discovery is a very big topic. Maybe your offerings are so big. You give crypto, you give share trading, mutual fund, policies, so many things. But you need a place for people to discover them, right? So this is on top of this entire thing, so that so as a user, I can add a problem like that. As a user, I don't know what exactly I need while I'm exploring. So I need hand holding. This is doing hand holding. As a user, I want to quickly understand the services you are providing, and then I need to discover them. This is solving that. These are the problems that are typically solved, right? So now that I have created this, I should make it a component, right? So this becomes a component for me. Now, let us also understand that if this illustration that you see here, there can be so many illustrations in your illustration bank which you may want to use, right? Like if you go to websites like Flat Icon and all, you will see a lot of illustrations already there.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Healthcare illustrations, if you search, free pick, see, lot of healthcare vectors, whatever you want, asset type vector, you will see that lot of type of, these things are coming out. So what we are saying that healthcare icons. So one way to discover while you are doing a project is like this. So this may help you, something like this. Another way to discover, for doing your own projects is go to community, and in community you can search healthcare icon. So in community, you will see that there are a lot of files which are given to you. So if you go back, healthcare icons, show all search result, you'll see if you choose the free thing, then you are going to see that there are so many healthcare icons already given by or curated by many people over here, right? So you can choose. So we learned from using Plus plugin, or you can go outside, or you can use. So this is the design that you can find similar screens also online from where you can get inspired. So let's say that we want to choose something like something from the top only. Open in Figma. Okay. So when you come here, if you go to the icons part, you see that there are a lot of solid icons. There are in the thumbnail part, there are the colored versions of these icons added. Okay. If you are not satisfied, you can again go to community. You can close this thing by clicking outside. You can go back and try to discover other icons. So let's say these are all the 3D healthcare icon pack. Let's see, open in Figma. So you are working on your design and you have not yet decided the style of your design and all. This is the case where you can just borrow these things from community. Later on, you can replace them. So we are working on a system. We are not, stuck because, we don't have few assets with us. That is the approach. So let us say, okay, add objects. Let us just try to take one more pass and try to see if we can find. So this time, let us open this one. Open in Figma. Okay, all vector icons. Oh, this is a huge list of vector icons. So no problem, we can select vector icons only. So let us have one of these, Control C. So now when we are going back here, we can say Control V, and you will see that this is our style, which is okay, flat style. And the moment we replace it here, you will see it is coming like this, paste to replace, right? Which is okay, not a bad thing, the way it is coming out. We can reduce this, spacing. So this is how the doctor thing is coming. Now we will understand about, let's say we want this, and then we want medicines, something like this. We want something like, let's say, vaccine, or some SOS. Where is there any ambulance thing that you guys can see? Now, ambulance, medicine, and we have these three, for example, right? So we bring all these icons together here like this. So what we will do now is that we are going to select all these three icons. Even we can take it outside, and now we have set of 4 icons. So we can select all these 4, and in order to make it a variant group, what should we do? We should go here and make it a component set, right? So we can say this is my icon library. Lot of icons you will need. And in the property, this time let me call the property as type. So the property here is ambulance, here is truck spill, here it's insurance, and here it's, let's say, call it doctor. 4. What you can do is that you can also make a copy of these icons by selecting everything, copying them here, right? Now let's just see that in case it lets me lets me add color. So if I add color, and let's say if I choose colors like this, so colors will be difficult to add here. So let us get rid of it. We'll not use this second set, which is here like this. We'll delete it. So here I have 4 icons, which is part of this variant system, and I have this influence into this thing. So if I do Control C, and if I come here, right click, and if I do paste to replace, then this is how, yes, once the person hovers on it or presses it, it's not that you cannot do it. For now, you have to spend time making it happen. So what you have to do is that you have to select everything, make another copy, right? And let's say you have to make it, because this was borrowed from a community, right? It may not let you do the field stuff. So let's say, I have to do it manually like this. And the color of the field is, let's say, blue or something, right? So you have to, that is not a big challenge to do. Only with these icons, they should also let you do it. That is the problem, right? So if you, hold this guy, see, it is filling the entire thing. So let me say, we add it like this. For now, let us just, add whatever colors it is letting us allow, right? Then for this one, we will hold and we will add red color, right? Like this. And for this one, even if the mask is, it's allowed to, add color to the mask, yeah, this looks good. See, if this face, if it was allowing me, the face is made like this, so it may not allow me. But let's see, whatever it is allowing, see, it will make the face like that. So no problem. Even if the mask is getting highlighted, our point is valid, right? So what should be the next property here? Let us understand the concept of variance also. The property here, we have to create one more property. As we discussed, variants cannot have same name. So when I add another property, let's call it as field, right? So are these field? When I drag all of them, are these field icons? No. So write no. Are these field? Yes or no? Yes. So the moment you do it, what happens is that you can change this thing. You get this toggle here, say, like this, right? Now what, there is a glitch that is happening. You have seen the ambulance changed because the name has to be same. If this is ambulance, this cannot be type 5. This should also be ambulance. Same name. So the name is ambulance sharp. Ambulance. Done. Same name here, ambulance. This is drugs. Control C, drugs. Right? This is insurance. Control C, insurance. Same name. This is doctor. This is doctor. Now what happens? I can hold this. I can change it to, okay, ambulance streamline. It's a long name coming, I think, because of this one. Okay, now ambulance, and this is ambulance. Okay, same name. Now when I go here, see, doctor, drug, insurance, ambulance. I can change it to insurance and make it field or not field. Clear, everyone? So you can create like that. You can create variant of anything. But now this particular thing, what do we call it? Let's say this is a discovery pill, right? Discovery pill that is created for this design, this one. Now I can make a copy of it, and I can change this fill color to a little bit grayish, right? Like this. And we discussed parent and child. They cannot be created a variant system. So it has to be, both has to be parent. So I will detach it first. I will again create it a component. And now I will create a variant, create component set. Combine as variant. So when I combine them as variant, what is the property that it becomes? States. What is this one? This is rest. What is this? This is rest. Right? You can also select both of them, and you can go to this effects thing, plus sign, and see I have added a drop shadow. So whenever you add drop shadows like this, they become very strong. So we were learning about creating styles, right? We learned about creating 4 text style. See, shadow can also become a style, because every time you add a shadow, maybe see this shadow, if you have to tweak now, you have to click on this property here, effect settings. And this is where you choose, let's say, X value, Y value, like this, right? X2, Y2, blur, make it 16, very blurred. Then the color, make it very subtle. So maybe make it 8 pixels. See, it's a very subtle shadow. So every time you have to create a shadow like this, or you have to go here and you have to edit the settings, it becomes a problem. So what you do is that you again click on this add effects thing here. Sorry, not here. You basically, okay, basically you click on these 4 dots and you click on this plus sign here, and you call it as my shadow subtle, right? Shadow subtle. So if I have to apply the same shadow here, I will just click on the 4 dots now and select shadow subtle. See, the same shadow is added. So tomorrow, if I have to, now this is one of the components is done. So if I make a copy of it, and here, let's say, I'm making an auto layout now. This one, shift A, right? 16 pixels gap. So again, Control C, Control V, Control V. So in order to change the property of the image, I'll double click here. I'll go here and I'll change it to doctor, right? Now in auto layout, you can move things left and right by using the left arrow and right arrow. See, you can reposition them. That is also very nice, the way you can arrange. The second one, first is doctor, second one is drug, third one is, let's say, ambulance, and fourth one is insurance. Okay. Now, if you look at this particular component that is created, you can already feel that there is a shadow, right? I can make it, let's say, 16 pixels, 16 pixels. I'll just add a fill color in the background so that you can enjoy the shadow. So can you see the shadow properly, right? You can see that these are the shadows. Now tomorrow, while you are working in your design, this shadow is applied here and there in multiple places. The doctor's card also similar shadow is added. When you go inside the date tags also same shadow is added. It's possible, right? Here, while choosing the, time slot, this shadow is added. Possible? Now suppose you are, giving a design review and your client says that the shadow is too strong. Who added this shadow? So I'll remove one of these shadows which was created before, shadow subtle. So I can immediately go to this shadow subtle effect style, and I can, go to this property from here, and I can change the opacity to 4%. See, it affects everything in your design. Isn't it a much larger control in your design? Right? Such a nice control. So look at this thing. What is one thing that is inconsistent in this design? What is something that is hurting your eyes? The van line thickness is too strong. But thanks to my
Right.
component system here, I can select, this thing. And when I hit enter, I'm getting inside. So the stroke is 3. So the moment I change the stroke thickness to 1, right? When I change the stroke thickness to 1, it becomes too thin. So let's make it 2, right? So now it is in line with it. Now I have to change this text. So this one should be drugs, right? This text is ambulance, and this text is insurance. Okay, done. Now the text that is used here, if you look at this text, the text is using metadata small. Tomorrow, if you feel that the metadata small text is not right, or if you feel that the gap is not much, right? We have to increase the gap. Where do you change to influence the gap? You select both of them, and then from here, see the vertical gap is nothing. You can add 4 pixels. See, it changes here. Or you can make it 2 pixels. Wherever this card is used, it is used everywhere. Okay. Now, if you want to change the metadata small thing, which is used, metadata small, you go to this setting, and tomorrow you change the text here, the metadata small here, and you change this segue regular to segue semi-light. See, it changed. If you change it to segue black, it will change. Isn't it beautiful? You have one place for all the controls. You can even change the way text is used, whatever. Anything that you want to change for that particular style of text, it happens everywhere. Okay. What is something where we still do not have control? What do you think? By the way, this already, if I make it like shift space bar, what it has, what it does not have, let us look at it. So far, on long pressing, why it is not changing? Because I haven't connected them. I have to select it, I have to go to prototype, and I have to connect it. And we say while pressing, instantly change, right? And this one, what should be the state? It should be the filled state, right? And then this color should be little gray, like this. Now look at it, shift spacebar. So you will see this problem happening. See? So in order to tackle this problem, we have to do it in a way where, you basically look at this discovery thing. So if you look at these icons, it is sourced by icon, right? Who is contributing to this variant? This variant. So we can say that this is a supplier to this variant, right? We can talk it like a supplier language. This has supplied icons here. Tomorrow it will supply or more icons also. Okay. So if I select discovery, I can go to this properties plus sign, and I can click on nested instance. And here I will see all the suppliers. Currently it has only one supplier, so I will click that supplier here. So what happens here now, and also another thing that we will do is this doctor thing, right? When we select the doctor thing, you can see where the label is added. If you remember Google's thing, right? When we were taking the button out of it, did you see that a label text was coming where you could change it to doctor or nurse or anything? So how do you create this label property in variant? That also let us understand. So when we changed these things, we manually changed them. That is not the right way to do. We added the nested instance here. Now what we will do is that we will select the doctor. Holding control, we'll click on the text, not like this, right? So we'll select, make sure we are selecting the text, and right next to typography, you'll see there is this small icon which says create text property. And we'll click it and we'll call it as label text. Okay, create property. Again, holding this thing, we will go here and we will see that a label text is already there. So same thing we will apply. Now look at the brilliance of it. When we take it outside and we put it inside this, right? The first candidate is this. And Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, right? 4 icons are added here. Let us now do it in a different way. So if I select this on the right hand side, can you see an icon thing is added? So if it is doctor, what should we add? Doctor. And the label is doctor. The next one is, let's say, drugs. So I will write here drugs. The next one is ambulance. So I will add ambulance here. The next one is insurance. Insurance. Right? Now look at this shift space bar. Okay, I think this problem is happening because we changed the state. So let me just delete it once. And this is the rest state. Default and rest. So let's call it, let's hold this. States. This is rest. And this is pressed. Okay, rest and pressed. So here I'm going to use the filled version of it, and both the places we're using insurance. So let us just connect it while pressing. Already pressing is here. Yes, now it is working. And we are also going to add the properties here. I think properties is already added. So if I change it, and if I change insurance to drugs, and this is drugs. This is a glitch, okay. Okay, here nested instance icon. While pressing, change to state is pressed. Yes. And in this one, this is the let us try to break it again. Some kind of a glitch may have happened. So I'm getting one of these icons from here and having a text from here. Yes. And having shift A, 6 pixels, center aligned. Okay. This is the color, and 14 pixels. Okay, we have 88, 88, same size. From the effects, we are choosing shadow. Okay, and if I have one more state here, which is create component state. Okay, this was generated with already a component. Okay, now there will be no problem. Prototype. I'll tell you the glitch also. On while pressing, change to this one. Okay. And here I'm going to add the property as icon. Okay. And I'm going to choose the text. This is label text. Label text. And here I'm going to use the same label text. Okay. Now when I take it outside, shift spacebar, yes. And when I change it to insurance, yes. See, now there is no problem. Now why this glitch happens is because if you remember, we created a master component first, right? And then we detached it. So the way to create is that if you remember, we created components without any creating them master components. Those were simple auto layouts. Now simple auto layouts, multiple simple auto layouts, like this is detached instance, right? When you have two of them, and then they are simple auto layouts, and then you create component set, then this problem doesn't happen. So basically what now I'm going to do is that I'm going to open this nested instance thing from here, add icon here, done. Then select the text and I'm going to click here and add label text here, right? Label text here. You select this text, add the same property called label text. Okay, done. Now this one, and this one, I'm going to add shadow subtle is already added. I'm going to select the pressed state here. Okay, done. And let's say I want to add a stroke, some kind of a stroke. And let's say the stroke color is little grayish, something like this. And there is also a fill color, which is little bit of a grayish, or something like this. Okay. So now this component, this is kind of my discovery component that we create. And what are the properties here? Let's call the properties as states. So this first one is rest and the second one is pressed, right? Rest, right there. Now when you take it outside and Control X, and now when I keep on adding it, paste to replace, paste to replace, paste to replace, and paste to replace, like this. So first one is doctor. I can easily find a drop down here to choose doctor. Second one is what? Drugs. So I can write drugs here. Third one is ambulance. So I can go here, choose ambulance. Ambulance here. Fourth one is insurance. Right? Insurance here. Right? So now when I'm doing shift space bar, see, okay, they also need to be connected. So prototype like this, while pressing immediately, change to the press state. Okay, now let us see. Yeah. These two are okay. Did I get the wrong one? So here, if I change this thing to doctor, why is this glitch happening? Okay, I think this is where it is fixed. Let us test it again. Because the problem happens when there is a master component and you detach and you again create a component. That is some kind of an internal memory it tries to retain. So this component, if I check, this is okay. So if I change it to insurance, insurance is okay. If I change it to drugs, okay, only on the drugs part it is a glitch. Why there is a glitch in the drugs part? Let us find. Drugs no, drugs yes. And doctor no, doctor yes. What happens when I change it to the doctor part? Okay, let me fix this thing, guys. This is a very weird problem happening. because if the problem had to happen, it would have happened for one of all three of them. So if you look at the ambulance part is working fine, the long press thing. And if I look at the insurance part, the insurance part is looking fine. And if I change it to the drugs part, the drugs part is going to the wrong thing. Okay. Ambulance and ambulance. Okay. I will fix it, guys. And then I'm going to show it where this problem is. Maybe it has, let us just try to see it. Okay, why we are doing nested component first, let us understand. Like tomorrow, if we want to add, this is a icon library. Tomorrow, we may want to add more icons here, right? In this same row. So we want our icons to be one source of truth. We want the icons so that grows on its own. We want a control on this thing also as a separate thing, because tomorrow if we want to change this thing, we would like to change the icons also for this, right? So that's the reason. So let us so that is the reason we create nested components. Usually, all these things, they typically grow as a big nested component structure. So that's a typical workflow of Figma, where you create one thing and then you make a row and then that becomes another component, so that you can control multiple levels of the design, right? So let us also, okay, let me just give one more example with the cards of this doctor. So, and then this one I'm going to fix it and then I'll show you again where is this glitch coming up. Because if this glitch is coming while you guys are working, that also you need to know why this glitch is coming, right? So this card, for example, if I take a rectangle like this, let's say it's a rectangle like this, and you can add a corner radius, let's say like this, and you need images of doctors like this. So one option is that you go and look for doctor portraits. You can use another plugin here also, which is called Unsplash. You can use Unsplash and then you can find some doctor images. Okay, one of the another reasons that can happen here is that because the way these things were created, I can take examples from the variables. I have in my variants page, if you go, you are going to see there are a lot of icons kept here on the left hand side, right? These are called hero icons. So there are lot of, tons of icons kept here. And the moment, if I take one of the icons from here, you can see I can, these are all variants only added. So you can most probably, yeah, you can go here and you can go to this. Let me get the right component. Okay, this is the archive box. I think their variants are go to main component. Oh, it is connected to this file. That's why it is not taking. So this is kind of the link. If you search from hero icons, you're going to see this as the page of hero icons. It has many commonly used icons that are required in your design. So if I paste it again, yeah. So this is where you see, let me just delete this one. So every icon, if you see, there are small size, medium size, large size, right? Different versions of the same icon. So if I take something outside, I think it works in this design only because of the connection it has here. So once you take it outside, this is where you can go here and you can swap it with other instances. So these are hero icon solid. You can go to hero icon mini or micro. So there is a micro version. You can change it to the micro version, right? You can go back and you can choose the outline version like this, same design like that. So a lot of use cases you can do it from this particular hero icon like this. So if you go here, you have to from this because this is the local component, so you have to go here and you have to, I think from here you can, it's already a khichdi. So best is that you can go from that hero icon thing and you can use a lot of icons from there. So what we will do is that now let us try to understand and create the doctor's card variations also, because this is where you have to replace the images as required. So for images, I'm going to use this plugin called Unsplash, and let us look at doctor photographs. Doctor photograph, and we will keep, let's say we use this image, right? Okay, one of the image added. Now text, when we take text here, T, we can write John Wilson like this, and we go to our typography, these 4 dots, and we will see our typography is added. So if I choose metadata large, this is how John Wilson comes out, right? And if I make a copy of it and let's make it cardiology, here I will go to metadata small, right? But not the bold one, this one, cardiology. Okay. Then we need a star and 4.8, this thing, right? So in order to create it, let us add a shape here, which is star like this. We can change a lot of properties of the star, like you can change the gap, something like this. We can add corner radius. So more or less it becomes like the star here. So I, okay, we'll copy cardiology, we'll add 4.8. Okay. So between these two, I will create a small auto layout like this, center align, and let's say it is 6 pixels. I will add around 4 pixels of padding, and I in this color, okay, very light color, make it 6 pixels of corner radius. Okay, so this is one of the component designs which I may need to change a lot of times. So I will do option command K. So this is my rating component, right? And here I'm going to choose 4.8 and push it as a text property. So this is rating, so that you don't have to click this component to change this text. So whenever you have an instance of it, see rating comes like this, you can change it to say 5.6. It will change like that. Okay. So I'm going to take an instance of it, put it inside. So what all things do I have? John Wilson, cardiology, rating, and photograph. These are the things that is creating this card. I'll make it more, horizontal like this. And if I select everything and if I do Shift A, then this becomes an auto layout for me like this. So if I expand and contract, then this is how the image grows in size like this. So if I make it option command K, then this becomes a doctor's card like that. So if I take it outside, so in this doctor's card, what is the nested instance? This one, right? Only this one is the nested instance. So if I select doctor's card and if I add property, the only nested instance I'll find is rating, right? So let us understand first that how do you make changes holistically. So this is one card, which is an instance. You make more copies of it, right? Shift A, and let's say you are making it, let's say 8 pixels gap, Control C, Control V, Control V, right? 4 doctors. So how do you change the data here? So you can make it, let's say, Alexa Johnson, right? You can change it to heart surgeon, right? And the rating, so you can select it, you can change the rating here. If it is a nested instance, so add property. If it is a nested instance, you can change it like that. Nested instance rating. Then whenever you hold this card, you can change the rating to, let's say, 3.6. See that it changes. You can come here, see some team something. So while creating these cards, another problem happens is that what kind of image do you get, all those things. So what kind of text should you add? So go to this plugin, which is called Content Reel. In Content Reel, what happens is that you get a lot of name examples. So let's say I select this text, and when I go to my text, you will see that there are not a lot of full name. So on clicking it, it automatically changes the name, see, so that it is easy for you to create designs, right? Robert Fox, something like this, Lloyd Miles, Christine Watson. Then again, select this text and full name, Jacob Jones, Daryl Stewart, right? And you can add, let's say, microbiology. And you can add, let's say, specialist or something. So when I'm creating designs, I need to change all this data. These are datas are called metadata. See 4.4, and I'm changing it to, let's say, 5.8, whatever, or 5 is the highest. So let's make it 5.0, like that. Now, in order to change the names, the photographs, you can do plugin, Content Reel. You can use Content Reel also. Plugins, Content Reel. And if you hold all these images, go to avatars, it changes it like this. Doesn't look like doctor, but right. Again, you select, you keep on clicking Alexa. So when you go to images, you will find a lot of male images, female images, and all. Many people have created across the world like this. See, it keeps on rotating like this. You can search doctors. Let's see if you can find doctors. Some people may have created doctors also. Avatar doctors, yes. See, Nikita Petrov, someone created, right? So you can actually create your own image bank also here. Create your own name also here. See, Christine Watson, and then select here Daryl Stewart. Yeah. First one, John Wilson. Makes sense now? Right? So I have, set up these images. But tomorrow, if someone comes and says that add the number of year of experience also. So I will come here, and you can just look at the influence of this master component on all these things. So I'm making everything smaller here. So you'll see that if I just, go select this, Control C, Control V, everywhere it gets added, right? If I move it up, it moves up. Selecting this and selecting this, Shift A, and horizontal align and center align. And I can add, let's say, 10 plus years, right? So I can go here. I should make it auto, right? Auto, like this, edge to edge. You can select it, remove the left padding. So this is how your card looks like. The card doesn't have enough space on the sides, so maybe I can make it 8 pixels throughout. So this is how you change the designs. You keep on updating the designs, and it gets reflected throughout. Right? Let's say you want to now add fees, right? Or available or not available. So you can, do Shift A, make it little tighter like this, or 2 pixels like this. Again, hold Control C, Control V, right? Can add fees, $100. Fees is also added. So what do you think the only thing here which is not in my control is the color of the text, right? So how can I also make use of or change the color of the text is something which is done through color style. So we learned about creating text style. We created 4 text style, also a shadow style. but there are some color styles here. So let me select everything and I'll just delete all the styles. So let's say I create, I create the local styles plus sign and I create a color style. And this one I will say neutral 100%. Right? Neutral 100% is what? Pure black. Like this. Create style. Okay. Then one more color style, neutral 90%. Neutral 90% is that same black, but little bit grayish like this. Create style. Then color style, neutral 80%. And change it here. Create style. Neutral 70%. And 70% is this. Okay. And then the last one is neutral 60%. It is very light. Create style. Okay. So now you have a ramp of gray color. So you can select this 10 years. You can go to the fill 4 dots here, same way. So you can choose, actually the local variables is conflicting here. A lot of local variables in this file. I think I should, I have to delete all these things. They are all conflicting, but I'll get this file cleaner. Okay. So when you select it and go to fill, so you can choose the library inside, whatever library you have, and you will see that there is, because of variables from previous batch, it is coming like this. We have to find our neutral. See, I have added all these things, styles. So let's say I'm putting it 80%. See, everything got lighter here. Now when I choose John Wilson, I'm doing it in the master component. That's why I'm doing master component. Okay. Now when I go to fill, all the way down, I'm making it neutral 90%. So I don't make anything 100% dark or 100% black, right? Cardiology, 4 dots, and I will choose neutral 80%. And fees $100. It's $100 basically. If you look at it, this fees, it's metadata small bold, because fees has to be strongly mentioned. Now, if I have to change it into 2 styles, Control C, Control V, Shift A, horizontal, center align, and I'm going to make it fees and $100. So this fees, I'm going to choose metadata small, and this is $100. So the color that I choose is, let's say, neutral 90%, and this one is also neutral 90%, right? Like this, like, okay. Okay. Now, if you guys, saw how this card was created, let us try to quickly repurpose the same card to create another card like this. So it's the same information. If you see, only 1 or 2 metadata separate. So I'm going to make it, detach instance and make it horizontal like this, right? Okay. So let's make it a little bit squarish like this, because it's a small card that we are looking at. There is some white border to the right of this image. That's what is coming. Okay, no problem. So let us say that this is our card, number of years of experience and all these things. So we can just redesign this card. So I'll do Control C, Control V, years of experience added here, and Control C, Control V, I'll move it to the top. This and John Wilson, right, Shift A and right aligned like this, auto, right? Top one I can now delete. Okay, cardiology, fees, and there is one more thing. How much far from you? So fees is added. So let's have Control C, Control V, Shift A, right click, center align, fill container. That's how you make it to the right hand side like this. So I will go to plugins, Iconify, and location. Location. Let me get this. Okay. So this one also color I will choose from my set of colors, neutral 70 or 80. Okay. And Control X. If I put it on the last row, it will come like this, really big. So I will make it 16 pixels, 16, 16, and make another auto layout between them, make it tighter, 8 pixels, and hug. So they will hug them together. I can move this icon by using the left right arrow like this. So the distance is 1.0 kilometer away. Okay. So this has become now my horizontal layout of the card. Right. This property stays as it is. This is doctor name, I guess. Typography. If I hold this, John Wilson, metadata, same name thing should be added here. Control C, paste to replace. Yes, now the name thing is coming. John Wilson, and we will call it as, oh, okay, because I need to go here and first of all, I need to make it a component. Otherwise, I cannot add the text properties. So Alt Control K, this is another doctor's card, another variation of it, doctor's card, and we'll make this one as the name, right? This is name, then this is rating, create property, rating. Okay, then this is specialization. This is fees. Years of experience. By the way, guys, this is something which can be a result of a research, that what matters to you while deciding which doctor you, how do you build trust with the doctor? This is the solution of that problem. Distance. Okay. Everything added. Now let me just make a copy of it. Right. This time it is going to be horizontal. By the way, I can also add the shadow that I created. Effect, 4 dots, shadow subtle. Shadow added. So now see, I will check the responsiveness of this card. This is perfect auto layout. Only this image I am going to make it square. So 100, 100. Okay, done. Or let's say 96, 96. Let's see how it is coming out. Yeah, this is perfect. Shift A, another auto layout, 16 pixels. So now you can see I'm stretching them. They are responsive to me. Control Z, Control V. So let's say I have lot of doctor names like this. Okay, this is another card. So if I keep my primary assets, I'm going to use it to fill the data. This becomes my primary asset. This becomes my primary asset. See, I can change the design of these two things, and any screen that has these things will change, right? That is the power of components. So let us now try to create some screens like this. I will go to our auto layout page. I will borrow this page, Control C. I'll come to our variants page, right? And in this page, I'm going to add it, Control V, Okay. So as you can see, there are some things which are already there. Let's just change the name of the doctor, plugin, content reel. So images, and search doctor. You can rely on this avatar from Nikita Petrov. Okay, select this. Whom did we miss? This guy. Okay, right? All different doctors added. Now we'll go to text, doctor's text, position doctor, right? So if I select cardiology, oh, this is all Russian, I think. Some Russian person did. Text doctor, spy and was my doctor type, doctor short name, doctor specialties. Yes. Oh, this is some different language. Okay. Doctor specialization by Kellen Minner. Seems like English. Yeah, pediatrics, perfect. Urology, anesthesiology, internal medicine, ophthalmology. See how fast the working style is, right? Then name. So we can look at name. Doctor name. Let's see. If not, we can take directly. We can take names. Avatar male. Or doctor name. Okay. John Wilson. Dr. Nasreen Akhtar, Shirin Khan, fake doctor name. Oh, I also created by Kantik Banerjee, doctor names by Anant Roy. Yeah, a lot of my students also created. Dr. Vikram Singh, Priya Sharma, Nandini Gupta. Okay. Photos and names are not matching. Rajiv Singh is there? No. Okay. Let's say these are some of the metadata that we added. Now let us add this design. We already have this back button. So now in this auto layout, what we will do is that we will make it horizontal auto layout, right? Horizontal and hug. So we are changing or repurposing the same auto layout we did. So instead of auto, now I have one more icon on the right, Control C, Control V, which is the 3 dots. So I'll go to plugins, Iconify, and I'll get a 3-dot icon from here. The reason I'm showing all these things to all of you is that sooner or later you will create your portfolio. So these are all best practices to create designs fast, right? So let's say this size is 2424. I'm going to reduce the size to 24 pixels, Control X and paste to replace. Okay, 3-dot added. This is popular doctors. So I'm going to write popular doctors. And the size of the text, I'm going to choose metadata large, right? Heading small, popular doctors. Great. And the color that I'm going to choose is from here, neutral 90%. Okay, done. So from here, I'll do Control X and I can paste to replace. So all my doctors will come and sit here. The moment I make them fill container, it will come and fill the container. I can add 16 pixels padding. So the cards will be smaller in all directions like this. Okay. So now we will learn how to add vertical scroll to it. So I'll add just a fill color of white in the background. And this is my frame, if you see, guys, right? And this is the list of doctors, which can be even more long. So if I make it fill container, then it will fill the container, but the content is more than the frame, right? So the moment I make it clip content, I will see content like this, right? The content gets clipped from the frame. And this is the frame where I am going to go to prototype and tell overflow vertical scroll. So if I go to this shift spacebar mode in this particular frame, you will see that I have this scroll added. Okay, this is how you add vertical scroll. So when you see something is truncated, right, like this, that means there is a scroll. That is the usability angle to it. Go to Amazon, see if you are seeing a scroll on the right. So no need. When you see this truncated, then you see it means that there is content below, and that's how you scroll it. And in mobile, you see that elastic behavior. That means end of scroll. So in Figma, you cannot control the scroll. That is also another constraint. When you add a scroll on the right hand side, the size of the scroll depends on the content of the page. So when you have say 1,000 of item, the scroller will be small in size. When you have this much of content, the scroller will be big in size. The scroller size is proportionate to the content size. That is impossible to control in Figma. Okay. So in your prototypes, when you will actually execute your prototypes, just you need to add this behavior to your prototype. That's it. You don't need to add the scroll bar on the right. Okay. So if you see it, you can drag it with your fingers and you can move and see that this is a vertical scroll added here. Because scrollers appear on scrolling and then they disappear if you leave it. There are a lot of behaviors associated with it. So if you are using a static screen, then you can add a scroll on the right, like how Google added it here. If you guys remember, see on the right hand side, if I make a copy of it, you can see that show scroll bar. See, can you see the scroll bar on the right? So this is for static screen you can control. But in a prototype in Figma, the moment, let's say I make it like this, smaller, and then I have clip content, and then when I do shift space bar, right? And then if you go and make it vertical scrolling, you have to first of all, detach instance, and when you add vertical scrolling, see, is this the behavior a scroll bar does? This is why. And this is the Google component we are looking at. This is not possible in Figma, right? That is why. Okay. So not required also. Okay. Now, did we work on the press state of the cards? We did not. So what happens is that when you are actually working on these things, you can keep on increasing the complexity of the card slowly. You don't have to do all the things together. See, now the cards do not have press state, right? When I'm clicking, nothing is happening. So what I did, I just duplicated this card, detached it. I'm again making it a component, and I'm combining these two components. Right? This is combine as variance. So now I can look at it. I can change the fill color, right? I can change the fill. I can also, add little bit of a bluish hue to it if required. Some kind of a color difference like this. Let's keep it grayscale only like this, right? And now this doctor's card, if I go and if I create a property which is called, I think the first property only is states. So this is my rest state. This is my rest state. And I'm going to go to prototype, connect them while pressing. Only for once I did. So here I'm going to see that this is the rest state and the press state. Okay. The typography problem is this John Wilson is name. This John Wilson is not name. That's why this problem is happening. I have to connect it to name, right? Cardiology, I have to connect it to specialization. This I have to connect it to fees. This I have to connect it to years of experience. This I have to connect it to distance. This I have to connect it to rating. It's the same thing now, right? So when I go here and now I see I have the press state, right? So this is how I append to my design slowly as the designs are evolving. And if I feel that some of the things needs to be changed here, I can select both of them. I can change the padding to, let's say, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. See, everything changes here. If I feel that no padding, 0, 0, that also is possible. Okay, with that, I can come here, I can make it, fill container, center aligned. See, everything is changing. I can make this have a 4 pixels padding, not the doctored one. There's so many design decisions I can take later on, right? That is the beauty of this process. Say 8 pixels. I can look at different paddings, like 4 on the left and 12 on the right? 4 on the top and 12 on the bottom, like this. See, I can work on so many variations. And here I'm going to make it, fill container, something like this. So whatever, I have added here, padding, I can do Control Alt C. I can come here and I can do Control Alt V. So the same padding logic will be added here also, fill container. So this one also we're going to make it fill container. So now I have changed the designs on the fly while I was working on it. So you need not work on the high level design initially. You can work on this kind of step by step. You can mature the design. So this is a byproduct of this particular card, and this is a byproduct of this card. I can always add another version of it. Right click, detach, Option Control K, and combine them as variants. Add this property as states. Now I'm doing it a little fast. This is rest and this is hover or pressed, right? And you have to connect it like this one was rating. So you have to connect it always to the things that the necessary properties. This is years of experience. This is name. This is cardiology, which is specialization. This is fees. Okay. All right. So now when you look at this particular set, they are not, they also need to have similar color. So same color. Okay. Here I'm going to go to prototype, connect them while pressing change to. See, now they are also changing like this. So let us look at how can we create this page also, this first page that we were just seeing, right? So we have, we will change it with this particular group, Control X, and we can put it inside here, paste to replace, right? This comes, big because it is big. So I can go here, I can make it clip content and fill container. That way what happens is that part of it is outside. If you remove clip content, you will see everything, right? Like this. And now if you go to prototype and add horizontal scroll, then this guy gets a horizontal scroll to it, see? So the funda of horizontal vertical scroll is you have to clip the content. Okay. So from here I will, add, let's say 16 pixels of gap, and this entire part, let's say I have different sections of it. So how it was popular doctor, here also it's popular doctors, like this. So if I add it, Control V, it gets added on the left hand side, right? Like this. So how should I do it? I should, either I can put it like this, one after the other, like this. Popular doctors, Control C, Control V. With popular doctors, I have Shift A, right align, auto. right? And fill container. This is how fast you can do it if the concepts are clear. 16 pixels, done. Here I'm going to remove the 16 pixels and I'm going to make these two as one component like this. Why did I make again popular doctors here? So I'm going to call it as see all. Right? Let's say see all is my button basically. So I will change this color for now to something like this. So this one has clip content, horizontal scroll. This one doesn't have anything. That means the scroll will happen like this, right? Okay. Why is it all black? Because this does not have a color yet. So if I add fill color of white and if I make this thing as fill container, then the whole screen starts looking much better. So I'm not going to keep popular doctor here. Instead, I have to write this huge text here. So I'm going to write keep hi John. This particular sentence I need to add 16 pixels padding. So I will change this thing because I have my styles. So I'm going to make it metadata large, non-bold version like this, right? So I'm going to call it hi John, right? Hi John, and then Windows period, right? So I can add a hand. So this wavy thing, right? Hi John. Then popular doctors Control C. I will add Control V here. But instead of this, I will add a small circle here for putting the image of John, which is the avatar image, like a ellipse, small, let's say 36, 36, like this, Control X, and paste to replace. Okay, this is hi John's John face. These two are Shift A, but the entire group is vertical, like this, and the gap is let's say 16. So sorry guys, I'm doing it a little fast because now we took it slow yesterday just to see that how things fall in place like this. This guy also is 16 pixels, so everything is falling in place now for both the screens, and we will do a small prototype to see how things look. 16 pixels. Okay, so we don't have such a big font, by the way, so let's add a text style. This is heading large, right? Heading large, bold. We selected Segway, so Segway UI, bold, and 24. Create style. So I am going to change this style to heading large, bold. It is even bigger, so I can edit it and I can change the size to 36. See, it will change, or 32. So that's how flexible it is once you connect it, and you can control it later on. Keep taking care of your health. So why is this guy going through and through? Because it is hug. I need to change the condition to fill. Then it goes to the second line and you make it left align. Keep taking care of your health. I will again go to my content reel and I will borrow an image from here, male avatar, which will be done. Who knows how John looks? Okay, guys, now I have to add this search button over here. So let's again revise our auto layout. Plugin, Iconify, look for search. Okay, so we have, let's say, this search button here. Okay, we have a search button. It went here. Okay, we have search button. We need a settings thing also. Why there is a settings thing, I don't know. Settings slider, some kind of slider like this. Okay. So two icons we borrowed from Iconify. Yeah. So search and filter. So you have this thing. So I'm going to copy this thing, remove the hand. So I'm going to type search. Luckily, I have that, thin color. So Shift A, center aligned, 8 pixels, right? And now I will just add some padding. Let's say 12 and 12. So you'll see it becomes big like this, right? Little bit of a corner radius. I, white color. So search looks like this. The color that you see here, this color, we are going to choose the lightest one, right? Not that light, 70%. Even this thing also, we need to go and choose the same. So let us have the 80% one. Okay. Or the 70% one. Yes, done. The filter one, Shift A, center align, I, to add color, same color, 14, 14, 14 is too much for it, 6. Okay. And we'll make it same size, 48, 48. And this is height is 48. Perfect. This looks too small, so I can go here and I can change it to proportionately to, I can make it 16. And I'll change this color to white. Okay. So selecting both, Shift A, see one of them is going to be fill container. Who will be that person? The search one. Search is fill container. This is fixed. That's why this moves like this. Okay, guys. Control X. You can add it below. Fill container. Now, why the search looks so blunt? Because there is no shadow. So effect, subtle shadow. Okay, guys. Slowly it is taking shape. See. Now between these two, Shift A, you can do one Shift A, one group. And now when you check this prototype, you'll see it is like this. All these lines and all is because of my laptop display. So, like this. So, you can make Control C, Control V. So there is one more group here, right? Two groups here. There can be, popular doctors. There can be specialties or services. So even if you look at this particular group, Shift A, Control X, and let's say if you replace this group with paste to replace it with that icon group, something like this, and let's say you have more icons. So the way you do it is you make it fill container and you crop it and you add horizontal scroll. That's it. So now when you go here, you'll see, okay, they have their hover state. You can go here and there, and here also you can go here and there, right? The glitches are still there, so glitches will be resolved soon. But this is how it looks like that. So on clicking on see all, what happens? On clicking on see all, what happens? We go to this page, right? So we go to prototype, we connect see all and this one. Now we are not doing it inside variant, guys. Okay. So on click, navigate to, and on clicking on back, what happens? It comes back. So we created our first prototype, I would say, where you have these things, and on clicking on see all, it comes here with a scroll. Everything has a hover state also, and on clicking back, it comes back. And this is the first basic prototype that we created, right, guys? So if I expand this prototype, what happens is that you see this. This prototype comes in a full page like this, and you can make it fit width and height, so it fits like this. So see all and back like this. So if I want to share this prototype, I can share and copy this link. So this is the prototype link, copy the prototype link. So you can play this prototype at your end. See what I did is that the highest frame, I just added another fill color, and now the line problem will be gone. See now you'll be able to look at it like this. So in this entire prototype, as you can see, the shadows are not there for these doctors. Thanks for creating, the prototypes where, I can add the shadows here. And in the prototype, you will see the shadows will be added. Effect, subtle shadow. See, now shadows will be added. See, now are you able to see the shadows also? Right? See, now in the design, when I move, right? In the design, when I move stuff up and down, in the prototype, it happens automatically. See, now in your prototype, the specialties move to the top. So that means if you have shared a prototype link and you change the designs, the prototype will get automatically updated. See, all these cards have this thick border surrounding it. What if I, go to my master component, and if I remove this whole gap that it has, right? The 8 pixel gap. If I make it 0, 0, see in the prototype also, it's removed. So everything happens in real time. So we learned about horizontal scroll, vertical scroll, and basic prototype. Now you connect 100 screens, 100 prototypes work. You can make each component interactive also. This problem can be easily solved. So the problem that we are seeing here in this component, because this component is getting a conflict between, because this is also a parent component, right? And the parent component is dictating this particular, the doctor thing. So the problem can be solved easily by, when you actually make unique components here. See, when you make everything unique, then there is no problem. So basically, you have doctor, you have ambulance, like this, face to replace, right? And ambulance, you select the field one, and here it is drug, and here also it is drug, right? Like this. Here it is, what is left? Doctor, ambulance, drug, and care, insurance. Insurance, pays to replace, and insurance pays to replace with the field, like this. So now discovery, we are saying that this is state, but at the same time, one more property, which is type. So we'll have one more property, type. So doctor, and this is ambulance. Okay, this problem happens because every text is connected. So what will do is that we'll detach this text property. I was trying out if it works, but it will always face a conflict. I tried it in a separate Figma. So what you do is that you have to create, because they also have states, so you create it separately. So you can have doctor, right? Then you have ambulance, you have drug, you have insurance, and insurance. So you have prototype, everything is connected. So basically these two, the current type is doctor, right? These two are ambulance. These two drug, these two insurance. Right? So prototype, everything done. Now what I will do is that I'll just replace it in the main design that we have. So we'll have doctor, Control C, paste to replace. We'll change it from doctor to drugs, to insurance. Oh, let us get rid of all the nested properties also. We don't need the nested properties. We'll just do it in the basic way, like doctor, this is ambulance, this is insurance, and this is drug. So now look at the prototype. This will not have any problem. See, everything will work fine. Okay. I think I missed it. Yes, now it is working. Now look at this thing. The transition that is happening, right? It's happening really strong, in a strong way. So what I'm trying to mention here is that the transitions that are happening here, if you see, they are very strong, tuck, like that. So in Figma, we have the trigger type, right? On click. Action is also okay. It navigates to another frame. Destination is done, but the animation is instant. So the moment you change it to dissolve, right? See what happens to your animation, the one that you guys were checking. See, it dissolves and slowly goes there. If you change the timing of dissolve to, let's say, 1000 millisecond, by the way, is 1 second. See how it will dissolve. Very slowly, right? You can also make it, instead of dissolve, you can say move in, right? Move in, and you can say, let's say, 500 milliseconds. So, and by the way, when you want to restart the prototype, you have to hit R. When you hit R, it starts from the beginning. R for Rangoon. Okay. R for Ronaldo. So when you click it, see, now it moves from the right. Right. So you may have seen that many applications, this is how it happens. But also the way it happens doesn't make it look natural. So there are different ways by which this transition happens. If we make it, let's say, ease in, then it happens like this. If you make it ease out, then it happens like this. If you make it, let's say, gentle, this is one of my favorite. So when you do gentle, see, this is how it happens. This looks much better, right? So when I, again connect it back, what happens is everything is okay. Instead of instant, I will make it move out, right? So now it goes from here to here and gentle. So see, like this. Okay, coming like this. So the direction is wrong. So what we'll do, we'll change the direction. Now see what happens. See all back, right? Now we have two different interactions to it. We have this thing sorted, right? And okay, one thing that we can sort more is all these things that we have seen, we can add a little bit of a gray tint to it in the hover state, like this. So now you have a little bit of a gray tint also added to it. So this, you must be now realizing that this color gray, you need lot of different shades of gray to get things done, right? And how do we decide so many colors are there? So what you can do is that there is a excellent plugin which is called Foundation Color Generator. So when you look at Foundation Color Generator, this plugin actually creates color style for you, and it generates ramp of color, rest, hover, because colors not only are for beauty, but they are also related to accessibility of your designs, right? So that's why, the colors are also really important to be accessible. So let's say I have one of my colors as a dark color, like this, the same dark thing that we selected. As soon as you select a dark color, you'll see it automatically created from very light to dark, and it has all the states in it. and this AA, AA, AAA, they are related to accessibility. In the left-hand side, you can see, in the left-hand side, you will see that light, hover, light active, normal, hover, normal active, dark, hover, dark active, right? So many colors are given. So we can name it as my neutral dark, right? This is a neutral dark palette. And when I do, if I click on palette, so what happens is that it creates a ready-made color style guide for my page like this. And it looks really nice. It's all created in auto layout. Where did it go? Yeah, all my designs. So I can keep it here next to it. You can see it's a neutral dark palette which has been created for me. And when I say create styles, see on the right hand side, text styles, color styles, this is what it looks like. But the moment I do create styles, it creates a style for me, neutral dark style. See, now it is much easier for me to choose my colors, right? It is properly named in a proper ramp. Yeah, this is a very, very popular plugin to create this kind of colors. Not only this, let's see if you want to create an accent color, like the purple color that we have. So I'm going to, select this color, the purple one, and the purple ramp is also created, right? So if I call it accent, and you can, by the way, you can play around here also, like you can play around and create your own purple ramp or color ramp that you feel okay, like this. This looks good. Too blue. Okay. Then create style. This is the accent style will be created. And if you create the palette will be also generated. So in one single click, you have created, you can create this thing. Okay. So this is how you get it. And let's say out of all of these components, I choose this, Now I want to, I'll take this component outside and I have from here, I'm going to choose normal hover, and from here I'm going to choose normal. Two different shades, create component set. So I'm using color from there while pressing change. Control C, and I'm going to replace it here. Paste to replace. Okay. Control C, paste to replace. Now when you look at the designs, the same prototype, now it has a hover state. Right? So every single color that you see here can be mapped to the foundation color generator that it has brought. So now I am playing around with the design like this. But if you haven't created it in a smart way, smart strategy way, then it is like lot of change will keep on happening, right? Okay, so we learned about, yes. So now let us look at, so as you know, we are slowly and slowly we are looking into transitions and all. If you have another screen, like when you click on this doctor, then this thing should be visible. Only this doctor is visible, right? So here I can detach this instance because I don't want to disturb it, and I can make it vertical like this, something like this, right? I can make the photo of the doctor bigger, right? Like this. Okay, something like this. And this is Dr. Shirin Khan. Is to replace Dr. Shirin Khan. So on clicking it, I should be able to come to this particular screen. Right. On click, navigate to, again move out, move in, same way. So let's see how the prototype looks like. See all, and then on clicking it, it moves in. Let us try and see if some other transition works. See, instead of move in, if I choose dissolve, how does it look like? See all, dissolve. Okay, better. Now there is one more thing which is called smart animate. So when you do smart animate, what happens is that this card grows into the other card. See? So see all. So when I clicked it, see, there is a transformation happening in the card, right? And when I click on this back button, it goes back to this one. Just for fun's sake, let us understand this smart animate concept, and you can try to play around with it. See, now that I have reached this particular card, I can have lot of other information about this doctor, right? I can have the dates available for this doctor, which you will see here. So there is a description text and all. So you can, keep on adding stuff coming from here. So which is like descriptions, and after descriptions, you can have, you can change this thing to the large non-bold metadata, and I'll get some lorem ipsum text to quickly fill it up, paste. Why did it go all the way? Because it is hug. I'll make it fill container, right? Description came, select date. Now these are all not, too difficult stuff to build, but still, if you want me to show description, so let's say this is how the description is added here, and now this is select date. Now are you feeling confident how to build an app? At least little bit, right? When you see it happening in front of you, you feel more confident, right? Okay, so let's say this one, and then the next one I'll make it small, metadata small. So this is too small, so I'll make it metadata large, like this. So 19 and Saturday, right? So selecting both, Shift A, center aligned, right? This text is center aligned. Okay, so I'll make it a little bigger. This 19 also should be center aligned. Okay, all thing tested. This corner radius 14. So one of the date is done. Let me make it white so that it's visible. And then the second one, or let's make it square only, like how it is coming, 80. Done. And then the selected version is our blue color, which we generated from our foundation color generator, normal. And in the normal color, this text is white. We don't have a white color here. We'll choose the light color. Okay, perfect. So we are going to make it what? We're going to make a component set. So the property can be selected. Is this selected? No. Is this selected? Yes. That's it. Simple component. So I am going to take it outside. No, Shift A, like this. More, whatever this can hold, it is more than that. So I can make it selected and make it 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 25. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, done. So this frame I will make it clip content, make it smaller. Prototype, horizontal scroll. That's it. Control X, I'm going to add it here. Okay, and make it fill container. Okay, now this one I'll put it back to the gray color, because now you can see the gray color, right? Here you can look at it. If you feel that it is too big, now because we have a master component, we can make it 60-60. Everything becomes smaller. And even if you feel that it's cramped, make it 70-72. See, that kind of control you get, like this. Here, if the gap is too much, make it 8 pixels. Perfect. So what happens here is when I'm looking at the prototype, when I'm doing back, it's coming here. When I'm clicking it, it's coming like this. See, there is an animation added, right? So what is this animation? Now I can go back. So we created our first prototype, I say, see all, right? Horizontal, vertical scroll, again click, coming here. Why did the long press did not happen? Because there is already a click here, right? So it's coming here like animated. And going back, let us also do the going back also, let us do smart animate. Instead of move out, we will use smart animate. See what happens. The face of the doctor will animate and become small again. Cool, right? So Alt Control C, Alt Control V. So photo is replaced. All the metadata that you had here, it is not code actually that you create once and it understands. This is the difference. Okay. So now I have connected Neha Desai. So connect it, on click, smart animate, and back. So see, every back, it becomes a challenge, right? That it has to go to the right back, right? So is that, if I remove it, there is a way I can go to these interactions and I can say that on click, go back. I don't know wherever it has come from, go back. But in that case, that smart animate will be problem. Let us take it slowly. We will do it slowly. So basically this is smart animate and gentle and going back to this frame. So now we created a 4-frame prototype. See all, Dr. Shirin Khan, back. Dr. Maya Desai, and back, right? All right. So now if you understood it properly, see, we almost cracked a complex screen of a doctor's app, right? Lot of complexities here. So we have solved problems of discovering stuff. We have even micro interactions, granular micro interactions added, like press interactions, right? We have, everything added here. We have transitions. We have all these informations. Now, the moment, you want to add a scroll here, let's say you have another sections here. So, you can keep on adding information like this, but then in order to add the vertical scroll, what do you have to do? You have to add clip content and vertical scroll. See, that's how when you click Dr. Shirin, you get this vertical scroll added. Content should be more, and then that's how you get vertical scroll here, right? Like this, right? So when you are clicking Maya Desai and you are coming back, Maya Desai, and then when you are going back, oh, this guy is changing. I think Maya Desai, because why the problem is we generated it from this card only. That is why this problem is happening. If we had taken Maya Desai and replaced Maya Desai, paste to replace, and then made it, detached it, and then made it vertical, and then made it bigger, same dimension as this card. What is the dimension? 401. So you make it 401. Okay. Then what is the dimension of this one? It is fill container. So I'm going to use this card and make it fill container like this. And vertically, what is the size of this card? It is 261. So we'll use it 261, right? Like this. So now my RSI is bound to react like this, right? My RSI and my RSI is coming back. Oh, let us have this link prototype, and on going back, it goes back from here like this. R, you come here, my RSI comes up, and then my RSI goes back. Yeah, this you can fix. It's not a big issue because a lot of cards are borrowed from here. So that's why it is happening. Because you have to make this transition happen from the same source and go back to the same source. So the problem that happens is that, let's call this doctor's card as 2, right? Doctor's card 2. So the name of this animation of the card should be same. So if I call it same doctor's card 2, then the transition usually, now it is solved, right? So when you have the same name, then this problem is solved. So now if you see, both are solving, right? Got it. So in Figma, name conflict and animation problem happens. This is a problem that happens. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
This is a prototype like this, basically you click through, see, you are waiting for some time. How do you create this timer also? All those stuff. And you just click, how do you create shimmer states? And from here, you basically select stuff. And then you go all the way. You have, partial scrolls. Look at it, how the search control, how the search bar also has this dynamic helper text for people, for letting people know how many things they can do here. Right. And then you can actually, book consultation, can select something. And, these things that sometimes when you have not selected anything, the CTA is in the disabled state. On selecting something, it goes into the enabled state. Then you select it, right? And then you basically see the appointment confirmation. Same way, there is this restaurant app. It is from Food Panda. So basically, you have an end-to-end flow. So we will learn about how to embed Lotifile animations. I think it's running a little slow. It's supposed to be an animation. If not, then we'll fix it. Okay. So see how after some time, all automatically these kind of permissions, they're coming, right? We will learn about all these things and the transitions and all these things. This is going to be used for our usability testing also. So we'll use that. Okay. And then, how these things come from the bottom. Then MACD, you select something. Then these are all toast messages, how toast messages come. Then you do checkout and this kind of, count creation is happening at this level. So how this kind of password strengths are considered and, an account is created like this. So there are 2 examples and we'll just setting the context here, what we are going to cover in 3 days. Then there is something which is little complex, which is called data tables. So Spotify, all of us listen to Spotify. So this is a data table component. So this is an image, but if you look at data table, because it has rows and columns, making responsive data tables is a little complicated thing. So how do you work on data tables? Whether you should work on row wise or you should work on column wise, they are also fairly complex. Let me show you. So the Spotify data table is extremely complex. You can see there is a hover state, right? So hover state on each row, hover state on the names, right? And on hover scale, this is a complex thing. Then on clicking, there is a small micro interaction. And then the cell, when I leave it, the red state has the heart in it, right? And when I come again and I click again, there is a shaking animation and the heart is gone. So a lot is happening in this small example, right? Also, if you see these numbers, they're changing to play button. It's the most glamorous and most, nice data table examples. That is one thing. And then there are data visualization things. So when you are working on data viz examples, like these examples in dashboard, especially dashboards sometimes have things which cannot be made auto layout. So you deliberately create non-auto layout things like these examples. Sales analytics dashboard. See if it is loading. Yeah, look at it. So, creating all these kind of components, how do you create them? How do you change their positions and all? Sometimes you can make few of them at least. I mean, they will be responsive, partly will be non-responsive. So we can take an example like this and we'll try to see how do we make it. And also, if you look at these kind of pages, they are complex auto layout pages, right? Because there are so many things. How do you divide this? How do you divide the page structure in these kind of pages? This is also one of those complex examples. You need not learn lot of gimmicky things, but these are all mandatory things. So I will add a section for data table also. If we need one extra day, I will tell them that we need one extra day data viz, right? So this is an example for it. All right. And variables, what is variable? Variable, if you see, we can in Figma, let me show you this example. Yes. See, actually, I have deleted all the color variables, so nothing will happen. Oh, it's still happening. Okay. It is having the root. So if you see, this is a light theme card, right? And when I move, let me delete this card. Also, I can delete this card. When I move this card from this frame to this frame, the card automatically becomes dark theme. Not only that, the language also changes. See, here it's English, here it's Spanish most probably, right? And here it's Hindi. So Chrome mein bhag le. Here it becomes sign into Chrome. Fascinating, right? Changes. Right. So these are all amazing things that Figma has introduced. This one. So these are color variables. So we'll learn about that. Then we have number variables. In number variables, we can do mathematical calculations in Figma. Like let's say this is a cart example. Okay, there is a timer error, not know why. So if you do add to cart, once you do add to cart, see, one item is added, the cart total becomes the price. Items left is one less than items added. So you keep on adding items. You can add items till they are zero. After zero, you cannot click. And these are all extremely logic based prototyping. Then these are also nice examples where you can add filtering things. Like if you look at this example, so there are sea creatures. So once I go to the drop down and I choose animal, it becomes animal gallery. The text changes, everything changes. I can make it to birds, I can make it to reptiles, and look at what is happening. Yes, variables, we will do all. I'm just giving a teaser, Shomya. So no need to worry. If you select, see, there is a drop down, right? So we need to understand how drop downs come in prototyping. But the beauty is that once you click on sea creatures, the drop down closes and the content changes and this changes. Now, tell me an application from your projects that you can do with this animation. Let's say the museum app. How can you use this thing for your museum app? You select modernism, everything becomes modernism. You select Renaissance, everything becomes Renaissance, right? So you can create, let's say, how can you use it for a food app? Type of food, veg, non-veg, or you have whenever you have a drop down function. So basically it's kind of a filtering exercise only, right? This is a filtering thing. Same thing happens with tags also, right? Let's say I click on birds, sea creatures, animals, all reptiles, useful, right? You may have selected Renaissance, but you may have those time things, right? Like 1617 to 1600 to 1625, right? You may have all those periods under the same genre. So you can use this also for that, right? Making sense, everyone? Okay. So let's say for the fitness app, for your elderly fitness app, there also these things can be used. Let's say you are given some options, you can choose, and then the content changes. And this content can be anything. need not be these cards. It can be a page full of text also. Anything you can make. So we'll learn this. And lastly, there is something called Boolean variables. So Boolean variables, basically it gives you this kind of on-off state. But on-off state is a very simple manifestation of it. Look at this example. Without Boolean variable, it is almost impossible to do. If you have worked on variants or variables, if you have worked on variants, variables, very confusing. When you click on first name, then this becomes the active state, right? In variant, what happens? When you click on last name, does it go back? It doesn't go back, right? But here it goes back. That means it makes something on and other things off. So, and why, how these things are created, why these are complicated is because, so when you do the prototyping of these things, the prototyping works in a different way. You have to write logics here. So it's a logic based prototyping. That's why it is little complicated. Okay. So we will learn about these things. These are some of the examples. Yes, Glassmorphism we can absolutely touch while we are doing auto layout. Now only we will touch Glassmorphism. Huh. Glassmorphism is a very nice way, and people who doesn't know about Glassmorphism, I'll just bring some examples. I will show you immediately while we start auto layout. So Glassmorphism is something like this. Something like this. How can you create Glassmorphism? So let's create this same example. Copy image, and we will go to our auto layout plus variants advanced, and I'll add it on the top. Okay. Okay. So this is kind of the scope in mind. In case we don't cover all of them and we can get some extra class, it's okay. In case not, I have added most of those examples here. Okay. So the two end-to-end click-throughs are there. End-to-end click-through, by the way, folks, it is a must. There is no, I mean, even if you are not good with auto layout, you are working without auto layout, end-to-end click-through is a must these days. The reason is that the leadership people, they don't have much time to go through presentations and all those things. The beauty of end-to-end click-through is that you can record your screen, play the prototype, make a 1-minute video, and share it with leadership. And we do it every single day almost. Every day we are working on prototypes being recorded and shared for quick feedback. It was in Microsoft also, in Salesforce also. Every these places, prototyping is must. So you have, that is why, we will make it easy, and it's extremely simple also. Unless you want to make a prototype like yesterday's thing, what we saw for that VR app, most of the prototypes are easy. You just have to understand few principles. So we will touch upon those principles and we will work on those things. And there is this prototyping and animation part also, where we covered a lot of stuff. So how confident are people with, did we cover all these things? Did we cover smart animate and all those things while we were doing it before? Did we cover? So animation, and we did not cover these things also, right? We did not cover these things also, right? So these things, and if you look at this particular CTA, on clicking save, this thing happens like this. Okay. Where is this button? This is the button, sorry. Look at this, this very special button. The button on clicking goes into loading state, and then this thing comes up. Really nice, right? It solves so much of usability problem. Like you are saved, it's saving, and it's saved, right? The state of the button is extremely dynamic. So we'll just go through all these things one by one, right? So let's start our day, guys, with auto layout. We will go with the auto layout variants advanced. And I don't think we have done Instagram, right? We haven't made this, right? Yes. Okay. We'll just go through them. So let's start with, a few examples from here. So while creating this auto layout, like this is an Instagram page, and the why this page is so important to learn is that let me take this thing outside here, and then we will do shift 2, and then we'll try to look at this thing. See, the image is 100% left to right, right? But the Nat Geo thing and the content below, it has a padding. So this is this very unusual behavior, and many people struggle with this thing, that how is this happening? How is this thing working? I think this is from one of the students' work, so we will clean it up. So first of all, this thing on the top, I think this we can easily do, right? Things where you guys feel confident, you can just let me know. We know how to make it. So first of all, we'll let us just do it one by one. So in order to create this kind of a top header, that information bar that we have in phones, if you see this information bar, when we stretch, it goes like this, right? That means it keeps a padding of 16 pixel on both sides. If I change this thing to 20, it will be 20 pixels on both sides. If I change it to 16, back 16 pixels on both sides. And there is a gap between these two. Now looking at it in a closer level, you would have seen that this is not center aligned, right? So we should be able to center align these things like this. And coming here, we will see that the gap internally is 4 pixels. So 4 pixel gap. And all these icons, the way to use these icons is that they should be sharing the same size, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, like this. Their thicknesses are also similar. Looking at it, it has a small corner radius here. So typically this should also have little bit of a corner radius here. Something like this. Not so much, 1 or maybe 0.5. Yes. Now they would look like the same character. So matching the character is very important for icons. That we did. While we are doing it, we will also try to, control the colors that we are giving. So what is this color? How many colors are there in this thing? How many colors do you see? White and black, right? So in this level, see, we are going to mix and match some of the concepts, right? So we will open local variables also, right? How do we open it? From the right hand side panel, there is something called local variables. So we will, while we are doing it, color variable is the easiest to learn. We will take up color variables. We will always use color variables for every color, so that color variable is done for, and then going forward, we'll learn the complicated variables. Color and variables and the color styles, they are same. For example, if I do I, and if I hover on this thing, I'm hovering on this black. If I click, copy it to color clipboard. So this is the new variable, a new color picker in Figma that has come up. So what I will do is that I'll go to color variable, local variables, and in local variables, there are things called create variable. And this is collection. So you don't need to worry about anything now. We will go here eventually. But when you do create variable, you can get 4 types of variable. First one is called color variable. And we saw briefly number variable was the add to cart thing. String variable was the one where I was using the filtering example. Boolean variable is the one where I was doing the field click, that thing, first name, last name, that example. So I'm going to use color variable. So when I go to color variable, here I'm going to not tell the color as white. Instead, what is this color? This color is background. So I will call the application. Now, when we classify colors or typographies as their application, they are called tokens. This is an industry thing now. So if you call them as tokens, this is a background token, right? And then I'm going to, add one more color variable. And here I will call it as icon token. And I'm going to add one more color variable and I will call it as text bold token. Okay. So what is a text bold token? I'll select this color from here. Okay. What is the icon token? I'm going to select the icon token from here. Done. What is the background token? I'll select the background token from here. Now I just have to do one last thing. Now selecting it, what is the background? FFFFF, represented in a square. I'm going to click on these 4 circles and choose this background token, right, from here. As soon as I do, it looks like this. It looks like this gray box. Check whether the right token is applied. I can go here. I can change to red. See, that means these two are now connected, right? Let's make it FFFFA like this. And what is the icon color? Let's say black. I need not pick from here also. I can make it black. And now I'm going to select these icons. This is the color, right? So instead of this, I'll click on these 4 dots. I'll select icon. Now when I change the icon color, we'll see these icon colors are changing. That means it's connected. Same, I'll go here, icon color, I'm going to change to icon. I'm going to select the text, change the color to text bold. Done. So what happens is that with this thing, this Instagram has lot of these icons and backgrounds and all, right? And if you know the Instagram dark theme, copy image. Is there a better version? I'm trying to find a better one. I think it's okay. We can get this one. So the dark theme Instagram looks like this. So we will not spend our time in creating the dark theme. That is our goal. So here we are doing 2 things. We are learning about auto layout, and at the same time, we are also learning about color tokens, color variables. Now comes the next layer. Here we have Instagram and this. So if I want to take it outside and build it again. So these are also icons, but these are little bigger icons like that. So creating this, so by the way, creating this auto layout was not a big problem. So now if we try to see how this auto layout was created is, it is created by one, this, second this, and it had, this was the building block for this auto layout, right? Like this. Now, when you select all of them, if you do Shift A, then auto layout happens. You can add the gap as 4 pixels. When you select these two and do Shift A, you can choose the auto layout as 4 pixels. Okay. Now this one and this one, when you hold, and if you do Shift A, center align, and it's auto. By auto, it takes the right and left corners, right? If it was not auto, if it was, let's say 24 pixels, it will be always 24 pixels gap. But the moment I make this gap as auto, it takes the right and left corner. And now I'm going to add the padding, 16 pixels on the left and right, 16 pixels top and bottom, right? Fill color, but the fill color I'll take from my token library, which is background. Done. Same is with Instagram. This thing, creating this thing is not a problem. I need this token. I need this chevron. I need the Instagram logo. So Instagram logo, to actually, you can go to Iconify and you can find these icons here. So if you go to Iconify and you see Instagram is right there. So when you look for Instagram, see, you will find the Instagram written thing here, right? Like this. So this Instagram also, the black color that it has. Yes. So I'll take it outside because this is the one where I can add color. The color will be the same as icon, right? See, the color changed. I'll make it small. And this chevron, I will make Shift A. Center aligned 16. Okay, done. Then the next thing that I'm going to do is these three icons. I'm going to find it everything in Iconify. One icon, two icon, three icon. So the moment I find all these three icons, I will hold all of them, Shift A, 4 pixels. Okay, like this. So between them, so this one, if I click enter, I go to the next level. See, from here I go deeper. Again, if I hold enter, I select the icons, the last level. And now I can, so there are multiple things, stroke and fill. So I'm going to, select one, change this thing to icon color. These two, change this thing to icon color because stroke and, fill, both things were there. When I do Shift A, it's auto. This is also done, right? So very simple, 2 auto layouts done like this. Okay, header done and this thing done like this. So I'll just place them loosely right below each other like this. Now comes this part. So this part, actually, if I take it outside, you'll see that there are, different kinds of avatars which are required. Some are small, some are big, right? And some are, if I select it, so some are like, the rainbow thing is not there. With some, the rainbow thing is there, like this. So there are 4 different types of avatars. So you can select them, and here we will just brush up our concept of variance. So I'll detach them. Now, how do you create these things in the first place, right? How do you create this circle around a photograph? So let me just get we'll just get a circle first. So this is a circle and we'll make it 40-40. Yes, 40. Then we will go to plugins and we can go to content reel. We will find a lot of faces here. Selecting the circle, I will go to avatars mail. See, image is added. You can go to image and choose any image from here. Okay, this looks nice. Now, how do you add this ring around it? So here, if you see, if I add stroke, so the stroke comes inside, right? So here, if I show you, there is this, so 2 different strokes are used. So first of all, what happens is that when I select the image, I see this is just the image, right? 40-40 image. If I click on stroke, then the stroke appears inside. I'll make it outside. So outside stroke is white color. Okay. Now this one I will make, let's say, frame selection. So this is a frame now. And here I will add one more stroke. And this I'll also make outside. And I'll increase the thickness. Let's say I'll make it 3. Like this. And if I make the corner radius as 100, then there is one more thing around it. I'll make it 2 like this. Alt the one internal and then make it 2. The white will increase in size. The colorful will decrease in size like this. Like this. See, now it's almost equal. Now holding this, frame, the outside stroke, you can go. If I take it outside, so this has got a stroke, right? Which is a white stroke, right? If you add one more stroke here, then it will replace this stroke. So you are asking, why didn't we add a circle like this? Then what will happen is that the image will, if you scale the image will not be auto layout. Here the image stays auto layout. See? Oh, sorry. This is the frame. Yeah. And if you make this thing as fill, then your entire frame becomes auto layout. See? Here also, if you add it like this, then you have to make it a frame only, like a frame, and make it auto layout. Control X, Control V. It will be because this is the frame, this is a separate frame, right? And this thing will not come and sit on top of the frame unless they have a negative auto layout, right? Like this. That is the main issue. So whatever we have to do around the image. So, you can keep on adding frames. You can add a frame selection and you can add one more stroke like this outside. And you can make it, let's say 3, right? So it becomes bigger when you make the frame as circular like this. And you can again make another frame selection and add one more stroke like this. See, let's say you want this kind of concentric circles, right? So you have to keep on adding around it like this. You keep it auto layout. You're getting it. Otherwise, what will happen is that you have to take it outside. You have to place it on a circle, just on a simple circle like this. Circle is little bigger than this, like this, and you will not have much control in it. Say tomorrow I need a smaller version of this also. So what I can do is that I can take it outside, and this is a smaller version, and I can easily make it the bigger version. Select the internal one. I can make it. I can make this thing grow. So I can easily make it to the bigger version like this and change the thicknesses. See, 3, 6. It's full control like this. Okay. Okay. So now we have. So this is how basically you create the circular loops like this. So let me just select the stroke. The stroke color I will select radial, and you can just select these colors. Okay, you have to do it on the darker one. Everything 100 and choose the color. It's changing the top one only. The stops didn't come. Okay, now it will come. The stops didn't come. Okay, the first point is this. Second point is this. Third point is okay, maybe linear. Yes. So that's how you create these circles. So I'll delete it. I will have one of these. Size is 40. 40. Okay, done. And I will make a copy of it. Here I will delete the stroke, add the stroke, 3 pixels, and I'll change it to light gray like this. Okay. All right. Then I will make a copy, make them 80 like this. Change the thickness to 5, 6, 6, and internal thickness to 3. Okay. Done. Now I will create variants. So I'll select all. Maybe you can arrange it like this. So how many properties do you see in this whole thing? If I select everything, and if I make them create component set, then it creates variants. So first it is size, right? No doubt. So if I select both of them, their size is what? 80. And if I select both of them, their size is 40. What is the other property? So maybe we can call it as state. So state, this is active, let's say active, and these two are inactive. Okay. So now when I take it outside, I will see that I can change the size. I can change active to inactive. This is about variance. So I can take it outside like this. And now I can have this, your story thing. I can add it here like this, Shift A, right? And holding this, I'll make it as 80 pixel like this. So it's all hug, and it's all center aligned. Yes, hug, and 10 pixels. Let's select this. When you select it and change it to, this is the 80 pixel one. Okay, like this. Now I don't have a light color thing, right? I don't have this light text thing. I have a bold text thing. So let me go to my local variable, and in my local variable, I will add a color. I will add a color which is text light, and I will select this text color, whatever text color it has. Okay, done. Now I will again go here, create color, text neutral. The text only I am selecting, not more than that. And I will select this color. Okay, done. So I can also arrange the things here. I can drag and drop text, light, neutral, bold, icon, everything like this. So now when I actually, make this thing as a component, if I make this as a component, then this component has this thing, right? So it has this image which is coming up. The image is coming from this component 38, right? So I can call it as avatars because this variant has one of the child which is from a system. Please try to understand this part. This frame 1321, let's call it as avatar master. Okay. This avatar master has this image of this lady, which is one of the instance of this system. Is everyone trying to, everyone okay with this concept? Now, when I select this, you have to select the variant and you go to add property. You will find nested instance property. Only when one of those things inside a variant is part of another system. So what is the systems I am going to expose? Avatars, it's same name. So when I expose it, what happens is that when I make a copy of it, I can change it to 40. Okay, I have to make sure that, the stress test is okay. So I have to make sure that if I change it from 80 to 40, that this thing changes. Yes, right. So if I change it from 40 to 80, ideally it should become small in size. Forty, 80, yes, now it is working. It was not in the hug condition thing. Now I can change it from inactive to active. So basically what happened is that because of this thing, this particular component, it is so robust that I can just change it to inactive. I can change it to 40. I can make anything out of it, right? Even your story, I'll just make it go like this. So even if when I make it 40, your story will be like this. So it's a very robust component, right? So I can select it, make another copy, Shift A, 24. Holding the second one, I can change it from inactive to active. So it becomes easy. I can select it. I can go to plugins. I can go to content grill. I can select this, right? And I can change the image. This thing's a little fast in Mac. Okay, avatars. Okay, I have to select the internal one, and then I can click on here to change the images. Yeah. Here, everyone, this is how we get variants and nested properties from it. Okay, done. Now, if I select everything, now we will go into the next part. So the next part is pretty straightforward. The next part looks like this, but this is the part where we have to think about that solution. I think this frame, it was borrowed from one of the students, I guess. So we'll just take one of them and we will make sure that this thing is a, okay, I think still a lot of components are there, ungroup. Okay, yes, as we can see, we'll just delete everything. We just need to create one component like this. And then the Instagram design is done. So how do we create this top part? Absolutely, it's a simple one. We need an icon like this. We need geo, and we need this ellipsis. So the ellipsis color will be what color? Icon color, right? Done. Nat geo color will be what color? Text neutral. And this is, we don't have any control. So Shift A, center aligned, 16. Between these two, Shift A, auto. So I'll just test it by stretching it. Okay. So look at it, how I am building it layer by layer, right? Now this one will have a padding on both sides. Okay. All I need is the image. So I will take this image outside. So in order to add this kind of an image, you can just add a rectangle, simple rectangle like this, plug in, unsplash, get a whatever image you want. So we are revising our variant concept, auto layout, and we are also learning the this thing. Okay, here we will go to animal. We'll try to find a horizontal image. So we can choose orientation as landscape, right? So it will not give me any vertical image. Okay, yeah, this looks rich contrast image like that. Okay, now comes the second layer. So this layer, if you see, it is the same layer. So here I think it is going to be 8 pixels. Yes. The same thing will come here, except this will have the like here. It will have the chat here. So in order to replace it, I'll select it. I'll do right click. I'll do paste to replace. So I'm leveraging on this auto layout to build this auto layout, right? And then there is the save option. One of my favorite options. Yes. Then selecting both, Shift A, auto, automatically auto is selected, done. The next layer is about how many likes this guy has got. So I can get it. It's just a simple text. You can add this text here, but the color of the text should be what? Text neutral. Okay. These icons, most of them are okay. But see this one, the chat icon didn't get the color. So I'll choose the icon color. Okay. Now everything is icon color. Save, I'll choose the icon color. Okay, done. Now comes the long text. So this is the part where we do text truncation, right? So if I do this, you'll see how is it that, you know, the more is pushing the text. So after the text truncation, the more comes, right? So we will just see how to make this. And then all we are left with is view comments. And I think the days ago thing. That's it. That is going to be all about Instagram. So in order to create it, this is one of the text. And in this text, if you see, it is going like this because if I take it outside, first you write the text. The text can be like this. Then we do Shift A and we remove the padding. Once you remove the padding, you can push the text below, hold the text, make it fill container, and go to the settings and add text truncation maximum 2 lines, which is already added actually. So after 2 lines, sorry, if you hold the frame and if you make it smaller, you will see this text truncation comes. Along with it, there is another thing which is more. So I'll hold this text and I'll click on the text neutral color like this. There is this more thing. I'll choose the text light color. Between these two, I'll create one more auto layout. I'll make them bottom aligned. Gap is 0. So even this one, the padding is 0. So what happens is that mode is right next to it. And this one, I'll make it as fill container. So in most of the cases, the mode will push the text like this. Right? Okay. Then this one is the text light color. One day ago is the text light color. Okay, done. Only we didn't have a link color. So I will go to our local variables, create variable, text link. Text link, I'll just add this, the blue color. Text link. Okay, everything in place. Delete, add it here. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. Very simple. Select everything, Shift A. The gap is right. Why is this guy not coming inside? Because this is auto, this should be fill container. Now it will come inside. Okay. Now this one and the top one and this one. The only trick here is that add a 16 pixels padding here. Add a 16 pixels padding here. Right? Even you can add 16 pixels padding on the top and bottom also. And here also add a 16 pixels padding here. Basically, they both have breathing space, but the image does not have. Now we need to Shift A and make it absolute tight also, no gap. Then it looks like this. See, it looks like this. So this becomes what? This becomes my source of truth. So I am going to treat this as a component. This is my post. So I will take a copy of the post. I'll add it here. Shouldn't Nat Geo icon be an instance with property 40px inactive? This one. Nat Geo also you want to make it like this. Be an instance with property 40px inactive. You want to use the same component here? Not sure, but this one is a horizontal arranged thing. So if you want to use the 40 pixel, I'm not sure if this is 40 pixel. Let's try to use it. So we will have Control C. We'll go to the main component. Paste to replace. So this one, I don't think the ring also stays. The ring is also not there. So maybe we need one more, one without the ring. And the reason this one was created, let me look at my Insta. Oh, I think below here, I think the face comes. That is one of the place I could see. Any other place? When you go to chat, in chat also small faces come. Actually, in Insta, there are multiple. So this is the, consider it as a placeholder. There are, I think, multiple sizes. Go to your Insta and open chat. You'll see on the top, there is a row of icons. Then messages also have a avatar size. Then the navigation, bottom navigation also has a avatar. It has so many different sizes, right? But this is all about the icon of the thing, I think, from where it is being posted, and it may not be always circular. Oh, on top of the post also sometimes your avatar comes, see? I think this is an old design. The new design has this on top of it, I guess. Right. The new design has this one on top of it where follow thing also comes. Okay, let us create one more variation of it with that in mind, right? Now, when it comes that, you have to add, say, I'll just detach it, okay? So if I take this thing outside, I want this thing to come on top of an image. And then there is also this follow button. So I will create a small follow button, follow, regular, stroke, 8, 6. Yeah, I think this is the follow button. So I'll put it here, Shift A. Okay. This one should be less. The text is, so this text, particular text is a white text actually. So I'm going to create one more local variable as text inverse. This is white text only. So select the text, color is text inverse, white text. The icon is also white. So I will select the local variable. I'll create a color variable, color icon inverse. I'll use the icon inverse thing here. And I'll select the stroke as icon inverse. Okay, done. And this is where you are right. This thing will come. Control C, paste to replace, Nat Geo. So you have to do copy properties. Sorry, copy properties and go inside paste properties. Okay, this is how we get the same image inside the instance. Okay, now with this, the thing is it is on top of this image. So how do we do that? In the background, I'm going to add the, so there is a normal background right behind it. And I'm going to add the fox image on the, as a background of this auto layout. Okay, animal, horizontal. Right. Now when I move it, where should this thing be? On the top. And this Nat Geo thing should be text inverse. Like this. Okay, now look at these two things. They don't look center aligned, right? So if you make them center aligned, they are here. But if you make them top aligned, they are here. So what you do is that you select both, Shift A, and make them center aligned like this. But the entire thing is top aligned. So that's how you can make it, go fill container, and you have the same design, but in the new style. So now you do Control X and paste to replace. So there are two designs of the card of Insta. Okay, you can make it little bigger or whatever proportion you want, like this. So you can do Option Control K. Done. Between these two posts, what do you think can be the properties? If you are working on your design iterations, you can say that this is my design. This is my design 1, and this is my design 2, like this. Now when you take it outside like this, you can flip the designs 1 and 2. And if you want to keep the same thing, you can do copy as copy properties and paste properties, so that the same images are there in both the designs. The design should not be biased with the image. So I can flip between design 1 and 2. Clear, everyone? Okay. So now I can, select it. I can change it from design 1 to design 2, whatever I feel like. And it's time for me to do the final packaging. So we'll do the final packaging now. So this one is here, and this one is here. So I'm going to select both, Shift A. They also have a 16 pixels padding and 16 pixels padding on all sides. The background is going to have the color as background. Okay, done. Now with this entire packaging, I can say that these three are my final components. Shift A without any padding. I will make it as fill container. I'll make it as fill container like this. Okay, done. Now, what is the background of this thing? Now, this guy doesn't have a background, so I'll add a background just to check. Yeah, this is the background, and I'll use the background color for it. Okay. Now, once I have this, I can make multiple copies of it. Lot of copies of it. And all I have to do is just to go to plugins and unsplash. Just for the sake of this particular activity, all we can do is we can select it and choose another animal just to make all the posts unique. We add all the things. Let's say from Google or from your desktop or any place, huh?
Yes.
Let's say this is the image. So I'll copy the image and paste the image in Figma. Then I will do right click, copy property. Then I'll select the image, right click, paste property. No plugin used. Oh, okay. If you want to do more zoom, then you can actually crop this image. Let's say like this. Okay, let's say only till here. Now this is a cropped image, right? If you see, this is a crop property added, but this is not a crop property. This is a fill property. That's why when you stretch it, see, nothing gets distorted, right? So what you have to do, you have to do copy as PNG and Control V. Then this is again in the fill state. So now you can do copy as property, paste property. Let's just bring any image. So this image, right? So
Right.
you could double click on the image, you can do maximum these things. Exposure, contrast, only these things you can do. Color manipulation. Yes, Anj, color variable you can use in gradient. We will see it in the Glassmorphic example, huh? Yeah, yeah. This is not an image editing thing. If you want to create a kind of a very art heavy banner, where you have collages and all those things, you can do it in Photoshop. But here to some extent you can do cropping. If you are satisfied with this cropping and all and create the banner with that much part, then you can do it here. You cannot do lot of image heavy editing thing here. That image between your image, what you will edit in Photoshop, and this image, is there any difference? Let's say you have created a poster in here. Let's go to here. So let's say you have created a banner, right? Let's say you have created this in Photoshop. Let us take a Photoshop example. This one. You have created. So if you do copy image and if you do paste image, it will be treated same as the zebra image. Property and paste property. It doesn't know whether it is created in Photoshop or it is downloaded. When you create it in a banner, then you maintain the proportion also, right? If you create the banner like a square, and if you want to put the banner in this format, then it will get cropped, right? So you go to crop settings, and then you can just do this much. But apart from that, you cannot do much, right? Because the proportion of the images are different. Can you actually squeeze it to fit into a small banner? Not possible technically. Only AI tools can help you do that. Okay. Yeah, maximum you can do this. Yes. This is same. This part is same. Okay. Now let us see, there is this bottom navigation bar also. So we are almost there. So we will check the color variable, changing the background color also. And that will be fun to see. So see, these are all these icons on the base, right? And we will see that, all these icons is very easy actually. Not that difficult to put them next to each other like this, right? You have to just make sure you have Shift A, center aligned, and you hold this whatever 12 or 16 pixels gap, and the background color is what? Same from my variable library. So sometimes we need to create these things, these components, ready-made components. So creating this kind of components is also not a difficult thing. You just draw a line, make it 4 pixels or 5 pixels, add roundness on both sides, and that's it, done. Okay, then you can, because see, this is a line, so you can convert it to flatten outline stroke, so that becomes a shape, right? Like this. Now you can do Shift A, and with the same background color, that's it, central line. Okay. Central line thing. Okay, now between these two, Shift A, no gap. Oh, okay. So outline stroke is, let's say I create this divider, huh? This is a divider. Now the divider is made up of vector network. That means it is made up of this line only. Only the thickness of the line is changed, right? Like this. If I make a shape like this, so you'll see it is made up of line. I can pull this line, make it into a back arrow, something like this, right? Like this. But if I change this thing, if I right click and if I make it as outline stroke, then this becomes a solid shape. Then I can add corner radius. Here you cannot add corner radius because it is made up of line. Here you can go and you can, actually manipulate these points. Real arrow. So sometimes when you are creating dividers like this, this is made up of line. And if you do Shift A and you do, 0 and 0, so it becomes because the frame also comes in 0 shape. Height of the frame becomes 0 because line has no height. No? The line has 0 height. So it becomes very difficult to make this thing as fill container. See? But on the other hand, if you have a line and then if you make it outline stroke, then if you do Shift A, then because it is not 0 height, see the height is 5 and here the height is 0. You're getting it. That's why I was making it. Now you can make it as fill container. So it will become like this. Okay. Okay. Now the bottom navigation is also done. I'll just select it. Color is icon. All these icons, the color is icon. Okay. Now the problem that we had, we want this thing to have scroll. So we'll do Shift A. Only this much part I'll do clip content, make it smaller and go to prototype, make it vertical scroll. That's it. So this part will scroll and I will have this thing below. So the main main frame, I'll do Control V. That's it. And I'll make it as fill container. And done. Now when I want to see this frame, I'll go to prototype and flow starting point. And when I click on flow 1, I'll be seeing this as this part has a scroll like this. You might be wondering that why these lines are coming, right? Why is this line coming? So in order to tackle these lines, this particular frame, the parent frame, if you see, there is no fill color. That means it's transparent. Hey, Ansh, it's a long message. In app or website should be 100% dimension. That is not. Let me read it in the break time, Ansh, and then I'll get back to you. All right. So here I will quickly check that, okay, everything I have done, the colors are borrowed from where? My local variables, right? Now, this is the concept of local variable that I have, let's say I have this frame. This frame, let's say I'm calling it as light theme. Renaming it, I can name it as any XYZ name, not a problem. Light theme. Now, on the fill, like when I add this frame here, you will see that now when I hold the frame, move it, go back to the previous UI to find it. Okay, layer, yes. Okay, here only, use new UI. Let us go to this local variable thing again. So in the local variable, how many colors did we created? We created all these values here, right? Background, icon, and all these things. See that there is also this plus sign here. So when you click on plus sign, another mode is created. So the background is background, but the same colors are copied here. So we can change the name of this mode as, dark theme. This is the typical background color in dark theme. Wrote it here, right? The dark theme. So I can go here and choose this as the dark theme color. Now, what is the icon colors in dark theme? I can choose this color. Text light, the light text things, I can go here, I can choose the light text things from here, which is this color. Okay. And text neutral, the neutral text colors are this. Okay. I'll select this color. And text bold is this, so I'm going to make it absolute white. Links I'll keep same. Text inverse I'm going to make it, keep it same because it's coming on top of an image. Now look at this thing. As soon as I select this, the layout thing, yes, oh, Figma is updating every day. So this on the appearance, let's say I'll show you this. This is a very nuanced thing in Figma. Like when I add a frame and I go to the, I'll call this frame same as light theme, okay? But when I hold the frame in the appearance tab, you will only seeing this hide icon and apply blend mode, right? Nothing else. But in this frame, you're seeing an extra icon. Why is it? Because this frame has something which is borrowing something from a local variable. All the colors here are borrowed from here. Yes or no? The colors I have applied here in this Instagram frame, the colors are applied from this one, right? But here, do we have anything which has colors from that? No. Let's say I add a simple, box, and this color is not borrowed from variable. I'm not going to see that small icon here. But the moment I change this fill color to our background color, and when I go to this light theme, see this thing has come. That means whenever the colors are borrowed from that table, this table which I've created, then only I'm going to see this thing. Is this concept clear, everyone? And it is for the frame. When you select the frame where those things are kept, that frame will have this thing. So now see the magic that happens is, now did I work on the dark theme? No. But if I select this light theme now, I can go and click this thing and I can choose it to be light theme, or I can choose it to be auto light theme. And I can choose this one to be, so this doesn't have anything. So I'll just put it here. And now I am going to see this icon. I will change this. Rolling, I will explain Mitali. Click here, I'll choose what? Dark theme. See, Instagram becomes dark theme immediately. Now let me call it dark theme. And just for the sake of understanding, I'll make the dark theme look little grayish. That's it. So now this is a very interesting thing which has happened. I'll make it a little grayish for us to understand, right? Light theme and dark theme. So what just happened with us is that why were we doing all this color matching thing? Is because now we have two frames. The frames have things which have borrowed the colors from this table. In the table, there is no end to adding colors basically. But because I have mapped background as different colors for different themes, all it is doing is that it is borrowing that color from that theme. This guy, no problem. Outside, it becomes automatically light theme. But when I'm moving it inside, dark, light, looks like Mr. India. Right, everyone? Much less effort, we can make both the light theme, dark theme versions in such a ease, right? Any doubt, anyone? It's light theme, dark theme naming are done. Let us call it as XYZ. Let us call it at ABC. So now, and let us call it as 1. Let us call it as test 2. It's not because of the naming. Okay, Kritik. Now select this in the theming part. When I experience 1, I am choosing the name of the tables basically. Auto XYZ, and I can choose this to be here. I can choose this to be become white. Get ABC will be black. And on this thing. For my understanding, I'm naming it light and dark. What is it helping you guys is even if you do your design slowly, carefully, theme, I'm just naming it for better understanding. The best thing that happens is if I take you to variables, you'll see that these are all, this is an example of color tokens, right? So in Microsoft, there used to be 5 modes: light theme, dark theme, teams light, teams dark, and teams high contrast. So whenever we had to add any colors in designs, we had a guideline that any background, we will use color neutral foreground 1. The entire company is using color neutral foreground 1 as the token. Really, entire teams are using it. So does no one can find it out. You are just borrowing a midtone and generating rest of the colors in foundation color generator like this. Okay, so now this is a really cool thing. But then where this example stands. Now let us also look at this glassmorphic example. How do we work on glassmorphism? So this is all these icons, if you see, they all look like little bit of a very dreamy kind of an icon like this, right? They are like 3D icons. So you can go to your Figma community for 3D icons. Trying to find. Like this one. A lot of 3D icons will be there. More by this creator. No sources matching. Why? Let's take something from here only. Vijay Verma's icon pack. Open in Figma. Take something from here. Take the star. Camera. Palette. Okay, we'll just take 3 examples. Like this. On behind these vector icons, if I select them, you cannot change the color and all. The hint you can change little bit like this. You can make them a little bit more saturated like this. Double click. I'll just select it, make it a little smaller, or make all of them 36. Okay, this is the size. Then now behind them there is a glow. See, subtle glow coming. Let's try to see how to create this kind of glows also. So we can add a fill color behind, like this. So the fill color is behind it like this. And this fill color, you can choose it to be kind of a radial blur like this. So from center to outside, it's radial blur. So outside color, let's say we make it 0. So outside color is nothing. The inside color, you can choose it to be something like this. And one more stop you can add. You can add this color to be this. So you'll see there is a subtle color coming in the background. Now when I make it shift A and add a white color, see a little bit of a color gradient is coming. If I make it 80%, You see, a lot of this color is becoming visible. Last stop is a subtle glow, okay, behind these things. And the more bigger it is, the bigger the glow is. So we can change this padding to, let's say, 4 pixels or 4 pixels, 4 pixels. Okay. 8 pixels padding. Okay. One. Now, in order to create these things, let us try to get a background, like a vibrant blobs. Like this. Copy image, paste image, background. Now, when I add this in a card, right? So I'll just have P and we will call it as favorite or like color. Shift A, center aligned 24 or 16. One of them done, making it a component outside. So how do I change it? One is this, second one, properties. The gradient also goes away from there. Let's remove the gradient for now and work on the basics. Next one, copy properties, paste properties, things. Let's say this is and this is captured. 3 things. Selecting all 3, Shift A, just changing the design little bit. Perfect. Make it white color. Add fill color behind it and bring it on top of it. Reduce the fill color to 20%. It will not give you the glassmorphic filling. The glassmorphic filling can be achieved. See, you can see there is a subtle background, right? This background should actually make the image behind it blurred. So go to effects, no shadow effect. Go to effect, change this thing to background blur. And now change the background blur value to be like 150 or something. This color is 20%, you make it 5%, 6%. And change this background blur and play around with it. You'll see that this creates this glass kind of a feeling here. 50. That's what you see. Without the background, it looks 100% natural. It doesn't look any weird. 100, it becomes like this. Glassmorphism. You hold these. Layer blur here also. It'll add to the entire thing. It'll add layer blur to this entire layer. What we are doing is that we are adding layer blur there. But now look at this thing. What we will do is that we will add another effect. This is a drop shadow. So we will add little bit of a shadow here. So how? Let's say 1 pixel, right? Very subtle. The opacity is like 5%. Like see, once it is added, the subtle shadow is added, it becomes more evident, its design. And the best part is that any background you choose, let's say I choose this blue background, it will add up to the blue background. Doing this thing, the blue card. The Apple Vision design that you see, there is a background involved in it to give you this kind of a feeling. Portfolio that we were seeing yesterday. See down to it, right? The background, you are able to see it like this. Also, if you look at it, there is a gradient in the background like this. And whatever you see here, this is an outline. It's a book. So if I just, copy this thing, it will be like an interesting thing to see. Now let us try to get this home. Very nice icons. Drop shadow on it's let's say we want to add a drop shadow for this card. Let a frame, get this thing on top of it, right? And add effects shadow. So we don't take the by default shadow, right? So we'll add the fill color to be background and all. So we don't take this shadow. This is not the acceptable one. But when we take this shadow to the next level, so the one, I'm not sure if there is a plugin. I haven't used one, but I don't make the opacity more than 10%. See, as soon as you add 10%, it becomes subtle. And also make the blur little bit high, like maybe 10 blur, like this. So with 10 blur and this, automatically it becomes soft. And if you want even distribution, like X is there, 4 and 4, that will make it on both sides like this. If you want to make it even more subtle, then change this opacity to 5. Let's look at this example. And I'll not use these icons because I don't have these icons. Fill gradient, blue. It is in one. Yes. Icons which are let us say Instagram icons only for now to save time. So we'll get icons, 4 icons, and we will also get one. Just so this will be icons. We will change the icons. This will change it to icon inverse, so it becomes white. We'll make it vertical and auto. Done. 4 icons. Each icon they have a hover state also. And look at this experience here. Hover, it stays and then it fills. So we'll work on the animation tomorrow. But let us look at this thing. We have 4 icons and we have this one image. Make it K 1.5. So it is little bigger. Okay. Color 5. This circle also. Okay, my some black. Maybe my laptop is not great. Okay. Loading. To the file. Load this tab. These they also have a circle around them. This circle. So we'll make it as 16, 16. The dimensions are different here. So we have to make it 72, 72, same size. Circle should be circle. No compromise in that. 20%. Yes. So it's looking pretty similar as this one. Now this background, instead of white, I will use a gradient background. And the gradient background, I will choose one of the color as this. Let's choose white only. And let's choose the other color as a little bit grayish. That's how you make it look like a glassmorphic design, although it's not. Okay, change this thing to 1616. Okay, like this. And now is the final touch. So when light falls on a glass or object from, let's say, this direction, so the lower half should be more brighter, right? So this is the lower half. And if I put another stop here, it should also be white. Why is it coming so less? Because I think 100 will make it 20 or something. Yes. Now you can see that it's more. Let me delete this. I'll add this one here. So light is coming from bottom. Screen is not visible. See, I have added this color, right? So it looks like from light is falling here. So when light is falling here, edges on the opposite side will get lit up. So when I add a stroke here, I'll add the stroke also in a gradient with white. White is 0. And I'll make it like this. Change this entire linear thing to, let's say, 20%. How they carefully crafted their entire experience for that. Choose the gradient that we have added now. 200, you can make it, let's say, 60 to 100. Make it more subtle. 60 to 100. You create real glassmorphism. But now this component, if I take it and place it here, for the glassmorphism to work, you know what I have to do? The background fill that is added, everything is okay. All I have to do is I have to add this effect, which is background blur. And background blur, I have to increase it to 50 or something. Comes glassmorphic, see? And look, looks awesome actually. Background has nothing to be glassmorphic. Now you bring the same object here, you will see the difference. Because the background has nothing. But as soon as there is a background, it will look like this. So let us try to put it in an interior thing. Like Apple Vision. Is an interior. I want my menu to come. How it will look like. Just adding this stroke and making the stroke fade adds so much of depth to it, right? And this is what you see in Apple Vision designs. Anyone planning to do their museum app in Apple Vision thing will have to make their things look like this. Like this, see? Side component. Guys, any doubt? Glassmorphism. Now on the left hand side, I have kept this. This is a more of a variant dip drive. Okay. So look at this component. This is a make my trip component. Okay. Make my trip component is responsive like this. And I can choose any of them to be in the selected state, special tag state. I can change it to train or anything. Selected. That's the label here. Right. Take you through how it is created. So first of all the illustrations are taken from Make My Trip. A grayscale version is created. Any image in Figma to thoroughly make the image grayscale by removing the saturation. So Making an image black and white is easy to do in Figma. Okay. So all these things are created. All I have done is, what is the property? If you see, the property is a down of everything and selected or deselected. So it use components in everything instead of auto layout only. By doing that, do we create variants everywhere? These components. Do you mean auto layout? Layout is a different thing. Component is a different thing. Components so that we can control them from one place, and we make auto layout so that things are responsive. So if you do not make them, can you still make designs? Yes. But you will have less control. If changes come, you will spend 3 days making those changes. Someone who has those components will spend 3 hours. That's the advantage. So it's a choice. But in a professional setup, they expect your files to be auto layout and we're using components. Now look at this variant. Who thinks that this making this variant is very difficult? Do you want anyone? Is there anyone who wants me to show how to build this variant? Okay, my Figma. There is a new tag. So look at the most complex representation of this card. This one in the selected state is the most complex one, right? So when we create this kind of components, yes, I'll show you how we did it. So in this component, what we did is that we mixed all these things, right? So we have, if I take this thing outside, you'll see I have the selected and deselected thing, right? I have special tag thing. I have the, all the illustration part. So this is illustration component. So how to create it step by step is that you have text, you have the cell tag, right? And you have this component which I have taken outside from here, like this, right? So this is the special tag, like this. So combining all these things, three together, Shift A, pixels is what you get. Now this one I can always choose any image, like, right? And this one I will do Shift A, then I half overlap it. Before I do it, this one I need to have over here. So let me add this white color from here, white color added, and I will add some padding on the top. Is it 12? That's it. Now I'll add one auto layout and I'll make half overlap. Now, in order to bring the new tag on top of this thing, what should we do? Anyone? Doesn't work. Absolute also is unnecessary. Controller, change the ordering, last on top or first on top. Okay. Stacking works in auto layout. Bring it to the front. Get this thing now. The tag like this. And let us go here, make it 0 pixels or make it, 4 pixels. Okay. The padding that I had added, I'll make it 8 pixels. This looks good to me. Now, when I make a copy of it, what are the variations that I need? I may have a thing which is like a tag is added, but the image will be, it is deselected state basically. So I'll copy this property, paste this property. Okay, done. And I don't need it. But see, if you delete this thing, see what will happen. This thing, the height of this component will be different. Height is 121, height is 114. So we will not delete it. We will select it and we will make the appearance as 0. So the height will be 100%. Height should not change. Then in Autodesk it will start jumping. Okay. So these two components are done. And I may need 2 more things, exactly same, but the top things are not required. But if you delete it, what will happen? The height will become smaller. So what do? Appearance has to be 0. See, this is what has been done here. They are here. Appearance is 0. Now with all these things, I'm going to create a complex component, because this component is being fed by another system, right? Which is on the top. This was your question, no? Soumya. So first let us resolve this variant. What is the property? First property is, let's say, tag.
I was saying, sir, how we actually making this library, and by the click and we are just changing the icons. Can you show from the beginning?
Yeah. First, let us solve this, and then we will add as an instance property. That is your question. Have tag, yes or no? The second property, what can be the second property? Could have also made it like this: active, inactive, right? Them are active. What should I write here? And this as no. Now when I take it outside, what do I see? I see 2 switch. I can have tag, no tag. I can have active, inactive. Right? Everyone clear? Everyone? See, if I had not changed this, if I had not changed the opacity here, instead I deleted them, then they would jump up and down. Okay, that's why this is how we hide them inside it. Okay, now Soumya's icon here. I have to double click, go inside and then change. Can I bring these 2 things inside? Yes, you can. For that, you have to go here. Thing which is coming from a separate variant system, illustrations, right? So I'm going to select plus nested instance illustration. This is how we do it, Soumya. We select it, you see, you can change it to train. Selected. What is selected? I'll have everything outside and I'll show you. Say you have secured all these images,
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
And set.
Mm.
Property type. What is the second property? Active, inactive. Properties are there.
Mm.
Both of them. What is the type?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vacation, train and bus.
Vacation.
Travel, staycation. Okay. This.
Cab.
Okay.
Insurance.
Name them.
Mm-hmm.
But while I'm selecting both and naming, na?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll select everything
Mm-hmm.
inactive. So I should write yes. True. Thing. You can write yes.
Mm.
Ones are they active or inactive?
Inactive.
Outside. Don't list. It to anything. Change it to active or inactive.
Okay. Mm.
Like this. Any one of you is working on this virtual art museum. In virtual art museum, maybe you will need some icons. Maybe you'll need some representation of Renaissance, representation of modern movements and all. In elderly healthcare app, you may need some icons to represent diet, exercise, yoga, running, walking. है So you create them active and inactive state like this. So, but now this guy is getting one of the instance of this group, right?
Hmm.
So if I remove the thing, you'll see when I take it outside, this is also same way.
Hmm.
Active, inactive.
Hmm.
They are active, and they active or inactive.
Inactive. Hmm.
These two have tag yes or no.
Yes.
Written yes. These two tag yes or no.
Hmm.
Yes, no. Then you get this tag active, tag inactive, without active, without tag active. All optional, right?
Hmm.
But what is this flight image? Flight one of the image from this huge group, right?
Hmm.
Control. Now, if you hold component 39, go to the plus sign, go to nested instance, you will find illustrations, the same name.
Hmm.
Those properties from illustration. What was the property from illustration? A drop down and a switch, right?
Hmm.
Going to expose these two properties from illustration. Now, when you hold it, you will see illustration properties are also here. Like now you can, so now the advantage that happens is that now you can take this thing, applying any strong consideration, you can just make copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They having any tags? Remove tags. They're inactive. Make them inactive. Both of them make them inactive. See how easily I'm doing it.
Hmm.
See, immediately it is made. This thing, right? I need to change this text. So how to do that? I will select homestay, and in my typography thing, na, in my text thing, it is coming from somewhere else. Okay, it is coming from somewhere else. Figma 2. Okay, let me just go and make it detach instance. I'll detach this. Detach it. When it, I'll tell you. I'm going to select it, and here in typography, I think it is still connected there. Bring it from outside, detach instance. Okay, Control C and replace. From this thing, it is coming from the typography style, na? We have to detach it from the style. So this with text style it doesn't work. So I'll go to, it is coming from the material 3 design kit site. Property is it? They have moved it to the top. Actually, what used to be is if you go to the previous UI, you hold the text and you create the property here. See, homestays and villas. So it was part of the text property. In the new UI, they have moved it to the top. Okay. So what we do is that here we create a text property. Yeah, they actually are moving stuff here and there. Okay. So we create a property, no variable property. So we'll create this text property as, let's say, label, right? Create property. I'm selecting this and I'm applying it's the same label property. I'm going to go here and apply the same label property here. What happens is when I go to this particular thing, option is what? Flight. I can also change this thing. So basically, let me just come here and this is label. So I'll bring it outside. See, I can change the label here, right? So I can select it. I think it's a different component. Okay, Control C. I have borrowed it from this one, I guess. Paste to replace. And here I can change it to flight. So it changes to flight. Let me just change everything. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete all the rest. Okay, everything removed. These two have tag, they are inactive. Okay, the last one is it's actually I think, what is it called? Hourly stay. Okay, I can change it to hourly stays. This is, I'll change it to insurance. I'll change to forex. Okay. This I'll change to cabs. This I'll change to vacation. Okay. And all these things 3, 4, 5, 6, they're not selected, right? Forex, cabs, staycation, flight. After staycation, it is train. Then holiday and package. Then we have homestays. We can add one more. Change homestays to hotels. And first one is flight. Done. The top banner. Okay. And these are all simple components. Rest of the components, if you look at it, how it stretches, you know, these are all very typical components. So you can come here and you can check this thing. These are all, this is a variant master file actually. So every component, when you see, it is same as how we created the Instagram. First a bond between these two, then these two, then these two. Now there is a small nuance here which I want to show to everyone. When I take components outside, you will see that this component has an outline all around, right? And you can make it go like this with text truncation, right? Hope you'll be able to create it. We did the same in Instagram. Look at the second one. The second one, the outlines are on the left one does not have outline. Why? How did I do it? So when you go to the outline property, na, here actually, this property, you can have it all across. Usually outlines is added like this only, but you can select it and go to this outline property and remove the left property. So go to custom and remove the left property, left outline. Why I'm doing it like this is, there is a reason. This one also, the left outline is not there. This one also, the left outline is not there. So when all of them come and sit together, what happens? Now when you stretch it, only these two, you can make fill container. Exactly what is happening. Instead of this, if we had, you know, everywhere overlapping, there will be a 1 pixel gap. So the problem that will happen is, if I take them outside and I'll detach them, okay? And we will add it all across. All. We'll make it all. We'll make. Now, have you guys heard about split button? You know, in Google also there is split button. Button is a component. Split button is a very nice component. The split button looks like this actually. Salesforce a split button, you can add any number of buttons to it. Yeah, something like this. Let's see split button Google. See, button group. Sorry, button group. Button group looks like this. See, 4 buttons next to each other. You have already seen this thing, right? The left, center, right, justification buttons. They are all button groups. So whenever you have button group, you have this problem of common divider, right? And it is exactly the same problem that we're seeing in Make My Trip. Now let's say it has all the dividers across, right? Like this. And when we connect everything, Shift A, and now if we add 0 pixels, what happens is that there will be a double pixel gap in between. See, so you'll get double thicknesses, right? So one of them should not have the left one. You can do it either ways. I mean, you can remove the right hand side of this one also. So this is one of those things, right? So another learning here. Now how do we, so this is one of the last things, so we are 11 but how do you add this thing on top of it, right? And still make sure that it goes, it stays at the center, right? This is another thing, like it always stays on top of it. So if I break this component, you will see, yeah, this one, if I take it outside, see, it's minus 20 pixels. If I make it 0 pixels, you will see it outside. It's just one of these components with a shadow. But if I put it inside, if I bring it to the top, horizontal auto layout, Control V, if I bring it to the center, for center, it's not coming. I have to double click. Take it to the right also. Down and show you. It's a little confusing. One of this is this, the other one is this. Okay, I have the left one. So this to Shift A, Control V if I do. This is how it will come, like this. So now what we will do is that we will make it minus 20. Both of these things should be fill container. Always stay in the center. And the truncation will work. See, both the truncations are working. So when I was recreating Make My Trip, the design is actually awesome. And a lot of critical, fine tunings are there. Okay. Rest, I think you can try and build. So this is how this entire thing is built.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.